Alright, let's dive into this chaotic roller coaster. Our girl has lived not once, not twice, but 3 times. She's a modern girl with a secret weapon, a magical portable space. Think of it like a cheat code for life, filled with things like modern medicine. But her second life, a total train wreck. She fell for a heartless emperor who had her put to death, and who delivered the final soul-crushing blow, her own sister. "You can go and die in peace," she says, driving a sword through our poor heroine. As she bleeds out, she wonders why the usual time-traveling plot armor didn't work for her. But thankfully, the universe hit the reset button one last time. She wakes up and realizes she's a little girl. Yes, no more backstabbing royals, no more drama, just vibes, and most importantly, food. But her peaceful, snack-filled life is interrupted almost immediately. She peeks around a corner and sees a nasty eunuch bullying a small boy. Our little nugget isn't having any of it. She swoops in to save the day only to realize, oh no, it's him. The demon prince who tortured and killed her in her last life. Her inner monologue is screaming, "He killed me, I won't help him." But then the little psycho in training turns on the waterworks. He calls her sister, clings to her, and promises to repay her kindness for a lifetime. And just like that, her resolve crumbles. He's just too cute. And so begins her chaotic journey of raising the very boy who will one day grow up to kill her. She cares for him when he's sick, and she even turns into a tiny, ferocious warrior to fight off his bullies. She thought she was raising an adorable, gentle little bunny. But she was so wrong. He grew up intense. One minute he's clinging to her, the next he's whispering threats. "Behave yourself or I'll punish you, sister." Our girl is panicking, wondering where she went so wrong with this kid. Let's rewind to that tragic second life. On a dark and stormy night, a man strides into her prison cell. It's the Prince Regent, Gongju. He smirks down at her battered form and she calls him needy. He leans in, a cruel smile on his face. "As Prince Regent, you have to address me as sister," he taunts. He tells her she can call him whatever she wants, because she's going to die anyway. Our girl just collapses, laughing in despair. She remembers the day her life fell apart. It was in the imperial palace. The emperor, the man she loved, held another woman in his arms. He called this new girl Su Mayolin, soft and kind, right in front of her. He banished our girl to the cold palace, where he shoved her to the ground, leaving her broken. The new girl whispered that she wanted our heroine to suffer every torture imaginable, and the emperor promised to make it happen. Later, in an abandoned temple, she confronts Gongju, the emperor's loyal dog. He unsheathes his sword, and with one swift motion, her second life ends. Her last thought is a vow: if she ever gets another chance, she will never fall in love again. And then as she wakes up, she bolts upright with a gasp. She looks at her tiny hands and realizes she's been reborn. She scrambles to find a mirror, picking up a broken piece. The irony is savage. Gongju's botch execution is the very thing that gave her a new life. She stares at her new, adorable face. But then she recognizes the rundown room. It's the cold palace. Still, she finds a silver lining. At least she's not the emperor's real daughter, so she's not a target. Her stomach rumbles. Being poor and weak means hard days are ahead. She hops out of bed, determined to change her fate. She puts on her tiny shoes, because first things first, she needs to fill her stomach. She patters outside on a mission for food. Buns, she spots a glorious stack of steamed buns, and immediately starts stuffing her face. But her victory feast is cut short by an angry shout. "Who stole my steamed buns? Busted." She peeks around the corner, and sees a eunuch berating a small blindfolded boy. The eunuch grabs him, looking absolutely vile. He sneers at the poor kid, calling him an abandoned bastard. He tries to force-feed the boy a drug that will leave him brain-damaged for life. The boy coughs, struggling against the poison, and smashes the bowl to the ground. The eunuch stomps on him in a rage. Our little heroine has seen enough. She thinks, "I'll beat the crap out of you." Suddenly, the eunuch is pelted by flying objects. He looks up, completely baffled. Why did steamed buns suddenly appear? He cries for help as the bun barrage continues. The little boy on the ground looks up, equally confused. From her hiding spot, our girl launches her attack. Then, for dramatic effect, she pops up over the wall like a tiny ghost, wailing, "Give me back my life, Tilda." The eunuch screams and runs for the hills. With the coast clear, she hops down and asks the boy if he's okay. He looks up at her and her blood runs cold. She recognizes that face. It's a young Gongju, the man who killed her. Her mind screams, "Go to hell." What a cosmic joke. The boy calls after her, "Sister, why did you run?" And for a terrifying second, his innocent face flashes with a dark, familiar malice. He stumbles, then collapses, coughing violently from the poison. Our girl hesitates. This is the boy who ruined her life, but he's just a kid right now. She sees him trembling on the ground, looking so weak and pitiful. With a frustrated groan, she gives in. Whatever, she stomps over to him. He flinches, but she grabs him in a firm hug. "Stop struggling, let me help you vomit." She yells, giving him a few good thumps on the back until he coughs up the poison. She notes his willpower. He didn't even cry through all that pain. She pats his back gently, and he finally catches his breath. Time for the cheat code. She remembers her portable space and thinks for a moment. She whips out a bottle of modern cough syrup. With a mischievous grin, "Drink it," she commands. He takes a sip and his eyes go wide. The pain in his throat is gone. "What is?" he begins. "It works," she squeals, then clamps a hand over his mouth. "Stop talking and don't you dare tell anyone about this." Before he can even ask her name, she turns and runs away, leaving him stunned as a storm rolls in. Later that night, huddled in her blanket, our girl shivers. What awful luck saving her own killer on day one of her new life. Still, she thinks at least she's a princess. She's not a complete outcast like Gongju. She wonders how he's doing. The wind howls, it's so cold, and he's badly injured. Forget it, I don't care, she mutters, but her conscience gets the better of her. I'll just take one glance to see if he's still alive. She sneaks out into the rain, trying to convince herself she's not worried at all. She peeks through his window, then quietly slips inside, but in the darkness, her foot catches on something, and she goes down hard. She looks up and realizes she just tripped over Gongju's unconscious body. She touches his forehead, he's burning up with a fever. Fortunately, she's got a 21st century pharmacy in her pocket. She prepares some medicine, knowing that without her, he'd be a goner. She gently helps him drink it. Sometime later, his eyes flutter open. You're awake, I'll be leaving now, she says quickly, but a weak voice calls out, wait. He grabs the hem of her dress, refusing to let go. She snaps, don't move, it was hard work getting you into bed. He just looks up at her and whispers, I just want to thank you, sister. His puppy dog eyes are too powerful. She melts, calling him smart and leaving him with more medicine and food. But as she turns to go, he looks down, his voice trembling. Sister, perhaps you're unwilling to associate with a troublemaker like me. Our poor girl is trapped in the desolate cold palace all alone. But this is her second life, and she's not about to give up. After 4 hours of cultivating, her fever has finally broken. Suddenly, a loud clomp echoes through the quiet room. A servant girl stomps in, and our heroine quickly fakes a massive yawn, pretending to be weak and sleepy. The servant couldn't care less, slamming a bowl of slop on the table so hard it spills. Invalid, it's time to eat, she barks. Our girl immediately puts on a show, coughing violently into her handkerchief. When she pulls it away, it's stained with blood. The servant just sneers, 4 years and you're still not dead, good luck. With wide, innocent eyes, our heroine asks, sister, do I have tuberculosis? The servant freaks out, screaming that it's contagious and bolts out of there. A wicked little smirk plays on our girl's lips. Phase 1 complete. Just as she planned, they board up her doors, sealing her away from the world. Now she has all the privacy she needs to practice her cultivation. 2 months flash by in a whirlwind of training. She's now strong enough to practice outside, her movements swift and sure. She sends a single leaf flying through the air, and it slams into a tree with shocking force, kicking up a tornado of leaves. I finally made it, she thinks, but she's a little confused. She realizes this cultivation method requires a pure, undisturbed mind. In her last life, she was too ambitious, but now, with nothing left to desire, she's finally had a breakthrough. Her training is interrupted by a soft creak at the door. She turns her head, her big eyes filled with curiosity. A steaming hot chicken leg has been left for her. She's immediately suspicious. No one is ever this kind in the cold palace. Something fishy is going on, she thinks. I have to investigate. Peeking over the wall, she sees the culprit. It's the little prince Gongju. He brought her food. She can't believe he moved in next door, and isn't he afraid of her tuberculosis? Her heart warms. It's so nice of him to bring her food. But the sweet moment is shattered when 3 bullies corner the tiny prince, sneering at him for being impertinent. One of the thugs viciously grabs him by the collar. They toss the poor boy to the ground in front of some disgusting leftovers, accusing him of being a thief. The ringleader smirks, picking up a piece of food from the dirt. If your highness eats these leftovers, we'll let you go, he says, shoving the filth towards the prince's face. Our girl is seething from her hiding spot. They've gone too far. But wait, she spots a glint of metal. It's a poison needle. They're not just trying to humiliate him, they're trying to kill him. The bully kicks the prince to the ground. Before he can strike, a projectile flies through the air, thud. One of the goons drops dead on the spot. The leader freezes in terror. As the last man screams for help, our girl leaps over the wall to save the day. She lands beside the prince and offers him the chicken leg. Thank you for looking out for me. He looks up, shocked. She gives him a bright smile. I'm all better now thanks to the food you brought me. She gently pats his head, trying to comfort the shaken boy. Eat this for now, she says softly. Tonight, I'll take you for a real meal. He looks up at her, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Later that night, she keeps her promise, sneaking him onto the rooftops. They peer down at a lavish banquet below. It's concubine Ju obnoxiously putting on makeup during dinner. So annoying, our girl mutters. She turns and gasps, the prince is gone. He pops up right beside her, making her jump. They both flop down, exhausted from the excitement. Suddenly, a terrifying scream from below makes them both flinch. Concubine Ju is in a rage, grabbing a servant by the hair and smashing her cosmetics. She orders the guards to chop off the servant's hands for a minor mistake. The guards close in as the poor girl begs for her life. The concubine just admires herself in the mirror, a cruel smile on her face. Our girl has had enough. She has gone too far. She starts to move, but the prince grabs her. Sister, what are you going to do? I'm going to help her, she snaps back. The prince tells her it's hopeless, but she cuts him off. Just listen to me, she says, a plan already forming. She knocks on the roof tiles to create a distraction, whispering, the strongest power is not to punish, but to forgive. The prince thinks for a moment, then nods. I kind of get it. She tells him to wait for her and leaps off the roof. The little prince watches in awe. Sister is so cool. Later, under the cover of darkness, she corners the surviving bully from the prince's attack. If you want to live, you will forget everything that happened tonight, she threatens. He quickly agrees. "Get lost," she commands, and he scrambles away. She turns to the servant girl, who is still huddled on the ground, crying uncontrollably. "I helped you," our girl says gently. "Why are you crying even harder?" The girl sobs that the concubine will hunt her down. A brilliant, slightly evil idea pops into our heroine's head. "Perhaps not," she says with a snap of her fingers. She lays out the plan. The maid will go to the chief eunuch and volunteer to care for the sick princess in the cold palace. It's a perfect solution. If the princess dies, the maid takes the fall. The eunuchs can't refuse a perfect scapegoat. With the maid safe, it's time for some sweet, sweet revenge. She finds concubine Zhu, throws a sack over her head, and gives her a taste of her own medicine. "Will you abuse servants again?" she yells. The concubine begs for mercy, completely broken. Satisfied, our girl leaves her whimpering in the dark. She returns to the rooftop. "Sister, you're back," the prince cries. She reveals her prize, a whole roasted chicken. She tears off a leg for him. "You're too skinny, you need to eat more." She tells him that she saved the maid, then gently wipes the grease from his face as he eats. "The maid will take care of you from now on," she says, pinching his cheek. He pulls away, indignant. "I've already grown up." Our girl fires back. "Oh yeah? Are you going to keep stealing to survive?" His eyes well up with tears as he latches onto her, sobbing. "Don't leave me alone, please." He promises he won't be a burden. She sighs. The kid saw right through her plan. He looks up at her with adorable, teary puppy dog eyes. How could this be the future bloodthirsty killer? He's just a child. Her resolve crumbles. "Stop that nonsense and eat," she says, trying to sound tough. He looks at her with wide, pleading eyes. "You won't abandon me, will you?" Her heart melts completely. "When did I ever say that?" she says, gently pinching his cheeks. "Now eat." He offers her a piece of chicken. He tells her his name is Ju, and she introduces herself as Gong Yimo. "Does your name mean staying together through thick and thin?" he asks. She's surprised he doesn't know the infamous story of her name. She explains that their father, the emperor, failed to protect her mother and warns Ju not to be like him. "A good man marries one woman," she declares passionately. "One life, one love." The prince is stunned. "One life, one love." A light bulb goes on over his head. He grabs her hand, his expression serious. "Okay, I will only marry one woman when I grow up." She pats his chest, proud. "You're a fast learner." She beams at him. He then stands up and makes a solemn vow to the sky. "I swear I will protect my sister all my life." Our girl is moved to tears. "I believe you." They toast with their chicken legs and celebrate their new bond under the stars. The next day, she begins his education, starting with a book on morals. He looks at the book, fascinated. Meanwhile, her new maid, Xin, returns from the kitchen looking dejected. She was kicked out and couldn't get any food. As Xin starts to cry, a dangerous glint appears in our girl's eyes. "I'm hungry," she says. "Let's go eat there." Ju asks where she's going. To reason with them, she declares he wants to come too. But she tells him to stay and study. She gives him a cheeky little wave, leaving Xin looking awkward. The little prince puffs out his cheeks, annoyed he has to stay behind. Our heroine arrives at the grand imperial kitchen. The head nanny is lounging outside. Hearing our girl's loud footsteps, she snaps, "Who is running wild?" "Me," our princess announces from the top of the stairs. "What about it?" The nanny scoffs at the disfavored maid, but then recognizes her. "Oh, the seventh princess of the cold palace." She mockingly hides behind her fan. "Recovered from your tuberculosis." Our girl pulls Xin behind her protectively. "Are you the one who was bullying Xin?" she demands. The nanny smirks. "So what?" "That's it, the gloves are off." "I may live in the cold palace," she says, her voice dropping to an icy tone, "but I am still a princess." She leans in close, her aura turning menacing. "Aren't you afraid I might fall into favor again one day?" Her eyes gleam with a sinister light. "And exact my revenge on you." The nanny's smug expression finally cracks, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. Our poor nanny is on the ground, scrambling for her fan after getting schooled by a literal child. She stares in disbelief as our tiny princess warns her to be more long-sighted. With the nanny's fan in hand, our girl gives her a final, icy warning. "Regret is coming for you." The nanny starts to sweat, realizing this little princess isn't just cute, she's a calculating genius. She quickly changes her tune, faking a smile and massaging our girl's shoulders, blaming some imaginary low-ranking servants for the disrespect. Our girl plays innocent, her eyes wide. "Did I defame you, nanny?" she asks sweetly. Then with a flick of her wrist, she changes the subject entirely. "Nanny, I'm hungry, feed me and I'll leave you alone," she declares, dusting off her hands and calling for her maid. The nanny forces a smile, promising to send food, but the second our princess is gone, her face turns to stone. Later, another maid asks Nanny Zhu if the princess seems different. The nanny's eyes narrow. "Report everything she does," she orders, "but don't stop sending her food." Meanwhile, in the Lenkyu garden, our girl is finally having a meal with her brother, Gongju. She graciously offers him a piece of food. A servant, however, is absolutely flabbergasted that he's being ignored. "Leave here," he snaps. "Don't bother the ill princess during mealtime." Oh, he did not just say that. Her brother's fist clenches, ready to teach this fool a lesson, but our girl just lets out a tiny, unimpressed PFFF. She lightly scolds her brother for his temper, but he just adorably puffs out his cheeks in response. She sighs, thinking he already has a taste for violence at this young age. "Listen," she says gently, "we're powerless right now, we have to keep a low profile." But her baby brother hears something completely different, his eyes light up. "I get it, you mean we have to destroy them completely once we have the power." Our girl's face absolutely breaks. "What? Where did he get that from?" He's completely fired up now. Sister, I've made up my mind, he declares. I want to learn martial arts. Our heroine immediately panics. A horrifying flashback hits her. A memory from her second life where this very same brother killed her because she couldn't fight back. But the little guy is determined, promising he's not afraid of hardship. He grabs onto her leg, looking up with the most heart-wrenching puppy dog eyes you've ever seen. Promise me, sister, he begs. I'll use it to protect you. And the cuteness is a critical hit. Our girl is so overwhelmed she gets a massive nosebleed. Fine, she sputters, promising to teach him everything he needs to know to gain power, but she has one critical question. Will you betray me one day? He looks at her, utterly stunned by the question. Without a word, he gets up and drops to his knees in a formal vow. All ancestors of the Gong family, he begins. I will never hurt my sister. If I break this vow, may heaven strike me dead. He proclaims. Our girl is moved to tears as he stands ready for his first lesson. She gently wipes his cheek, a new fire in her eyes. Do as I do. And so their chaotic training begins. 6 years fly by in a whirlwind of practice and brother-sister bonding. We jump to the present day in Lenkyu Garden. Our girl is trying to sleep in when a handsome young man enters her room. It's Gongju, all grown up, and he's not letting her skip breakfast. She sits up, groggy and annoyed. You disturbed my sleep, she grumbles before beckoning him closer. He leans in, confused, and she immediately pinches his cheek. Ouch. HMPH, your face doesn't feel better than before, she pouts, ever the teasing older sister. He blushes, complaining that she can't treat him like a kid anymore. He leans in, his voice a low whisper, reminding her of her promise to teach him new lessons today. She plays dumb, yawning that she can't remember and needs more sleep. His expression darkens with playful menace. If you persist, sister, don't blame me for the consequences. And with a whoosh, he scoops her up and places her back on the bed. Then the ultimate weapon tickles. But our girl is a master of counters. She flips him over, pinning him down. Gongju, you're dead. She laughs. Now on top, she declares victory. He looks up, defeated, while she wonders why he isn't ticklish. It must be his clothes, she reasons, reaching for his robe. But as she pulls it aside, she freezes. Old, deep scars cover his chest, a heart-wrenching reminder of the miserable life he used to have. He blushes furiously, telling her to stop playing. But he's not letting her win that easily. He flips her back over, pinning her this time. Sister, you really are naughty, he smirks. She just puffs her cheeks, completely unfazed. Suddenly, she feels a wave of dizziness. He's carrying her again. Put me down, she demands, kicking her feet. He just laughs, threatening to tear down her garden if she doesn't behave. I don't care, she retorts. He leans in close, nuzzling her cheek. Okay, then I'll just have to come share your bed. She calls his bluff, her cheeks bright red. Do it then. Later, while they're eating, news arrives for the Empress. The West Lord is sending his son to the capital. The Empress smiles slyly. She knows this will agitate her rival, concubine Zhe. Let her do whatever she wants, the Empress commands her lady-in-waiting. The benefits will come to us. That night, our two siblings are studying military strategy. Izin brings them some good luck buns. Celebrating the birth of consort Lai's new son. Gongju's mood immediately sours. We are also his children, he says bitterly, left here to survive in the cold. Our girl calmly explains that consort Lai is the emperor's cousin, and their children are likely to have disabilities. Gongju is dumbfounded by this logic. She pats his arm reassuringly. Don't worry, I will always treat you as my real brother. He suddenly grabs her, his eyes intense. What if they don't have children? Can they be together then? She's taken aback. What are you worried about? She asks, flicking his fore. Then he drops the bomb. Sister, what if I want to marry a girl with a blood relationship to me? He asks, just as she's about to feed him a bun. She shoves it in his mouth to shut him up. Suddenly, a sharp noise, SSH. She whispers, covering his mouth as a dagger flies past them. She gracefully dodges another and catches a third one between her fingers like a total boss. An assassin bursts in, screaming in shock, but he's taken down instantly. The doors are thrown open, revealing a whole squad of killers. Oh no, there are a lot of them, she exclaims. Gongju doesn't hesitate, grabbing two swords from the wall. He unsheathes one with a brilliant flash and tosses the other to his sister. She catches it, her expression just as deadly serious as his. The assassins charge, their target clear, kill Gongju. She screams for him to watch out as a blade swings for his head. He deflects it with ease, but she steps forward. Let me, she insists. He gives a slight, trusting nod. She taps his sword down with her own, her eyes blazing with fury. You dare try to assassinate my brother, then you'll pay the price. Here we go, the chaos is kicking into high gear. An assassin already skewered glares and spits, you asked for it. His comrades raise their blades, vowing to send our little girl straight to hell. One lunges forward, sword held high. Our heroine is startled. But just as the blade descends, a bloody hand grabs the steel. It's her brother, Gongju. He shoves himself in front of her, his voice trembling with rage. As long as I'm here, no one can touch my sister, not to mention hurt her. She cries out his name in terror. With a furious roar, he shoves the assassin away, sending the man stumbling backward. Gongju pulls his sister into a protective embrace, his eyes burning with fury. He shoves her out of the way of another attacker, the blade just missing them and stabbing the floor. Don't be afraid, sister, I'll protect you, he pants, holding her tight. But she spots another threat over his shoulder. Gongju, watch out, she screams, telling him to step aside. She shoves him away and faces the new attacker herself, roaring, go to hell. Their swords clash with a deafening clang. She expertly runs another assassin through and immediately turns to her brother. Gongju, leave now. If I leave, what about you? He cries. She explains there are too many of them and he has to get their father for help. But he refuses. No, I'll stay here, you go ask for help. She gives him a small, determined smile that sends a shiver down his spine. Sister, he looks confused as she grabs his arm. She pushes him toward the window. Hurry up, get out. Be quick, run, she yells, giving him one last shove. He leaps from the window, his voice echoing, Sister, I'm coming back for you, wait for me. The lead assassin isn't having it. After him, he orders. The rest of the goons turn their attention back to our girl in charge. She lets out a scream as she lands a brutal kick, sending one of them flying. The others hesitate, unsure what to do. But our heroine stands her ground, sword at the ready, her expression pure ice. Meanwhile, Gongju is running for their lives, gasping for air. He makes a desperate jump from the rooftops, landing near the Hanyu Pass. A guard immediately confronts him, demanding to know who dares trespass. I'm Gongju, the ninth son, he shouts, pushing against their spears. I seek an emergency audience. He's losing his cool, roaring for them to get out of his way. But the guards are unmoved. Without the emperor's summons, no one can enter. Gongju's eyes narrow. What if I must enter? He snarls, grabbing the tip of a spear. His sister is holding off assassins all alone to save him. He can't waste any more time. He shoves the spear away, slicing his own hand, but he doesn't even flinch. With a brutal swoosh, he cuts down the guards in his path. Bloodied and panting, he looks down at his hands, a dark thought crossing his mind. This is how it feels to kill. It's quite fascinating. And where is the emperor during all this drama? He's chilling in the morning glory hall, surrounded by dancers and lavish feasts. A beautiful woman offers him a grape, which he accepts. She then leans in to feed it to him, mouth to mouth. The emperor smirks, so sweet. Their little moment is interrupted by a servant rushing in with a report. The man whispers that the ninth prince is outside, begging for an audience. The emperor's response is absolutely glacial. Oh, I don't recall having such a son. Back at the gate, Gongju's rage boils over. His other siblings get to laugh and joke in the palace while he and his sister are left to die in the cold palace. He unleashes his fury on the guards, a whirlwind of steel and lightning. He screams into the storm that if he has to become a killer to protect his sister, he will. But more and more guards keep coming. He's already wounded, spitting up blood. Still, he fights on, dodging and weaving through their attacks. Damn traitor, one guard yells. Gongju just smirks, pulling a spear right through his own side with a terrifying grin. For sister, I can accept execution as a traitor today, he hisses, making the guard tremble in fear. As long as I can meet father, he roars, continuing his charge. He cuts down another soldier, only to see them replaced by the golden armored soldiers. He doesn't hesitate, stamping forward through the storm and carving a bloody path through the elite guards. A survivor screams at him to retreat, that the emperor's order is to kill him on sight. Gongju just throws his head back and lets out a chilling, maniacal laugh. Wiping the blood from his lips, he asks, do you think anything will stop me now? The guards are petrified. Suddenly, a new figure appears, a royal eunuch. He announces that the emperor has decreed a day of celebration, so trespassing will be forgiven, but if he takes one more step, he'll be executed on the spot. Execution, after everything, is he going to fail now? His eyes glow red with pure hatred. How cruel he is this the father I've been dreaming to see? He screams at the injustice. His father celebrates one son's birth while ordering another to die. He lunges forward, but the eunuch easily disarms him with a flick of his whisk. Just as the eunuch is about to strike a final blow, a voice booms, stop. It's the emperor himself, flanked by his consorts. Gongju, broken and bleeding, looks up. Are you finally unable to turn a blind eye? Some lackey scolds him for not saluting, but the emperor silences him with a single look. He smirks down at his son. Are you my ninth son? You injured my bodyguards and broke into the palace. Don't you fear death? He commands him to kneel. As the court ladies gossip about him, Gongju thinks of his sister. He has to endure this. With a heavy thud, he drops to his knees, then prostrates himself completely on the wet ground. Father, please save sister. His pride is nothing next to her light. But the emperor is unmoved. Oh, do I have a daughter in the cold palace? What's her name? The words crush Gongju, he doesn't even remember them. He forces himself to speak, reminding his father that he named his sister Yimo as a vow of constancy and love to her mother. Now that she's dead, have you forgotten her name? This little comment earns a sharp glare from the empress, who is clearly not a fan of the constancy and love story. The emperor, however, seems almost amused by the whole thing. Who would dare to kill my children right under my nose? He asks rhetorically, deciding to go have a look for himself. Elsewhere, one of the concubines fumes in private. Those idiots, they can't even dispose of a kid. Hope surges through Gongju as he struggles to his feet. Sister, I made it. I'm bringing people to save you. Back in the cold palace, our girl is still fighting, blocking a powerful blow, and gracefully dodging another. Go to hell, an assassin screams, lunging at her. But just as his sword is about to strike, a voice announces the emperor arrives, and the assassin freezes mid-attack. Our heroine doesn't miss a beat, landing a savage kick to his chest. She stands over him, sword held high, and addresses the remaining assassins. Now everyone is here. Check and see if your master is among them. One of them scoffs, calling her loyal, and then promptly stabs his own comrade through the back to silence him. The emperor and his entourage arrive to this chaotic scene. The dying man refuses to talk, daring them to kill him. A concubine clings to the emperor, feigning terror, but our girl sees right through her. You were the one to send the assassins, she thinks, vowing to unmask her. The empress steps forward, offering to interrogate the assassin herself to get justice. A clear ploy to frame her rival, concubine Zai. The emperor orders the guards to arrest the man, but concubine Zion knows dead men tell no tales. Before anyone can move, our girl raises her own sword. No need, she shouts. With an icy glare that could freeze fire, she declares, since you desire death, I'll let you have it. The emperor finally arrives, his face a mask of cold fury. But the empress gets the first word in, pointing an accusing finger and screaming, guards, arrest the 7th princess. The emperor points back, his voice booming that killing in his presence is an unforgivable crime. A eunuch grabs onto Prince Ju, begging him to be sensible, but our boy is seeing red. He shoves the man aside, roaring, out of my way. His sister can only watch, her eyes wide with terror. As the guards rush in, she screams for him to get away, to leave her. But he won't be stopped. She grabs his bloody arm, trying to hold him back. But he stands firm. As long as I'm alive, he vows, nobody will hurt my sister. He looks back at her, his young face smeared with blood but filled with a fierce determination. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. I can protect you too. The empress sees her chance, sidling up to the emperor and whispering poison in his ear. She calls the siblings' actions inauspicious, demanding they be punished like common criminals. The court officials join the chorus, murmuring that the children are violent and cruel, a danger to the nation. Prince Ju clutches his head, trying to block out their hateful words. The rage finally boils over. His eyes flash a dangerous red as he snarls at the crowd. All of you are despicable people who tried to hurt my sister. The empress just smirks, enjoying the show. He continues his threat, I won't have mercy on any one of you. He stands amidst the bodies, completely lost to his fury. It's dirty and chaotic, killing is the only thing that purifies it. Oh no, this poor kid is breaking. The emperor stands before him, an impassable wall of authority. Just as things are about to explode, our girl's voice cuts through the tension. I'm here, don't be afraid. She wraps her arms around her brother from behind, a desperate anchor in his storm of rage. He blinks, the bloodlust fading from his eyes as he collapses into her embrace. Sister, I'm so lucky to have you with me, he whispers. She gently covers his eyes with a sash, shielding him from the horrors around them. The emperor watches this tender moment, his expression unreadable before his voice cracks like a whip. Where is the officer in charge of the cold palace? He stands over the kneeling guards, his voice dripping with ice. Somebody tried to assassinate my children. Guards beat him to death. The terrified officer is dragged away, his pleas for mercy falling on deaf ears. The emperor then turns his chilling gaze upon our heroine. She looks up at him, a little blood on her cheek, trying her best to look innocent and cute. But he's not buying it. Breaking into the Forbidden Palace is a capital crime. What do you have to say? Her brother immediately leaps in front of her, taking all the blame. She gently pushes him aside, stroking his hair reassuringly. Don't worry, leave it to me. She faces her father, her voice clear and strong. I am your daughter, I am neither weak nor cowardly. I killed that assassin myself. She gives a confident smirk. But just as she's about to continue, she coughs violently, spitting up a horrifying amount of blood. She stumbles back, clutching her chest as her brother screams her name. He catches her just before she falls. She holds up a hand to stop him from panicking, and turns back to the emperor, her resolve unbroken. Someone was trying to kill your children. That is contempt of imperial authority. A sly, bloody smile plays on her lips. I risked my life to report it to you. What crime did I commit? The emperor's eyes narrow, intrigued by her audacity. She presses her advantage, her face a mask of pure innocence. I believe I deserve a reward, father. The absolute guts on this girl, the empress screeches, that's complete nonsense. She argues that if he lets this slide, the laws of the land will be meaningless. But our girl plays her trump card. Law, she asks sweetly. Father, you are the law, and just like that, the icy emperor melts, a proud smile spreading across his face. He lets out a booming laugh. You are right, I am the law, I can reward anyone I like. He summons his attendant and issues a decree. The 7th princess is heretofore conferred with the title of Princess Sunrise and rewarded with the Infinity Hall. He's not done. Prince Ju is rewarded with the Harmony Hall. They can move into their new halls now. The empress and her followers can only stand there seething in defeat. But the victory comes at a cost, the adrenaline fades. And our girl's world goes blurry before she collapses. Her brother holds her, desperately pleading for her to be okay. She whispers that she's fine, but her hand falls limp. She's completely unconscious. He screams her name in pure terror. He holds her fragile body close, staggering to his feet to get her help. He's panting, barely able to stand under her weight and his own injuries. A flash of lightning reveals how unsteady he is. He stumbles, and they both go down hard. They lie in a heap on the rain-soaked ground. With a grunt of effort, he pulls himself up, cradling her in his arms. It's all my fault, sister, he sobs, his voice breaking. You are everything to me. If something happened to you, how could I keep living? He trembles as he gently wipes the blood from her face. He tries to lift her again, but his strength gives out and he collapses once more. Seeing his children in such a state, the emperor finally snaps into action. Quick, go get the doctor, he roars. He threatens the scrambling physicians with dismemberment if they delay, and they run for their lives. Our girl is laid in a comfortable bed with doctors bustling around her. Prince Ju refuses to leave her side. When one doctor tries to turn her over to treat a wound on her back, he roughly dabs medicine on it, making her flinch. Ju snatches the medicine from his hand. "Give that to me. Clumsy idiot, go away," he snarls, dismissing the doctor. He looks at the medicine, his heart aching. "Sister is sensitive to pain, leave it to me." He tenderly blows on her wound before carefully applying the treatment, dabbing it so gently. When an official suggests he get his own wounds treated, Ju refuses. "I'm not leaving sister until she wakes," he declares. The emperor watches from the doorway, a flicker of softness in his eyes. He thinks the boy is stubborn like his mother and that his daughter is more resolute than he ever was. Meanwhile, in the empress's chambers, things are less peaceful. A vase shatters as she screams in fury. Why does his majesty favor her too? She rants about the sunrise princess title before smashing another vase. The crown prince Gongqi walks in on her tantrum. He calmly dismisses the terrified maid, and his mother calls him over. She laments how the emperor ignores his perfect son in favor of the B***starred. She grabs his face, demanding to know if he's angry. He feigns confusion, and in her rage, she lets the secret slip, calling Ju a B***starred again before freezing in horror. She quickly backpedals, claiming she was just angry at the emperor. She tries to steer the conversation back to her hatred for the siblings. But the crown prince is lost in thought. He recalls our girl's fierce defiance, her toughness. He admits to himself that he's always had to protect Ju. But our girl has an indomitable spirit. "And I like them too," he tells his mother to rest, and takes his leave. As he walks through the palace, he asks an attendant for news. He stops to hear the report. The maid tells him the princess is seriously injured. He looks concerned, deciding he'll personally bring her a special powder to prevent scars. 10 days later, our girl is still asleep, with her brother faithfully by her side. Finally, her eyes flutter open. She looks down at her sleeping brother and whispers his name. She gently strokes his hair, and his eyes open. He bolts upright, grabbing her hand in disbelief. "Sister, you're awake." He pulls her into a desperate hug, telling her how scared he was. She comforts him, then declares she's starving. She playfully pinches his cheeks to lighten the mood. He immediately dashes off to get food, and soon a feast is laid before them. Ju piles food onto her plate, a huge smile on his face. Our girl digs in, thinking this is a world away from the scraps of the cold palace. She notices her brother isn't eating, so she shoves a huge piece of food in his mouth, teasing him about getting chubby. He protests, but happily eats what she gives him. He thinks to himself that no royal feast could ever be better than this. They're finally free with a new life ahead of them. After the meal, he tells her he's off to his lessons, giving her a big hug goodbye. Once he's gone, her maids gossip. One of them nervously announces that the crown maybe, then a brilliant, wicked idea strikes her. She'll handle him just like she handles Ju. When her maid offers to send him away, she smirks. "Why should I be afraid of a scumbag? Bring him here." The crown prince arrives, walking into the stunning Supreme Hall. He sees our princess and is immediately smitten by how sweet and cute she looks. She plays her part perfectly, asking if she can call him brother. He readily agrees, introducing himself. She beams, exclaiming how handsome he is, the most attractive person she's ever seen. He's a bit flustered, gently lecturing her that a girl should be more reserved. Her inner monologue is pure fire. Asterisk reserved, asterisk if she had been, he wouldn't have fallen for that snake Sumayolan. He quickly backtracks, saying her lack of refinement is fine with him. He pats her on the head, a charming smile on his face. "You are my sister, you can say that to me." All the while, her poor brother is stuck in his lessons, completely unaware of the wolf that just entered the sheep's den. All right, let's dive right back into this chaotic roller coaster. Our story picks up with the crown prince laying it on thick. "Your wounds are barely healed," he says, oozing concern. "I bring you some very effective beauty powder to remove the scars." He presents a small, delicate bottle to our unsuspecting heroine, Chi. She looks at it a little stunned. She thinks to herself that this stuff is extremely precious. He's a crown prince, and yet he gifted it to her on their first real meeting. Maybe he really does see her as a sister. "Thank you, Chi, I'll go apply it right now," she chirps before turning to bolt. "Slow down, be careful," he calls after her, the perfect picture of a caring brother. But the second she's in her room, the act drops. She slams the door shut with a loud thud. Her maid jumps. "What are you doing, princess?" she asks, trying to open the screen door. Chi peeks through the curtain, her voice a hushed whisper. "Zin, has the crown prince left?" Her maid is a little confused. "Yes, he's long gone. The crown prince is so smart, he took the hint that you wanted him to leave." Our girl breathes a massive sigh of relief. Good, I successfully flattered him and accepted his gift, she thinks. The real mission was to make sure her boy Ju wasn't displeased. An hour passes in the quiet palace. We find our precious Ju sleeping peacefully, but someone is approaching his bed. He snaps awake, grabbing the intruder's wrist with lightning speed. "Who is it?" "It's our girl Yamo." "Oh, it's you," he says, his voice softening instantly. "You scared me half to death." He immediately asks, "Did anybody come here this afternoon?" She casually mentions the crown prince stopping by with some beauty powder. "He seems to be a nice guy," she adds innocently. Ju's face turns to stone. "Brother crown prince," he repeats, his voice laced with ice. He sits up, his eyes flashing. "Sister, I applied 2 bottles of the powder that father gave you. You won't have any scars. Why did you accept his thing?" He pulls her down onto the bed, his grip possessive. He leans in close, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Are you jealous? He whispers. But our girl is a master of this game. She holds up the bottle he gave her. Of course, I know that I don't need this, she says sweetly. I took it because I wanted to give it to you. His anger melts away in an instant. She explains how the palace pharmacy only makes 3 bottles a year and now he has the last one. He looks down, completely smitten. Sister, you're always looking out for me, aren't you? He pulls her into a hug. She just pats his head, teasing, you jealous brat, I knew you would bicker with me about it. Of course, I'm looking out for you. She smiles at him, her heart full. And then she drops a bomb. I almost forgot. The beauty powder also makes your skin healthy and smooth. Come, undo your clothes, I'll apply it for you. Ju immediately panics. Sister, my wounds have healed, I don't need. He curls up into an adorable, flustered ball. She is not having it. You're so pale, you think that's what's going on with your so-called healing? She scolds. He tries one last time. Sister, I needn't bother you, I'll have the maid apply it. She grabs his wrist, her expression firm. No, no one else can do it, I don't trust anyone in the palace. She leans in, her voice a low threat. You had better listen to me, or I'll have to use force. Defeated, he whispers, I'll do it myself. He slowly starts to remove his robes. He is more and more disobedient, she thinks with a sigh. She smirks, wagging a finger. Come on, be quick. He looks absolutely mortified, holding the bottle. He finally relents, shrugging off his outer robe and, hello, abs. Our girl freezes for a second, a little stunned. She thinks, he was raised by my own hands, what did they do to him? She gently touches his chest. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt at all, he replies, trying to sound tough. She marvels that his shoulders are so bony, yet he managed to break into the forbidden palace to save her. She pours the powder into her hand. Your hand is so cold, sister, he murmurs. She begins to apply it to his skin, but he suddenly grabs her wrist. Sister, he starts, his voice strained. She looks at him, confused by his reaction. What? Don't hold me up, be good and let me finish, she says, but then she realizes something. How come you have no feeling when you touch me? It must only be me who feels it. She playfully pokes his chest, and he turns bright red. You are really killing me, sister, he groans. He looks down, his face a mask of guilt. Those awful people who hurt you, amend them, I'm to blame, I didn't protect you. Trying to distract her, he says, sister, don't be upset, I'll tell you some good news. He puffs out his chest. My teacher praised me today for my unique insights and sharp observations. Her reaction, a flat O. She scoffs, was it supposed to be surprising? Of course, a kid I raised would be outstanding. He looks confused. Why isn't sister pleased? He keeps digging his own grave. Father thought I knew nothing. He tested me. I was rewarded for my performance. She snaps, have you forgotten what I told you? She lectures him about not revealing his talents too quickly. He immediately panics. Sister, don't be mad. I always follow your instruction. My performance is usually mediocre. Today was an exception. He looks terrified. Okay, but if you act that way again, I'll punish you. She warns, poking his nose. He shrinks back, looking like a chastised puppy. Okay, sister, I know I was wrong. He looks up at her with those big sad eyes. Don't be angry. Just as she's about to soften, he startles. Her finger is tracing a line down his abs. He shivers. Sister, I'll do it myself, he says, trying to take her hand away. She grabs his hand right back. What is it now? She asks, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Is little Ju being shy? He looks away, completely embarrassed. Ju, you are too innocent, it's not good, she thinks to herself. He sputters, I'm not shy, sister, stop making fun of me. Stand still, she orders. Okay, he mumbles. She looks at him, a wave of fondness washing over her. The boy I raised. He grows quite well, she thinks, a proud glimmer in her eye. She warns him, you must be careful not to be seduced by other girls. As she turns to leave, he pulls on her sleeve, stumbling right into her. He looks her dead in the eyes. There are no other girls can get near me except you. She freezes, her mind reeling. Somehow Ju has grown up without my knowing, she thinks. He is so convincing when he is serious. She tries to play it off. What are you talking about? Someday you'll have to get married. If your wife can't get near you, how do you expect to have children? He grabs her hand, refusing to let go. I don't care if I have children or not. You're the one who cares about me most. You're the only one I need. He squeezes her hand tightly. Her heart aches. What a sweet and obedient kid, she thinks, tears welling in her eyes. I have to find you a good girl in this life. And then in a moment of pure emotional chaos, she literally kicks him out. Ass out of my sight. 1 month later, Ju is heading off to his lessons, looking dapper and healed. But as he walks, he overhears some nasty gossip. 2 shadowy figures sneer that he's only favored because of the Sunrise Princess and has no talent of his own. They mock the gifts the Emperor gives her, implying Ju is nothing without her. Ju's fists clench. If his sister hadn't forbidden him from fighting, he'd wipe the floor with them. Suddenly, a voice commands, halt. What is it? Ju asks, turning around. A smarmy-looking prince named Gong Kai approaches him. Nothing, I just want to know what a prince who depends on a woman looks like, he sneers. He gets right in Ju's personal space. You're even prettier than the maids in my palace, he says, practically spitting the insult. Ju, ever the bigger person, just turns to leave. Coward, Gong Kai yells, didn't you hear that I was humiliating you? Ju pauses, a cool expression on his face. You must be jealous of my looks, that's why you say such words, he says with savage calm. I won't stay around and keep making you upset. But Gong Kai grabs him. Are you implying that I'm ugly? He yanks on Ju's robes. What's the good of a pretty face? He snarls. My mother said Gong Yimo would leave you sooner or later. You won't be so arrogant once you have nobody to rely on. Ju's calm facade cracks. Did you say that sister would abandon me? He asks, his voice trembling. Yes, so what? Gong Kai shouts, shoving him back. I'll wait to see how arrogant you are then. As Ju stumbles, Gong Kai lands the final blow. You're nothing without her. You're a loser who lives off a woman. That's it, Ju runs, heading straight for the one person who can give him answers. Oh, Prince Ju, what brings you here? The Empress Dowager asks. After lessons today, I ran into Kai, Ju explains, his face grim. What he told me puzzled me. So I have come to inquire from you. The Empress Dowager's eyes gleam with malice. He cares so much about that little girl. I would love to see them torn apart. She smiles sweetly. Ho, what did he say that puzzled you? Ju explains that Kai claimed Yimo would leave him one day, and he needs to know the truth. The Empress Dowager's smile turns cruel. Prince Ju, do you have any idea how Yimo's mother died? She covers her mouth in mock surprise. Of course you don't know, then she drops the bombshell. It's because it was your mother who killed her. Ju's world shatters. But how could it have been my mother? He gasps, his face pale with shock. Does sister know it? Can't you take it? I've only told you part of it, she taunts. Do you know who killed your mother? She leans in, her voice a venomous whisper. Do you know who ordered me to do it? The emperor was furious. He issued a decree executing your mother. And for the final, soul-crushing blow, I was the knife in the emperor's hand. She laughs a terrible, triumphant sound. Now you know the truth of your mother's death. I'm wondering how you two will manage to get along, ha ha ha. As a shell-shocked Ju leaves, she calls after him, leaving in such a hurry. Are you going to tell Yimo the truth? Don't you think it would be better to keep this to yourself? Otherwise, she might hate you. Meanwhile, back at the Supreme Hall, Yimo is happily setting out pastries for Ju. Keep these for Ju coming back from lessons. These are his favorite, she tells her maid, a warm smile on her face. But just outside, hidden behind a pillar, Ju trembles, the Empress Dowager's words echoing in his mind. How can I face sister? He whispers, his heart breaking. Will she abandon me? All right, let's dive into this emotional roller coaster. Our princess is taking a moment for herself, wondering where her brother has been. Her servant confirms he's been gone for 5 whole days, and a feeling of dread creeps in. But before she can even process it, a guard bursts in with chaotic news. Prince Ju beat up the 14th prince, and now the emperor is furious. Our girl is shocked. How dare he make father angry? She spins around and slams her hand on the table in frustration. Without a second thought, she decides she has to go help him. She rushes to the Imperial Academy, pushing open the doors and calling out for her father. But instead of a greeting, a cup comes flying right at her head. Her father roars, "Take a look at the brother you've spoiled." She deftly dodges the projectile as it shatters on the floor. The emperor is absolutely livid, ranting about how Ju not only disobeyed but attacked his own brother. We see the man himself, the emperor, pointing an accusing finger. But Ju, kneeling on the floor, immediately tries to protect her, insisting this has nothing to do with his sister. Like a protective mother bear, she swoops in front of her brother. Shut up, she snaps at him, not her father. The emperor looks on, feeling completely justified in his anger. But then our girl pulls a fast one. She runs straight to her father, hugging his arm with an adorable pout. Father, take it easy, she coos, he's just a kid. She gently caresses his arm, trying to soothe the raging beast. Her expression then turns icy as she glares at the guards. What on earth happened? Who can tell me? She demands. A man steps forward to explain. Apparently, the 14th prince saw Ju carving a wooden doll that looked exactly like her, made fun of him for it, and Ju absolutely lost it, beating him severely. She glances at her brother, a flicker of worry on her face. Is he running a fever? She knows she has to end this quickly and get him to a doctor. What did the 14th prince say? She asks, her voice low and dangerous. The man reveals the devastating words. The prince called their relationship incestuous and a disgrace to the royal family. And this hits hard because she knows she's not the emperor's biological daughter. This wasn't just an insult. This was a political attack meant to get them both killed. Her eyes narrow with cold fury. This was a calculated move. That's complete nonsense. She roars, demanding to hear every fabricated story they spread. A servant tries to calm her, but it's no use. She whirls back to her father, a fiery accusation in her eyes. Did you just throw that doll at me because you believed them asterisk? The emperor looks away, grumbling that he had a reason to be mad. Ridiculous, she yells, slamming the table again. And then the heart-wrenching story comes pouring out. She tells them about her time in the cold palace, sick with tuberculosis, where Ju was the only one who took care of her. He was beaten nearly to death just for trying to find them leftover food. He was her only light in that darkness. Ju looks up, his own eyes filled with tears. He explains that they learned defensive skills together so no one could bully them anymore. Wiping her own tears, she declares that Ju is her family, her friend, her companion, her everything. They shared everything, from a handkerchief to a bed on rainy nights when the roof leaked. She was his sister, his teacher, and his mother all in one. She stares her father down, her voice trembling with raw emotion. Father, will you put us in a cage and drown us in the river? The emperor is stunned into silence. He looks completely dazed as she picks up the small wooden doll from the floor. She explains it was meant to be her birthday gift, but now someone has spitefully interfered. She says, her voice dripping with venom. She then reminds him that he was the one who threw her into the cold palace and who killed her mother. Ju was my only companion through all those years, she cries. Why shouldn't I care for him and protect him? Her eyes flash with savage loyalty. Even if he had killed the 14th prince, I would stand by Ju's side. She then offers herself up. Send me back to the cold palace, but be lenient with Ju. Her brother staggers to his feet, screaming no. He grabs onto her, refusing to let her go. But just then, the emperor sighs, rubbing his forehead. Did I ever say that I suspected you? He clarifies that he was just angry that Ju beat up his brother and refused to apologize. Without hesitation, our heroine drops to her knees. In that case, I am to blame. Punish me, father. Enraged by her constant self-sacrifice, he snaps. Fine, go kneel at the entrance of the Imperial Academy for 6 hours. She accepts her punishment without a word. As she leaves, Ju cries out for her, but the emperor just watches her go, sighing that she's a headache. He thinks to himself that if her mother had possessed half of her daughter's fire, things might have ended differently. Our girl dutifully begins her punishment, kneeling outside. But Ju soon appears, telling her to go wait inside. And then the absolute sweetheart kneels down right next to her. She chides him, worried it will cause more trouble. But he doesn't care. He just wants to be with her. Suddenly, his strength gives out and he collapses into her arms. She touches his forehead and realizes he's burning up. She quickly pulls out some medicine, but he weakly grabs her hand. Your hand is so cold, sister, he murmurs, pressing it to his hot cheek. As a servant frets about his high fever, Ju whispers for him not to tell her. Too late, tell me, she demands. The servant whispers the shocking truth in her ear, and her face contorts with rage. She holds her brother back inside. Kneel down, she commands. He meekly obeys. She points a trembling finger at him. Good for you, it's not poison. It's a love potion, a girl gave you that stuff, she shrieks, poking his forehead. She can't believe his stupidity, but he shouts back, his voice cracking. No, you told me that a good man only loves one woman in his life. His innocent, devoted words stop her dead in her tracks. He looks up at her with such pure adoration. Idiot, she whispers, her anger melting away. She asks why he's been avoiding her for 5 days. A servant reveals he had visited concubine Zion's hall, and our girl immediately understands. You are an idiot, she yells, her anger returning full force. Zin, bring me my sword. The servant presents the blade. She marches over to her kneeling brother and draws the sword. Asterisk bang, asterisk, she smacks his outstretched hands with the flat of the blade. I thought we were closer than that. She cries, hurt that he would believe someone else's lies over her. As tears stream down her face, he panics. Sister, don't cry, he pleads, hugging her legs like a lost puppy. She drops the sword and tries to push him away, but he clings to her. He asks if she minds about his mother killing hers. She snaps at him, calling him stupid and reminding him that he has been her family all these years, not some long-dead woman. With a pained look, he cries no and pulls her into a desperate hug. She finally softens, a small smile gracing her lips as she pats his head. She tells him he's the person she trusts most in the world. Then she asks for the wooden doll he carved. He looks startled, then makes a hasty excuse about having something urgent to do before fleeing the room. As he runs off into the night, he thinks to himself, Sister, how could I tell you the truth about that love potion? He clutches his chest, panting as the heat returns. A flashback reveals the truth. The cunning concubine Zion found him alone, asking if he was unwell. She offered a massage, her hands creeping all over him as he sweated and squirmed, completely trapped. That conniving witch hour story explodes into chaos as the crown prince shoves a woman away from him, screaming F***CK off. She tumbles to the floor, stunned, as he panics and bolts from the room. Wham! He slams the door to another chamber, trying to escape. He's wheezing, desperately trying to catch his breath as he calls out for the only person on his mind, Yimo. He clutches his chest, face flushed red as memories of Gongju flood his mind. Sweet, innocent memories. And some not-so-innocent ones. The prince flinches, remembering a shirtless Gongju, and desperately tries to block out the image. He recalls hiding under the covers like a shy little bunny. And then a more tender moment, Gongju holding his face, a whispered confession that he's not feeling well. Snapping back to reality, he grabs a bucket of cold water with a loud thump and dunks his entire head under, trying to shock the thoughts away. He surfaces with a splash, gasping for air, the water doing little to cool his fevered mind. I'm really going crazy, he thinks, dripping wet as he grabs a book, needing any distraction he can find. But it's no use, his heart aches for Yimo. An adorable chibai version of her pops into his head as he admits he just can't stop thinking about her. He stares blankly at the object in his hands, lost in a world of longing. Meanwhile, in the throne room, a serious political discussion is underway. But one crusty old minister is more concerned with our girl Yimo's presence, questioning why a woman is allowed in the meeting at all. The emperor, her father, shuts him down quick. He boasts that Princess Sunrise is brilliant, her inventions benefiting the entire country. Gongju steps forward, his voice firm. Why can't she sit here? He challenges, silencing the minister. The emperor moves on, turning the discussion to the troubled northwest. The ministers drone on, but Yimo is focused, remembering this is the opportunity Gongju told her about, an opportunity tied to her grandfather, who commands the military in that very region. Just then, a minister suggests that her grandfather, Prince Zhangxi, is getting too old and should be forced to retire. Yimo internally scoffs at his noble intentions. knowing it's just a pathetic power grab. The left Grand Minister doubles down, arguing they should cut her grandfather's military forces in half. The Emperor turns to Yimo, gently touching her head, asking for her thoughts. Our girl doesn't hesitate. She shakes her head, her voice ringing with defiance. Whoever came up with this suggestion should be replaced. Absolutely stupid. The minister is shook. Stuttering, he challenges her to come up with a better idea. With a savage little smirk, she calls for paper and a brush. It's time for a lesson. She stands before the stunned court, explaining that the Northwest's drought problem isn't a lack of water, but a problem of evaporation. She sketches out a wild-looking design, leaving the old men completely baffled. What's this? They mutter. She explains her brilliant plan, an underground network of shafts and a teapot-shaped reservoir to collect melted snow. By keeping the water underground, it won't evaporate, solving the drought once and for all. And who is the most qualified person to oversee this massive project? Why, her grandfather, of course. This not only secures his position, but also gives Gongju a chance to gain influence. The Emperor is beaming with pride. Yimo is totally right, he declares, patting her head. She leans in for a hug, but she's not done yet. As a reward, she wants to go to the Northwest and supervise the project herself, because she doesn't trust these stupid officials. Her father immediately refuses, but she has a backup plan. Well, you could appoint Gongju to do it, she suggests. The Emperor agrees it's a practical idea. And just like that, it's decided. Gongju gets the appointment. He looks at Yimo, his eyes filled with determination. I will not let you down, he vows. Later, Yimo helps him pack for his long journey, offering him a priceless golden silk jacket for protection. He gently refuses, but she snaps, listing all the recent times his life was in danger. Don't you need this jacket? The air grows heavy with emotion. With tears in her eyes, she begs him to take care of himself. He pulls her into a tender embrace. I'll be back soon, he promises. He whispers that she's the only one he sees, and her heart trembles. She's flustered, wondering why this boy younger than her makes her feel so pampered. It must be an illusion, she tells herself. She quickly changes the subject, remembering another gift she has for him, a dagger from her father. As she rummages through her things to find it, Gongju watches her, his gaze intense and unwavering. She finally pulls out the dagger, but a small book slides out with it. What is? He asks, spotting the book. She panics, but he's too quick. He picks it up and his eyes widen. Yimo, why would you read such a book? She denies it's hers, and with a mischievous grin, she declares, actually, it's for you. She launches into a hilarious and completely inaccurate sex ed lesson, warning him to maintain his moral integrity while he's away. Fed up with her lecture, he grabs her arm and crashes his lips against hers. The world explodes in a shower of flower petals. He pulls back just enough to look into her stunned eyes. Like this, he asks softly. She gulps, her mind reeling. She babbles that a simple kiss can't make babies, so what else is there to do? He gently pushes her back, explaining that people have to be naked together. Mortified, she immediately goes back into lecture mode, ordering him not to do that to anyone else. Looking utterly defeated but also ridiculously cute, he blushes and agrees. The next day, a visitor named Chi arrives. Yimo finds out he's also there to see Gongju off, so she decides to join him. As they walk, Chi agrees to make sure they're treated well in the hall. Yimo asks what parting gift he brought. He opens a box to reveal a magnificent dagger. Yimo is delighted, knowing Gongju will love it. Chi, completely captivated, promises to find an even better one for her someday. He's utterly lost in her smile, realizing in that moment he's been struck by her beauty. But when they arrive, a maid informs them Gongju is out selecting a warhorse. A sly look crosses Yimo's face. This is the perfect chance to talk to Chi alone. She invites him for some sightseeing and wine on the lake, and he eagerly agrees. As they sit and drink, Chi praises the wonderful wine. Yimo smiles, the pleasantries are over. The reason I invited you here, she says, her tone shifting, is that I have to ask for your help with something. But they're not alone. Hiding in the bushes, a familiar face watches them, his expression turning dark. It's Gongju, and he just saw a single green leaf fall before his eyes. A symbol that someone is trying to steal his girl. All right, buckle up, buttercups, because the drama is about to get spicy. Our girl is in the middle of a secret meeting with Chi, dropping some serious intel. She tells him she knows all about the shady dealings happening with the grain supply for Gongju's big mission. She lays it all out, suspecting a full-blown sabotage plot to swap the good relief materials with low-quality junk. Chi, ever the loyal friend, immediately asks what he can do to help. She needs his military contacts to escort the real materials out of the city in 3 days. He agrees in a heartbeat, giving her his word and reaching out to give her an adorable little head pat. She thanks him, and the moment she says his name, something shifts. He sees how much she cares for Gongju, and a sudden icy jealousy washes over him. His heart starts hammering in his chest. He quickly changes the subject, pointing out that it looks like it's about to rain and they should head back to shore. But as he tries to stand, he suddenly collapses with a loud bang asterisk. Our girl whirls around in shock, crying out his name. He's on the floor of the boat, panting and clutching his chest in agony. She stares in horror as his eyes flash with a terrifying, murderous glint. A cold, brutal thought races through his mind. A prince with an illness can never rule. Anyone who witnesses his weakness must be killed. His hand moves towards a small hidden box, his resolve hardening. But our girl is faster. What are you doing? She asks, already moving to help him. She tells him to calm down, revealing she's known about his secret illness for a long time and has never told a soul. You can trust me, she insists, her gaze unwavering. She presses down on his chest, using her knowledge to stabilize him. He lets out a wheezing breath, the killing intent slowly draining from his eyes. The small box clatters to the floor. He can't do it. He can't bring himself to kill asterisk her asterisk. Later, safely back on shore, she instructs a servant to look after Chi, fibbing that he just caught a cold. As he's led away, she clutches her head, breathing a silent prayer of thanks. That was way too close. Just then, a figure appears before her. It's Gongju, his eyes covered by a blindfold. How long have you been standing there? She asks, startled. Without a word, he grabs her wrist, his voice low and possessive. From now on, you can't be alone with the crown prince. She's utterly confused as he pulls her in and ruffles her hair. He pulls her into a sudden tight hug, murmuring, "You little brat, how dare you pet my head?" His voice softens instantly. "I only want to see you happy," he whispers. She pushes back just enough to look at him, a radiant smile on her face. "Okay, now I'm happy too." He just gulps, completely captivated, thinking how much he wishes she could be his wife. But our girl's mind is on one thing: snacks. She tugs his sleeve and he can only smile and agree. A few days later, the mission begins. Troops march out from the Imperial city gates. The villains watch from the shadows, confident that the small, divided troops will be easy to intercept. They're baffled by the Crown Prince's orders to keep the supplies at the south gate, calling it a silly decoy. The head villain smirks, sending his men to find the real supplies, planning to swap them with his sincere gift of rotten grain. Meanwhile, our heroine waits at a pavilion. Soon, a rider on a magnificent white horse appears, galloping towards her. It's Gongju. He leaps from his horse. Beaming, "Thanks to your plan, everything went well." He explains how they used wicker to hide the wagon tracks, a brilliant move that left their enemies completely clueless. He pours tea, making a toast to her. He thanks her for everything she's done, admitting all his achievements are because of her. He raises his cup again for a second toast, thanking her for being by his side when he had nothing. He then pours a third cup. This time, his voice is thick with emotion. He tells her how cruel and empty his life would have been without her. "Thank you," he says, his eyes full of love, "for coming into my life." He stands and gently cups her face, landing a soft kiss on her cheek. He mounts his horse, blows her one last kiss, and calls out, "Yimo, wait for me." And just like that, he rides off into the distance, leaving her completely stunned. But back in the palace, all hell is breaking loose. The emperor is raging, throwing a book at the empress's father and accusing him of treason. The rival minister can barely contain his glee, savoring his enemy's downfall. The entire court gets on their knees, demanding the empress be deposed. Just as her father resigns himself to his fate, the crown prince storms in. He declares the crime was his and his alone, presenting a written confession to save his family. The devastating news reaches our girl. Gongju has been taken away. A desperate maid begs her to get help from Princess Sunrise, who confesses the heartbreaking truth. Chi took the fall to protect her asterisk. The princess, bruised and broken, falls to her knees, pleading for help. Our girl knows it's a long shot, but seeing the princess's desperation, a risky plan is hatched. As the princess smashes her head against a stone railing, our girl stops her. The princess vows to do anything, even die, if she will just save Chi. Our heroine agrees to try, but makes the princess promise her one thing in return. Moments later, she bursts into the throne room. Gongju warns her to leave, but she stands her ground. "I'm not playing around," she announces, pointing an accusatory finger at the right Grand Minister. "I'm here to make an accusation." She reveals his entire scheme and drops the final bombshell. The empress was so distraught she attempted suicide, only to be saved by Chi. Chi screams out for his mother in horror. Our girl turns to the empress's father, her voice ringing with righteous fury. "Chi is sacrificing himself for you. Are you going to let him and the empress be your scapegoats?" It's the final blow. The old man breaks down, confessing to everything. "I'm sorry," he cries before dashing towards a pillar. In a final, horrifying act, he ends his own life, leaving the entire court frozen in shock and bloodshed. A court official rushes towards the fallen body of the left Grand Minister. He trembles, crying out in horror, "Your Majesty, the left Grand Minister is dead." The Crown Prince collapses to his knees in shock. Another minister scoffs, wondering if the man thought his suicide would protect his family from punishment. The Crown Prince desperately pleads his case, explaining he only uncovered the plot with another prince's help. He begs the emperor to forgive Liu's innocent relatives. Our poor heroine looks on with a worried heart. The emperor, rubbing his tired brow, declares the crown prince innocent and sends him away. But his mercy ends there. He turns an icy gaze on the kneeling prince and asks, "So, what of Liu's other relatives?" His voice booms through the hall. "Although I've forgiven you, the others can't be pardoned. They must be sentenced to death." He orders the guards to send the crown prince back to his hall immediately. But just as they move, our girl Yimo steps forward, hand outstretched. "Father," she cries. She begs for mercy on the Liu family, but the emperor snaps, accusing her of making some kind of back alley deal with them. She stands her ground. "No, I didn't. I only want to make a deal with you." She boldly offers to trade all her past contributions to the country in exchange for a royal pardon for the Liu family. The emperor is incandescent with rage. "Excellent," he roars, slamming his hand on the table. The crown prince begs him to stop, but the verdict is swift and brutal. The emperor strips Yimo of all her titles and demotes her to the status of a commoner. With tears welling in her eyes, she bows her head low. "I accept." Now a commoner, Yimo gives a servant her last bag of money, telling him to make sure Prince Gongju doesn't find out she's been exiled. But as she rides away, a reckless horseman crashes right into her, sending her flying to the pavement. The man smirks down, "Oh, aren't you Princess Sunrise?" For a second, she thinks she might be able to borrow money from him, but his next words are pure poison. "HMPH, I nearly forgot, there is no Princess Sunrise, just a commoner outcast." As she tries to walk away, he stops her and a memory clicks. This is the hot-tempered heir of Prince Ping. She recalls from her past life that this brat was poisoned at age 18. She asks his age, and a chill runs down her spine when he confirms he's 18. He gets defensive, snapping about why he should tell her. She asks what he wants and he sneers, "I just don't like the look of you." He furiously cracks his whip, sending it flying straight for her face. Our girl doesn't even flinch. She thinks, "Did I piss him off? Well, time to learn the hard way." With lightning speed, she pounces. She grabs the whip midair and gives it a savage tug, yanking the pompous heir right off his high horse. He slams onto the ground with a pathetic yelp. Yimo smirks, now holding the whip. In moments, she has him tied up like a holiday roast. The boy is absolutely scandalized, demanding she untie him. She just laughs, telling him he needs to broaden his horizons because there are no other women like her in this world. For a moment, he looks completely starstruck. Then she grabs his ear and gives it a sharp pinch. "Now can you tell me why you don't like the look of me?" He immediately caves, whimpering that it's because she makes Miss Su unhappy. Yimo is confused. He means Su Maialin, the defense minister's daughter. The boy Shia explains that Maialin is his first cousin. He launches into a tirade, accusing Yimo of stealing a treasure the crown prince gave Maialin, which made his cousin depressed for a whole month. Yimo clenches her fist, absolutely done with this drama. With a smirk, she pulls out the so-called stars with her. The scene then hilariously cuts to the story's lead writer having a meltdown because the main characters have gone off script. Back at the defense minister's mansion, Su Maialin is being advised to pursue Shia now that Yimo is out of the picture. Speak of the devil, Shia himself arrives. Presenting Maialin with the handkerchief, Yimo returned. He explains that he let Yimo stay in his house in exchange for it. Maialin's eyes gleam with a wicked idea. She invites him to a tea party and suggests he bring Yimo along to make friends. Behind her sweet smile, a trap is being set. Yimo arrives at the mansion, grumbling about being dragged into this mess. She's immediately stopped by two snooty guards, who try to throw her out. Suddenly, Maialin's voice cuts in, sweetly asking who dares to be rude to her guest. Yimo just smirks. Maialin greets her with a fake apology, but Yimo sees the sneer behind the smile. The two share an icy stare as they walk into the party. The other noble ladies in the courtyard immediately start whispering and laughing. As Yimo approaches, they mock her, saying Princess Sunrise is no more just a commoner. Maialin leads Yimo to a single, empty stone table. Yimo scoffs, "A tea party, where are the snacks and wine?" This is the cue. Maialin bursts into tears, pretending to be a bad hostess. Another girl immediately jumps to her defense, shrieking at Yimo for daring to bully Maialin. Yimo calls them out on their pathetic show, and the girl demands Yimo kneel on the ground to show her sincerity. Yimo just laughs. She stands up, her voice dangerously calm. "Do you all want me to prostrate myself?" "Are you sure?" she asks with a sly grin, revealing a glimmering jade token. A woman in blue screams at someone off-screen, demanding they get on the ground. Meanwhile, another woman, the queen, smirks wickedly. She boasts about killing dozens of assassins before, unsheathing a dagger with a sinister glint in her eye. She toys with the blade, looking far too comfortable with it. "You're intentionally making things difficult for me," she coos. She leans in, her voice a venomous whisper. "Are you trying to get me to practice my skills?" We flash to another scene where a woman in blue is forced to flop to the ground before Princess Sunrise. Sunrise smirks, thinking how much she enjoys the moment people realize they can't get rid of her. She might not have power, but she knows who does. And speak of the devil, the powerful Princess Royal Hanyu arrives with her entourage, a storm cloud in red silk. She sets her sights on our girl Yimo, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "You seem to forget you are no longer a princess, but a humble commoner." She points to the ground. "Get your ass over here and kneel." The mastermind behind this little ambush, Princess Sunrise, watches from the side, absolutely giddy. She thinks to herself, "Luckily, I invited Princess Royal to the party. Gong Yimo, you're doomed now." But our girl doesn't even flinch. "Princess Royal, have you forgotten?" she asks calmly. "The emperor may have deposed me, but he said I never had to show deference to anyone." Yimo presses on, a sly smile on her face. "Does that mean he also deprived me of this right?" She points out that the princess is the one being rude, and technically, Yimo has the right to punish her asterisk. The Princess Royal scoffs, "That's true enough." But then her face twists into a mask of rage as she points a finger at Yimo. "Therefore, guards, Gong Yimo behaves rudely in public, strip her clothes and drive her away." While the princess fumes, Yimo just looks amused by the whole chaotic display. Our girl gives her a pitying smile. "Princess Royal, did you become this stupid because you're so indulged in your male pets?" she asks, her voice dripping with sweet poison. The princess absolutely loses her mind, screeching for her guards to kill her. Her ladies-in-waiting rush to hold her back, begging her to calm down. But it's too late, the crowd is already whispering about her male pets. Yemo continues her savage takedown, mocking the princess's pathetic martial arts skills. The princess can only sputter, pointing a trembling finger. You, guards, where are they? I'll kill this woman, she screams into the air. On cue, a squad of Imperial guards swarms the courtyard, their swords drawn. They surround our heroine, ready to strike. But a powerful voice cuts through the tension. Who dare hurt her? An arm wraps protectively around Yemo as a man declares, I am the heir of Prince Ping. It's Shen Xie. He stands between Yemo and the guards like a protective wall. She is under my protection, he announces. No one is to lay a finger on her. His friend frantically tries to pull him back, hissing that this is a matter for the Imperial family and they can't intervene. Yemo completely ignores the guards and turns her attention back to the sputtering princess. Princess Royal, you are really stupid, she says, almost sadly. It would be better to hide than to be used as someone's tool. The princess snaps, her eyes wild. Shut up, don't you understand? She looks completely unhinged, ready to explode. But Yemo is faster. In one fluid motion, she whips out a jade pendant and shoves it in the princess's face. The princess freezes, her eyes widening in pure shock. It's the Imperial Command Token, a symbol of the Emperor's direct authority. The entire courtyard gasps in unison. What the hell is it? The princess whispers in disbelief. In an instant, every single guard drops to their knees, shouting, Long live the Emperor. They all prostrate themselves on the ground before the token. The Princess Royal collapses, utterly defeated and humiliated. She seethes, wondering why the Emperor would give such power to an imbecile who keeps gigolos. Later, Yemo confronts the snake who set her up, Princess Sunrise. So this is your tea party? Where are the flowers, the dishes? She asks with a saccharine smile. She then turns to her handsome protector, Shen Xie, and suggests they enjoy some wine together. Xie grins, good idea, let's enjoy the wine as much as we can. Meanwhile, in another part of the country, a guard kneels before Yemo's brother, the Crown Prince. The guard begs for forgiveness, admitting he collaborated with Princess Sunrise to set Yemo up. He presses his forehead to the floor, terrified of the prince's wrath. The Crown Prince's friend explodes, grabbing the guard by the collar. How can I stand by and let Yemo suffer? He roars. The prince pushes him off, his voice dangerously calm. Tell everyone we're returning to the Imperial City. He stands, his eyes burning with a cold fire. Now, at once. He grabs his cloak, ready to ride out that very second. But his attendant stops him, pleading with him to think. Your Highness, the princess is worried about you. She won't you disappoint her if you go back now? The prince freezes, his anger faltering. The attendant presses on, reminding him that Yemo is strong and wants to see him succeed. But the prince's heart aches. What's the point of success without her? He snaps back. The attendant is taken aback by his raw emotion. He insists that Yemo is not an ordinary girl and that going back now would only disappoint her. The prince's fist clenches at his side. Will she get disappointed in me? He wonders, torn. Finally, his resolve hardens. I'll never let her down, he vows. That night, a very drunk Yemo is being supported by Shen Xie. He teases her about her low tolerance. She drunkenly insists, I'm not drunk. She stumbles against him, her hand landing on his chest. Why do you stare at me? She mumbles. He smiles gently. You remind me of my mother. She used to act wildly when she was drunk too. Yemo decides to cheer him up, pulling him close. I'll dance for you and you give me a smile, okay? She claps playfully, a beautiful, carefree smile lighting up her face. My father hasn't even seen my dance, you are so lucky. She begins to spin and twirl under the moonlight, a breathtaking sight among the blossoms. Xie watches, completely mesmerized. But in her drunken state, she loses her footing and stumbles. Ah, she cries, falling backward. Xie reacts instantly, catching her and pulling her into his arms. As he holds her, a memory surfaces of her whispering a promise to help him if he was ever in danger. Her face so close to his. He holds her sleeping form and thinks, girl, I will remember your words. But an icy voice shatters the moment. What are you doing? It's the Crown Prince, his eyes blazing with jealousy. Xie doesn't let go of Yemo. Oh, your highness, how strange to see you here at night. The Crown Prince's jaw tightens. Please give me my sister back. Xie holds her tighter. If I recall, she has no relationship with you now. She is my friend. Our girl is completely passed out, oblivious to the testosterone-fueled standoff. The Crown Prince is livid. You even took a girl for a drink. He snarls, trying to pull Yemo away. The prince shoves him back, taking Yemo into his own arms. He glares at Xie, a clear warning in his eyes. As he carries our girl away, he says, I'll let you off this time, but don't pester her again. Xie clenches his fists, retorting, you can't decide who she plays with. The prince just gives him a dark, challenging look before walking away. He lays Yemo gently in her bed, softly chiding her sleeping form. You little rascal, I was so worried about you. He smiles fondly, watching her sleep. As he caresses her cheek, she murmurs his name and his heart aches. How can I not worry about you? He whispers. He can't resist, he leans down and steals a gentle kiss from her lips. But as she sleeps, she pushes him away, muttering another man's name. Gongju, stop it. The prince's face instantly darkens with jealousy. Just then, a servant bursts in. Your highness, bad news, something happened to the queen. The prince whips around what? The servant explains that evidence of the queen murdering imperial heirs has been found, and the emperor is furious. The prince's face turns grim. Get me a horse, I'm going to the imperial palace, now. The next day, the emperor confronts him. He lays out the queen's horrific crimes, the evidence undeniable. The prince kneels, begging for his mother's life. She did it all to keep my status as crown prince, he pleads. If you can forgive her, I'm willing to give up the throne. The emperor explodes with fury, grabbing his son's chin. I gave you the throne, you have no right to give it up, he roars before ordering the queen to be confined to her palace. The deposed prince walks away in a daze, knowing this is the end. He wanders the palace grounds completely broken, as servants whisper about his downfall. Suddenly, a servant runs up to him with more horrifying news. The queen, she wants to commit suicide. He sprints to the Phoenix Palace, screaming for his mother. He finds her sitting calmly, but she tells him he's no longer a prince. She raises a dagger to her own throat. He lunges, grabbing her hand and knocking the blade to the floor. Trust me, mother, he begs, but she only looks at him with pity, telling him they don't have the power to win. He returns to his own courtyard, defeated. Yamo's maid is waiting, telling him the princess was worried. He finds our girl calmly practicing her writing. She looks up, her eyes full of concern, and asks about his mother. He tells her everything, his voice heavy with despair. He tries to change the subject, asking if she's comfortable here, but she gently touches his cheek, refusing to let him hide his pain. He finally breaks, collapsing against her. I'm exhausted, I don't want to be the crown prince anymore. She just holds him. Now that you are tired, have a rest. He hugs her tightly, moved by her simple comfort. I thought you would advise me against it. You're so different from them. As he holds her, he can't help but think that after all this, she will surely ask to leave the capital for good. Here we go, our story kicks off with the prince getting some unsolicited advice from his sister. Leave the capital? He asks, completely baffled. He reminds her their father said only the qualified person would succeed the throne, and he intends to be that person. But our girl has a master plan. She explains their enemies will set another trap, so it's better to go on the offensive. Take charge of the canal project in the south, she urges, laying out her brilliant strategy to gain public support. He's not convinced. You want me to build the canal? He scoffs, pointing out it's a massive waste of resources. He's worried the throne will be settled before he ever gets a chance to turn things around. But our little schemer is one step ahead. She promises to help with money and stop the ministers from messing with him, giving him a timeline of just 1 or 2 years. With a confident smirk, she declares that once it's done, his achievements will be unmatched. He's sold. Wonderful, a great idea, he exclaims, but he has one condition. He wants Gongju to be a part of it. Our girl flinches. Gongju again. Her brother insists, explaining that Gongju has the skills and his station is close by, making him the perfect candidate for the job. He warns her that if they rush, other greedy nobles will try to swoop in and steal the credit. She just gives him a sly smile. Then it's better to give it to Gongju than to be robbed by them. She's not worried though. Don't worry, I have a way to persuade father. She leans in close, whispering her chaotic plan right into his ear. His eyes widen. I see. He's completely on board and tells her to get it done. He'll wait for her at the city entrance so they can leave for the south together. But waiting is so boring. Our poor heroine is practically melting from the tediousness of it all. Suddenly, she hears a swish from behind her. A wild, pretty boy appears. He pops up over the walls looking down at her. She's surprised. Oh, it's you, she says, asking why he's climbing the wall like a stray cat. He shushes her, blaming her crazy brother for the tight security. He then dangles an offer. There is a fun place, are you interested? Well, she is bored. Really? She asks, her interest piqued. The fun place turns out to be a private room in a tea house. She gives him a skeptical look. He just tells her to be patient and that they need to talk business first. Another man at the table jumps in. What business do you have? He asks, reminding her that they've met before. This is Lai Qi, the finance minister's son, and he wants in on the canal project. Our girl is unimpressed. She basically tells them they're only good for running errands, but she'll allow it. The rich boys are ecstatic, bowing and thanking her. But in the back, one of them whispers his doubts about a prince getting involved. Just then, an announcer's voice cuts through the chatter. She is coming. The curtains are dramatically pulled aside. And there she is, the top stunner Miss Jingyan making her grand entrance. The crowd absolutely loses their minds, chanting her name. The madam of the house explains that the performer is very shy and wants to invite a young man to perform with her. The audience buzzes with excitement. Jingyan's delicate finger raises and points directly at our heroine. This gentleman looks the most handsome, you. Our girl is stunned, pointing at her own face. Me, the crowd murmurs in confusion, a man. The announcer just shoos her along. Lose no time, gentlemen, Jingyan is waiting for you. Behind the curtain, our girl looks around the rooms. Her eyes narrow, she remembers a very specific detail, a petal birthmark. She approaches the figure behind the screen. Miss Jingyan, I'm here because I'm troubled by the lack of sponsors for the canal. She gently takes the performer's hand. Thanks for your coming, she says sweetly as Jingyan smiles back. The performer replies, I am greatly honored. The two of them walk out onto the stage hand in hand. The audience swoons, how beautiful she is, truly the top stunner. Our girl gives her a nod, I'm ready, please. And the dance begins. Jingyan is absolutely mesmerizing, a vision of grace and beauty. The crowd is completely enchanted. But our girl isn't watching the dance. She leans in close, takes a subtle sniff of Jingyan's hand, and her eyes widen in realization. That's it, she grabs Jingyan's sleeve, pulling the performer off balance. With a devilish grin, she whispers, "Would you like to go to my room? You and I have a deep talk." Jingyan's utterly bewildered. The boy who brought her here panics. Will she be in danger with that girl? His friend scoffs, "It doesn't matter, Jingyan was asking for her help." Up in Jingyan's private room, the performer coos, "I thought you wouldn't come with me." Our girl plays along, how could I refuse a beauty's invitation? Jingyan gets bold, trapping her. "You never do anything without gains. Our girl needs a huge amount of money." The performer then lays out a tempting business proposal, a profitable trade route. And our girl seems to fall right into the trap, swooning into the performer's arms. She smiles demurely. "It's highly profitable, but what?" Jingyan presses. Our girl sighs, saying guarding the passes is just too much trouble. "Forget it." But Jingyan isn't giving up. "Then I sponsor you to build the whole canal, is that okay?" The performer pulls her onto their lap. Our girl's eyes turn icy. She knows building the canal costs a fortune. "Are you sure you, a brothel girl, can afford it?" She leans in, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Or are you not a brothel girl at all?" With a swift move, she yanks the hairpins and outer robe. "Right, Jingyan, the Prince of Yuheng Kingdom." The disguise falls away, revealing a flustered young man. He clutches his clothes, mortified. Our heroine bursts out laughing. "Ha, I was right, why did you dress up as a girl?" The prince sputters, "Stop, how did you find my identity?" She smirks at him, "How did I see through you?" Her smile fades as a heartbreaking memory flashes through her mind. It was the petal birthmark. She remembers him dying in her arms in another life. Her inner monologue is full of pain. "In my previous life, the one that I hurt most." The prince snaps her out of it. "Why do you stop talking?" he asks, confused. She shakes her head, her expression now cold and determined. "Forget it, I've changed my mind, I don't want your profit. Because my aim is not just the small profit." Meanwhile, far away in the northwest, her brother Gongju is writing a letter. He tells his sister he's arrived safely. His attendant suggests it's time for him to clean up and rest. But a familiar, teasing voice stops him. "Can't you recognize me after a short separation?" He whips around, his eyes wide with shock. "Sister." "Here we go again." A young man sits alone, looking utterly heartbroken when a familiar figure approaches. "You've got thinner," she says softly. He looks up, his eyes filled with a heart-wrenching mix of relief and sorrow. "Sister," he whispers. He reaches for her, his voice trembling as he confesses, "I miss you very much." She pulls him into a tight embrace, a tender moment of reunion. "I miss you too," she murmurs. "I'm here to visit you." But wait, something's not right. He suddenly shoves her away, his expression hardening with suspicion. "Sister, what are you doing?" he demands. The woman's gentle facade melts away, replaced by a sly, unsettling smirk. "I've brought you something that you've yearned for," she purrs. But he's not falling for it, his eyes widen in realization. "You're not her." Bam, with shocking strength, she shoves him onto the couch. This imposter is no damsel in distress. She looms over him, her voice dripping with poison. "Your Highness, the princess doesn't do it with you, but I can." She sits back, smug as a cat, and gestures toward the incense burner. "The dream perfume is rare, don't waste it." His blood runs cold. "Did you drug me?" he snarls. She laughs, explaining the perfume makes him see the person he misses most. She leans in, her words a venomous whisper. "You can get what you always longed for. Tonight I'll be your sister." That's the last straw, he snaps, grabbing the imposter by the throat. "I only want one, sister," he roars. She chokes, sputtering for him to let her go. But as he throttles her, her sleeve rides up, revealing a distinctive pink tattoo. His eyes lock onto it. "The tattoo, you come from Laowai Kingdom?" He hurls her to the ground and barks an order to his men. "Lock her up, grill her." As the spy is dragged away, he seethes with rage. "Damn, she dared to pretend to be my sister." He realizes his original plan is toast and he needs a new strategy. A savage grin spreads across his face as he looks over a map. "Laowai ha, I will play with you." Meanwhile, back at the Crown Prince's mansion, our girl is given some news. A servant informs her that the Crown Prince has given her permission to leave the capital in 3 days. Her face falls. "Why did he ask you to tell me? Where is he?" The servant stammers, I don't know." Our girl turns away, a wave of disappointment washing over her. But just outside the door, the Crown Prince is hiding. He watches her, his heart aching. He thinks to himself, "I feel ashamed of myself. I have disgraceful desires." He knows he's avoiding her because it's the only way he can resist those feelings. Inside, she dismisses the servant, wondering sadly, "Why does he avoid me?" Later that night, a sudden thud outside her room shatters the silence. She rushes out to investigate, shouting who. And there, crumpled on the ground, is a blood-soaked figure. "Shen Shiai," she gasps. She runs to his side, asking what happened. He grabs onto her, terrified. My stepmother wants to kill me," he pleads. "I have no place to hide, don't hand me over." In the distance, they can hear the sounds of guards searching. He trembles, telling her his stepmother is ruthless and that he's no match for her forces. Just shelter me from them," he begs. Our girl pulls out a small bottle. "This is medicine for curing wounds, take it." She remembers the brutal man he was in her past life, but now an idea sparks. "It's time for you to pay the price now," she says, her voice cold. "Do you want to survive and avenge your mother's death?" Without another word, she helps him up, and then in a stunning power move, scoops him into her arms. "Where are you taking me?" he asks, completely bewildered, her destination, to the mansion of Prince Ping. It's time to make some trouble. Over at Prince Ping's mansion, the evil stepmother is not having a good night. *T, she screams, slapping a guard who failed to find her stepson. Why do you return when you can't even catch an injured man? She's in a full-blown rage, vowing to torture the boy the same way she killed his mother. Then what? Asks her attendant. Right on cue, our heroine makes her grand entrance, dropping from the sky like an avenging angel. The stepmother freezes in shock as guards scramble to protect her. They're quickly surrounded. Swords are drawn, the air thick with tension. You just wait here, our girl tells Shen Shihai calmly. I'll get justice for you. A guard scoffs, it isn't up to you. Oh, you sweet summer child, she just gives a wicked little smile. In a flash of movement, she's a blur, disarming the guards with brutal efficiency. With a series of sickening clicks, she breaks their wrists, leaving them whimpering on the ground. The remaining men back away, terrified. The stepmother panics, trying to pull rank. You're just a civilian, you should be punished by death. Our girl ignores her threats, simply asking, you haven't answered me. Then what? She repeats, her voice dangerously low. The noblewoman crumbles, begging for her life and blaming her husband for everything. Our girl turns to Shen Shihai. You're usually imperious, but now you even hide for a woman. His face twists with rage as he glares at the woman who murdered his gentle mother. He snatches a sword from a fallen guard. Kill her, he screams. Our girl effortlessly catches the blade he throws to her. His eyes snap open, filled with a chilling resolve. The stepmother makes one last pathetic plea. Shihai, boy, you can't, I'm your aunt. He stalks towards her, his voice pure ice. You exactly deserve a death, and with a single brutal slash, it's over. My mother is alone in hell, he says to her lifeless body. You go to accompany her, apologies to her. Stop staring, our girl says, snapping him out of it. What do you know you should do next? She hands him a jade token. Take it, it will save your life in a critical time. He's stunned by her kindness. You are so considerate to me, how can I repay you? She tells him she'll collect her debt later, and he promises to bring her a gift after securing his new position. He clenches the token, his future now in his hands. Half a month later, we find our heroine at the Yangtze River. Standing before a massive crowd, war drums begin to beat a thunderous rhythm. With a torch in hand, she makes a bold declaration. I'm going to flatten the island by magic. She lights a long fuse. And the world explodes in a deafening boom. The island is obliterated, sending rocks and water flying. The crowd screams in terror, thinking the river god is angry. In a matter of seconds, the entire island has vanished. The officials are speechless. Impossible, this is an auspice of God, that girl must be a goddess. But in the chaos, they realize, where is the goddess? The crown prince's face pales with horror. Yimo is missing. Without a second thought, he plunges into the turbulent water, frantically searching and calling her name. Panic claws at him. Are you struck by the impact of the explosion or hurt by flying boulders? He falls to his knees in the water, screaming, no, no. His voice cracks with desperation. Gong Yimo, you can't die, no. Just as he's about to lose all hope, she appears, splashing out of the water beside him. Yimo, he pulls her into a crushing hug, relief flooding through him. Thank God you are all right. He holds her, thinking she must have been terrified, but then he pulls back, his relief turning to anger. Are you mad? Why did you scare me? Why? She explains calmly, I just got caught in the weeds and almost suffocated in the water. He holds her again, his voice thick with emotion. I'm glad that you still care about me. I have thought you detested me as you ignored me over the past days. She looks him dead in the eye and confesses, I love you. You are the one who I'll never let go of or forget. Her eyes sparkle as she asks, will you turn me down again? His heart stops. I won't, never, he vows, his gaze intense. The crowd on the shore watches the emotional reunion, still reeling from the miracle they just witnessed. Our girl then turns to the people and gets down on her knees, kowtowing deeply. They rush to stop her, saying a princess shouldn't bow to civilians. But she rises and tells them the truth. It wasn't an act of God, but an explosive she created. The crowd is shocked. She explains that while it's powerful enough to help build the canal in the wrong hands, it could cause wars and disasters. A flashback of war and death from her previous life floods her mind. She clenches her fist. Asterisk, that tragedy shouldn't happen again in this life. Asterisk. She warns the crowd that the explosive is so powerful, investigators may come, and she begs them to keep it a secret. The people, moved by her plea, swear an oath of silence. The next morning, the canal project begins in earnest. As our girl watches, a small child runs up to her. Fairy, someone asked me to give it to you. The child hands her a note. It's addressed for sister. Her smile fades as she realizes who it's from. It's from Gongju. She reads the letter and her blood runs cold. It's a demand. He's planning to seize power and wants her to hand over all her assets, land deeds, real estate, shops, everything. Cut to Gongju, now the formidable West Lord, his eyes blazing with ambition. I won't be at the mercy of you and my sister, he declares. The game has just been raised to a whole new, dangerous level. All right, let's dive right in. The old man pleads with our hero, Gongju, explaining the princess is afraid for him. But Gongju is resolute. How can he protect her if he's always under someone else's protection? He declares he will build his own career to be worthy of her. The old man sighs, worried this might hurt her feelings, and tells him to at least inform the princess. He clenches his fist, his expression unyielding. Don't worry, he says coolly, I have informed her, she will agree to it. but his grandfather is stunned, wondering when this could have possibly happened. Without another word, Gongju announces he's leaving. There's a disaster and an epidemic that needs his attention. His grandfather can only sit and watch him go, telling him the people he saved will be glad to see him. And just like that, our hero arrives on the scene. The moment he appears, the crowd erupts. Prince Gongju came. They fall to their knees, crying out, "Long live Prince Gongju." But he is humbled, telling them to please stand up. He personally helps an old woman to her feet, who thanks him for his incredible kindness. A tiny, adorable child tugs on his armor, asking why a busy prince visits them every day. He just gives her a gentle pat on the head and a warm smile, telling her to go play. He then checks on another villager, asking if the old lady is feeling better. As he wrings out a cloth to help, his subordinate tries to stop him, insisting a noble shouldn't serve civilians. But Gongju brushes him off, only concerned if the woman took her medicine. But not everyone is buying this Prince Charming act. From the crowd, a man scoffs, calling him a hypocrite. He claims these dignitaries are just putting on a show for them. Another villager argues that he looks sincere. But the first man snaps back, "Cats hide their claws." Hearing the dissent, Gongju raises his hand to the heavens. "As God is my witness," he booms, "I will sincerely lead you to fight against the epidemic. I will live with you and take care of the patients until the end." His passionate speech works. The crowd is completely won over, cheering that Prince Gongju is kind. He thinks of his sister, knowing she'd be proud to see him gaining the people's support. He's a natural with the kids. And a little girl waves goodbye, yelling, "Wait for me, sister." Or maybe she means him. It's adorable either way. Meanwhile, our brilliant heroine is by the water when someone calls her name. She turns with a radiant smile, "You're here." A handsome man approaches, asking why she looks so worried. She points to the river, explaining the high water level is blocking construction. But our girl isn't just a pretty face, she's a genius. She lays out a perfect plan to divide the canal and dredge the channels. The man is impressed, immediately agreeing and delegating the tasks. Her men bow in agreement. She can't help but blush at the praise. Suddenly, a blindfolded man bumps into her, and in the chaos, he shoves something into her hand. She glances down at the folded note. It's a secret message, "Have a talk at midnight tonight." Her eyes widen in shock. Later, under the full moon, she meets the mysterious Jin Yun. He immediately starts teasing her, saying she's so clever that if she were a man, he'd have to marry her. She quickly tells him to stop the nonsense. He offers her a shipyard as a gift, but she knows there's more to it. He drops the act, her heart dropping. He tells her spies have reported invasions from the Laowai kingdom on the border. Our girl is horrified. Invasions in the northwest, that's where he is. At that very moment, a soldier bursts in to report to Gongju and his grandfather. A large enemy troop is at the border. Grandpa is shocked. Gongju immediately wants to go check it out. But the old man is cautious, saying they should just sit back since winter is coming and the enemy will lack provisions. He pats Gongju's shoulder, telling him to rest. But our boy is not having it. His subordinate asks if they're really just going to sit back. "Absolutely not," Gongju snaps, slamming his hands on the table. He knows war will bring death and disaster to the people. He clenches his fist, declaring he must fight to protect them. He orders an elite squad to follow him in secret to thwart the enemy's plot. His men respond with a swift eye. They travel to the Laowai border, arriving at a massive enemy camp under the cover of night. Gongju and his team, masked and ready, sneak closer. They overhear some guards by a fire, revealing their plan. The main forces are coming, and they'll launch a surprise attack when it snows. Gongju realizes they're about to attack. He sends one of his men back for reinforcements, but when asked what he'll do, his eyes glint. "Me, I'll stay here and make trouble for them." He quickly formulates a plan. They'll create a diversion and enter the camp separately. His men agree it's a good plan, and they split up. They move like shadows through the night, descending upon the enemy camp. Gongju gives the signal it's on. Suddenly, a noise rustles in the woods. The enemy soldiers think it's just wolves, but their leader knows better. Not wolves, they are enemy spies, catch them. The alarm is raised, and Gongju's men are quickly surrounded. Just then, Gongju hears a heartbreaking sound, a girl crying in a nearby tent. Inside, a brute is whipping a defenseless woman. He shoves her aside, snarling that he'll punish her later. Gongju's eyes narrow with rage as he witnesses the cruelty. The brute storms out of the tent, ordering his men to search everywhere for the spy. The soldiers begin a 10-by-10 search. 2 guards head straight for the tent with the captive woman. Just as they're about to enter, Gongju slips inside. The woman gasps in terror. He moves like lightning, covering her mouth before she can scream. With the guards right outside, he whispers, "Do you want to make a deal with me?" For a split second, his thoughts drift to his princess. He remembers her silly joke, asking where her heart is. He remembers her answer, "No, it's in you." It was so cheesy it was cute. And he recalls his own flustered reaction. He remembers her kissing his cheek, whispering, "I love you," thinking of him as pure and brave. His focus snaps back to the present as the tent flap is thrown open. The woman inside shrieks as soldiers grab her. It's a different woman. One of them snaps, "What are you doing? We have to dance for the commander-in-chief." They start to drag her away, and she is taken from the tent. It's a brilliant switch. Gongju, now disguised as the first woman, tells the real dancer his plan. She is to light the provision carts on fire and escape with a jade pendant he gives her. He will take her place. The woman agrees, her eyes filled with hope. He gives her one last warning, be careful, this is your only chance. He watches as she slips away into the night, his face a mask of cold determination. He's brought into the commander's tent where the man is drunk and rowdy. The commander's eyes land on this new beauty and he beckons him closer. Our boy, looking absolutely lethal in his disguise, picks up a wine pot. You are brave and handsome, he purrs. I have designed a sword dance. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to show it to you. The commander grins, eager for the show. The music begins and Gongju starts to dance, the sword a silver blur in his hands. The men cheer, completely mesmerized. Meanwhile, the frayed woman reaches the provision carts. Fueled by a thirst for revenge against the barbarians who ruined her life, she lights the fuse. A boom. The entire supply train erupts in a massive fireball. Chaos engulfs the camp as soldiers scramble to put out the inferno. The commander hears the commotion outside. That's the signal. Gongju makes his move, stepping onto the table. He leaps through the air, landing flawlessly, and pressing the cold steel of his sword against the commander's throat. Look at me, he whispers, I will be angry. Before the man can even process what's happening, Gongju smirks and slices his throat open. He stands there, blood splattering his face, looking like an avenging angel. It's very dangerous to get me annoyed. The soldiers scream, Commander. One of them, the deputy general, charges forward yelling, go to die. Gongju parries the attack with ease, and with a single elegant motion cuts him down. The deputy general falls to the ground, dead. The remaining soldiers are frozen in terror for a second, then erupt, shouting, catch the assassin. Outside, the camp is in total ruin. A soldier reports the news in despair. The grain is burned and both the commander and deputy general are dead. It's over. Inside, Gongju stands victorious over the corpses, a chillingly beautiful figure of death. He gives the remaining soldiers a smirk, want to catch me, try it. And with that, he's gone, sprinting out of the tent. The soldiers give chase, following him into the dark woods. They pursue him relentlessly, but he suddenly stops in a clearing. A strange, thick fog begins to roll in. He turns, a triumphant look in his eyes. This is poisonous fog. The soldiers halt, realizing they've been lured into the barren miasma plain, a place from which no one returns alive. They demand he surrender. Gongju just raises an eyebrow, a savage smile playing on his lips. Oh yeah? All right, let's dive into this chaotic masterpiece. Our boy, the crown prince, is drowning in paperwork, stressing about the brand new canal. Just as he's about to have a full-blown royal meltdown, a knock on the door announces the arrival of our girl. She finds him looking utterly defeated and asks why he's so sad when they're about to start the next phase of their project. She immediately clocks the problem. Are you worried about building ships? She asks, already knowing the answer. He starts to explain how tough it is, but she cuts him off with a smug little smile. I expected that, she purrs, so I've prepared in advance. His jaw practically hits the floor. Come with me, she says, grabbing his hand and leading him out of the study. She takes him to a shipyard, which she casually mentions she bought in secret at the start of the project. With a glint in her eye, she asks him to guess how many ships she's built. He racks his brain, explaining how complicated it is to build even one ship, let alone 3. He hazards a guess, 2 ships. Our girl just smirks, correcting him. It's 20, she says, leaving him absolutely speechless. 20 medium-sized freighters. He's in total shock. How is that possible? He stammers, completely floored by her genius. But our queen isn't done blowing his mind, and that's not all, she says, pulling him along again. He can't even imagine what could be more surprising than a secret fleet of ships. She stops him by the docks and playfully covers his eyes. She has to stand on her tiptoes to reach, which is just adorable. Okay, she whispers, I'll let go, see. He opens his eyes and the world stops. Before him is a magnificent dragon ship, a floating palace of pure artistry. She beams, revealing her ultimate surprise. It's a birthday gift for their father. But while these two are having a heartwarming moment, things are turning sour at the palace. The emperor hears a report praising the crown prince's incredible work and his victory over an enemy's sneak attack. The emperor is pleased at first, but then he asks for other news. An official hesitantly reports that the people along the canal love the crown prince and princess for their devotion. Isn't that great? The emperor asks, but the official clarifies the real problem. The people only know about the crown prince, not the emperor who rules them. And there's another rumor that the princess is helping him with the power of a god. The emperor's face darkens instantly. He's been investigating her so-called secret weapon. The official falls to his knees, swearing that the princess built this powerful weapon herself. The emperor explodes in a silent rage. She made the weapon in secret. Is she trying to rebel? His paranoia completely takes over. He vows he will never allow such a powerful thing to exist in the hands of others, not even his own children. Meanwhile, our unsuspecting heroine is happily sketching designs for the dragon ship. She's imagining how happy her father will be when a guard bursts in, shouting bad news. She looks up, startled, as he stumbles into the room. He's too panicked to explain, just begging her to come to the river immediately. When she gets there, a huge crowd has gathered around a newly unearthed bronze tripod, and they're whispering about an inscription. The words are pure treason, claiming the emperor has lost favor with the heavens and the crown prince should take the throne. The crowd parts as she arrives. She steps forward to the mysterious object. With a trembling hand, she pulls off the red cloth, revealing the ancient tripod. The inscription reads, "The canal builders will rule the world." Her blood runs cold. No. The crowd erupts, screaming that it's a sign from God. They all fall to their knees, chanting for the crown prince and princess to rule the world. But our girl knows better. This isn't a sign, it's a death sentence. Her father will use this as an excuse to execute them for treason. She immediately orders them to bury the tripod, trying to contain the damage. But it's too late. Another messenger arrives. It's her brother's bodyguard, and he's alone. Her heart sinks as she confronts him, and then he says the words that shatter her world. Crown Prince has been assassinated. She finds him lying in bed, pale and unconscious. He's barely breathing, his face contorted in pain. The doctor delivers the grim news. The sword missed his heart, but he's in critical condition and cannot be moved. Her mind races, connecting the dots. The divine sign and the assassination attempt happening at the exact same time. It's a trap, a perfectly orchestrated plot to frame them for treason and have them killed for disobeying a royal summons. She can't just wait for them to come for her. She has to fight back. She starts writing a report to the emperor explaining the conspiracy. But before she can send it, a messenger barges in. An imperial edict has arrived. It's a race against time she's already lost. The emperor's guards march in and the official unrolls the scroll. Our girl steps forward, her voice steady. The crown prince is in a coma, I will take the edict for him. The official scoffs, accusing her of defying the emperor, a crime punishable by death. She fires back, and what is your crime for ignoring the crown prince's life? The edict is read. The crown prince is to return to the capital immediately. The soldiers kneel and our girl's heart plummets. This isn't a summons, it's a death warrant. The doctor confirms that traveling by carriage would kill him, but the official doesn't care. With her back against the wall, our heroine makes a bold declaration. I will open up the main roads in one day, we will go back by ship. Everyone is stunned. The official smirks, telling her that if she fails, she'll lose her life. Without another word, she rides off into the night. She gallops toward the unfinished canal, shouting her insane plan, dig the canal. Her followers yell after her, asking how one person can possibly dig such a long canal alone. She pulls her horse to a stop and dismounts. She turns to face them with a chillingly confident smile. Who said I can't dig the canal alone? She asks, revealing a bundle of dynamite. Her eyes are filled with grim determination. I'll risk it all for my brother. She places the charge, promising a miracle from God by morning. The next day, an official is jolted awake by a series of massive explosions. He bolts upright, completely terrified by the noise. He throws open his tent to witness a cataclysmic blast, shaking the very earth. A boom. The ground erupts in a spray of rock and water. The people panic, screaming that the god is angry and begging for forgiveness as water rains down. A massive wave surges through the land, crashing through the final barrier with incredible force. And just like that, the canal is dug through. The crowd is in awe, believing a god has intervened. They cheer that the crown prince's kindness has moved the heavens. Then someone realizes who was truly responsible. The canal was built in a day. Her Highness made it. They frantically look for her. They search the area and find her curled up on a rock, fast asleep, utterly exhausted from the blast. As she wakes, someone whispers, "Is this a fairy?" She rubs her eyes and clarifies, "I'm not a fairy, I'm human like everyone else." She gracefully lands on her feet and begins her master plan. She reminds the crowd of the divine tripod, framing it as a good omen. Then she drops the bombshell. Right after the omen appeared, the crown prince was slandered and assassinated, his life now hanging by a thread. That's why the god was furious, she declares, her voice ringing with conviction, and made a thunder to dig through the canal. It's a sign that the crown prince is innocent. The crowd goes wild, chanting their support. She seizes the moment, asking if they will follow the god's will and escort their innocent prince back to the capital on the dragon ship. They roar in agreement. With a triumphant smile, she leads the way. The grand dragon ship sets off, the people cheering as she waves from the deck. But the emperor's slimy messenger, Chang Zai, is waiting. He presents another edict. The emperor is furious about the one-day delay and has stripped the crown prince of his title and power. Chang Zai insists they travel by carriage, claiming the ship is too slow. Our girl's fury boils over. My brother is seriously injured. Are you trying to kill him? If father insists, then I have to disobey. Chang Zai sighs dramatically, revealing another piece of blackmail. Gongju, their other brother, is lost in the deadly miasma plain. He hands her a letter. Gongju has been missing for days in a place no one has ever returned from alive. And here's the emperor's deal. He'll send rescue troops, but only if she hands over her explosives. The devastating truth crashes down on her. It was all a trap to get her secret weapon. She had just made a birthday present for her father, and this is how he repays her. What if I don't? She asks, her voice dripping with ice. Chang Zai laughs, thinking he's won, but our girl is done playing games. That's ridiculous. She spits, the sheer rage and betrayal causing her to cough up blood. She wipes her mouth, a terrifying smile spreading across her face. As the emperor, he doesn't care about his son's lives, it's just death, she whispers with savage intensity. If the emperor himself doesn't care, why should I? She turns her back on him, but he grabs her arm, ordering his men to seize her. She glares back, completely unbroken. Tell him I will take the waterway, she snarls. Just throw me a crime if he wants. A hush falls over the capital as a single cry echoes through the streets. The crown prince is back. The people gather by the docks, pulling with all their might on massive ropes. And then they see it, a fleet of ships being led by the most magnificent vessel they have ever laid eyes on. The The crowd absolutely loses their minds. This is a dragon ship. And standing at its prow, looking like an avenging goddess, is our girl Gong Yimo. With a cool smile, she greets the stunned emperor. "Long time no see, your majesty." The emperor absolutely snaps. "What are you trying to do?" He roars. "You're so rebellious to make such a dragon ship, you're despising me." But our girl doesn't even flinch. "What else can I do?" she says, her voice ringing with power. "I'm here to make accusations." The emperor's face darkens. "Who would you like to accuse?" Yimo stands tall. "I have 3 accusations, I hope you can listen." The emperor, looking like he just swallowed a lemon, grits out, "Say it." "First, I accuse the princes," she declares. "My brother and I worked day and night to build the canal while they did nothing but obstruct us and try to steal the credit. What disgusting behavior." "Second, I accuse the ministers," she continues, her voice rising. "They deliberately concealed the assassination attempt on the crown prince, which nearly cost him his life. They even spread rumors that I wanted to rule the world," she scoffs. "Are you trying to make me a female emperor?" She turns to the massive crowd. "These people are here because of me. If you have something to say, don't frame the crown prince, come to me." The crowd erupts, chanting for the princess till death. The emperor cuts through the noise, his patience gone. "Enough, say your 3rd accusation." And oh, the savage little smirk that crosses her face. "Third," she says, looking him dead in the eye, "I accuse you, your majesty." The crowd gasps. She goes for the jugular. "For failing the queen's love, you failed as a husband. For listening to slander and forcing the crown prince to his deathbed, you failed as a father." The emperor is livid. "I have worked every day to reduce taxes and recruit talent. How can you say I failed my people?" Her voice drops to an icy whisper. "Because you want to start a war, the people are in shock. A war, we haven't heard anything." The emperor tries to defend himself. "It is to defend our country." He yells, "It is you who is trying to frighten the state." "Oh, am I?" she asks with a sly grin. "I have a weapon that can break mountains and rivers." The emperor scoffs, so she laughs. "Then I'll show you what exactly it is." She holds up a small bundle of what looks like bamboo sticks. Before he can even ask what she's doing, she tosses it into the water. A massive column of water erupts from the river, drenching the emperor and his entire court. But instead of fear, the emperor's eyes gleam with greed. "With this, I could become the overlord of the land." A dark hunger consumes him. "I must have it." Yimo's sweet voice cuts through his ambition. "Father, do you think this thing is very powerful?" Her expression hardens, but look at them. She points to the terrified citizens. "Once this is used in war, the land will be devastated. What's the point of being the overlord of a wasteland?" She drops to her knees. "I have sinned. I hold a powerful weapon, but I refuse to use it for war and put the crown prince in danger." Tears stream down her face. "I will accept any punishment. But first tell me, Father, do you remember that I am your daughter?" The emperor is shaken to his core. "Enough, your 3 accusations I have received." But she's not done. Bowing her head to the ground, she says, "I still have 3 requests. First, these people are innocent. Please don't harm them." The crowd weeps, thanking her for saving them. Secondly, the crown prince's life is at stake. Let the queen care for him and recognize his achievements. And thirdly, Gongju is innocent and lonely. I am the only one who takes care of him. I hope you will take good care of him for me. The emperor is confused for you. She just laughs as a massive boom rips through the air. The dragon ship, her masterpiece, explodes in a ball of fire. Her voice echoes from the inferno. "Father, the ship was meant for your birthday, but I don't want to give it to you now." She stands amidst the beautiful destruction she created, leaving the emperor to scream her name in anguish. 7 days later, the crown prince finally wakes up. His first words are for her, "Mother, how is Yimo?" The queen explains everything, the canal, the accusations, the vindication. He grabs her frantic, "What, where is Yimo?" The queen's words are a death blow. "She sacrificed herself and parted from us with that giant ship." The prince's world shatters. He lets out a choke cry and collapses, the queen screaming for doctor. But wait, in another mansion, our girl's eyes flutter open. Shen Shiai is by her side, telling her she's been out for 7 days. He scolds her, "It took thousands of people to find you." He reminds her how badly injured she was. But she's already trying to get up. "Gongju is in danger, I have to find him." She pushes past Shen Shiai, asking him for one more favor. "Please tell the crown prince I'm safe." Then she asks if he got his promotion. When he says yes, she hands him a small gift. "Take it," she says, "I'll visit when I return." And with that, she's gone. Shen Shiai unwraps the gift. It's a tiny, unflattering doll of himself. He explodes in comical rage. "Why did you overlook my handsome appearance?" A tiny bird version of him flies off, screaming her name. Meanwhile, in a frozen wasteland, Gongju is on the run. He uses a special flower to ward off poison and sets a trap using a corpse as a lure. The soldiers fall for it, and he slips away into the woods. As they realize it's a trap, he leaps down a whirlwind of deaths. Just as more soldiers appear, a new voice rings out. It's Yimo, cutting through the enemy like a phantom in red. She dodges and weaves until she bumps right into someone. She looks up startled and is pulled into a fierce embrace. "It's him, sister," Gongju whispers, holding her tight. She can't believe it's him. He just hugs her closer, a relieved smile on his face. "Thank God you're fine." Later, by a small fire in a cave, she's fallen asleep in his arms. He watches her sleep, his heart aching. "You must be worn out, sister," he thinks, vowing, "From now on, I will stay with you forever." He carries her gently and lays her down, but but she begins to shiver, murmuring that she's cold. Without a second thought, he pulls her into his arms, wrapping her in his warmth. How is it now, still cold? She unconsciously turns towards him, and he holds her even tighter. She wakes with a start, realizing how close they are. She can't help but think how handsome he's become. Little does she know he's been awake the whole time. He chuckles as she opens her eyes. He blushes, "You're looking straight at me, I can't sleep." They sit up and he asks why she came all this way. "For saving you," she answers simply. She pinches his hand, fussing over him. He pouts, "Sister, I'm not a kid anymore." She just smiles, "You'll always be a child in my eyes." She ruffles his hair, challenging him to a friendly spar to see his progress. But he dodges her move and pulls her right back into his arms. "Why are you so close to me?" she stammers. He presses his cheek against hers, his voice low. "Because I'm cold, sister." He looks at her with an intensity that makes her breath catch. "I'm no longer a kid, but I want to hug you as a child does." He asks if she'll leave him again. She playfully teases him, "You'd better smile less at me. My heart might be taken away by your attractive smile." His eyes darken, a possessive fire igniting within them. "It would be great." Our two lovebirds share a quiet, tender moment in the flickering firelight of the caves. But the peace is shattered by a loud rumble. Turns out it's just our girl's stomach growling from hunger. Ever the gentleman, Gongju tells her to wait while he gets her some food. He comes back with fresh fruit, but she eyes the roasting meat. "What about you?" she asks. He gestures to the spit. "I'll eat wolf meat." Our girl flinches, knowing those wolves feast on humans. He insists she eat the fruit, claiming he's used to the taste. But our heroine is not about to let him eat that garbage. She dodges his hand, sending the fruit rolling away. In a flash, she snatches the roasting wolf leg right off the fire and takes a defiant bite. Gongju panics, grabbing her wrist. "Sister, you can't eat it." She snaps back, "Why can you eat it but I can't?" He gently takes the meat from her hand. Then in a heart-stoppingly sweet moment, he touches her lips. "You always deserve the best in life," he murmurs. Our girl is a blushing, awkward mess. She has a pocket dimension full of snacks, but how can she explain that? "Never mind," she mutters, deciding to just go for it. She grabs a container and tips it over. An absolute avalanche of modern junk food comes pouring out. KFC, burgers, fries, cupcakes, chips. It's a 21st century feast. Gongju's eyes go wide in total shock. His mind is absolutely blown. Unbelievable, he thinks. Is she not an ordinary person? A chilling fear grips him. Will she disappear one day? She tries to downplay it, explaining it's just a limited storage space. But he's terrified. He grabs her hand, his voice trembling. "Sister, I won't tell anyone, but will you leave me one day?" She's completely taken aback, stammering for a response. He clutches her hand tighter, his voice laced with desperation. "Whatever happens, you can't leave me, you can't." She gently pulls her hand free. "This is my home, why would I leave?" she says, rummaging through her snack pile. She pulls out a bottle of wine. "Let's share a drink, don't be so nervous, relax." But he's still consumed by his fear. "I'm worried you might leave and you feel nothing about it." She just pushes a cup towards him, "Take it." She assures him they'll rest now and take action at nightfall. 2 hours later, snow is falling softly outside the cave. Our girl is getting drowsy and she leans her head on his shoulder. "I'm sleepy, wake me up when night falls," she whispers. He holds her tenderly as she drifts off to sleep, lost in his thoughts. He pulls her closer, wrapping her in his cloak and his arms. He just watches her, his expression a mix of adoration and sorrow. She smiles softly in her sleep and a blush creeps across his face. He can't take it anymore, he holds his breath, leans in and steals a kiss. She frowns in her sleep, not quite waking. Stop it," she mumbles, pushing at him slightly. He pulls back, his heart aching as he holds her. He hasn't been this close to her since they left the cold palace. He gently caresses her cheek, wishing they could be together forever as he lays her down. "I remember you kissed me when we were little," he thinks. "Now it's my turn to kiss you." He leans in again. His mind is screaming at him, no brother, no blood relation. But his heart overrules his head. "I only want you." He whispers her name, Yamo, holding her hand tightly. Suddenly, the clip-clop of horses shatters the moment. He snaps to attention. "Horses? Oh no." Without a second's hesitation, he scoops her into his arms and flees the cave. Right on their heels, a troop of soldiers arrives in the snow. A scout reports back to the general. "The fire hasn't gone out and the haystack is still warm. They shouldn't be far." The general roars, "Go get them before their footprints are covered." Gongju sprints through the blizzard with our girl in his arms, cursing himself for letting his guard down. She stirs awake. "What's wrong?" He quickly explains, "It's okay, Lauai's cavalry are tracking us, I can get rid of them." Realizing how late it is, she blames her drinking. "Ugh, put me down." He gently sets her on her feet. They see the soldiers approaching. "We can't outrun their horses," she says grimly. Gongju agrees, adding that a direct fight will leave tracks for them to follow. Just as he worries she can't handle a fight, a mischievous glint appears in her eye. She pulls out a firecracker. "I have an idea." Her plan is simple and chaotic. Split up, ambush the soldiers, and use the firecracker to spook their horses. As the soldiers ride into the trap, she prepares to cause maximum mayhem. She dashes out, ready to snatch a horse from the ensuing chaos. "HMBH, what stupid soldiers," she taunts. "Come on, catch me." She hurls the firecracker right into their ranks. Boom. The horses panic. She knows this is just a distraction. Gongju, I count on you this time, she thinks. The soldiers are baffled by the evil weapon. The general orders his men to capture them and figure it out, but not before he notches an arrow himself. The arrow flies true, slicing through the air and snapping the ribbon in our girl's hair. Gongju sees the danger and dodges another attack, galloping towards her on a stolen horse. He races to her side, grabs her hand, and swings her up behind him in one smooth, heroic motion. I'm fine, she gasps, let's go. They speed off into the snow. The general scoffs, what a fool, do you think anyone can ride on Lauai's horse? As if on cue, the horse begins to buck wildly. Without flinching, Gongju draws a knife and brutally stabs the horse's flank to force it into submission. The horse lets out a pained neigh, but bolts forward with renewed speed. As they escape, the enraged general shouts, "Go, tell the border guards to besiege them." But just as the soldiers give chase, another army appears. The emperor's elite troops are here. Relief washes over their faces. The enemy soldiers try to stop them, but the prince's men charge forward to protect him. Our girl takes the reins and they gallop through the ensuing battle. Racing for the border of the northwest, they approach the massive gates of the fortress. A guard on the wall spots them, stop the enemies, save the prince. An old general smiles, relieved. Great, both of them are safe and sound. But the danger isn't over. A surprise volley of arrows rains down on them from the enemy ranks. Their horse is struck down, riddled with arrows. Gongju holds her tight, leaping from the falling animal. We can't stop, he grits out, we have to get to the northwest. They land hard in the snow. As enemy soldiers surround them, "Sister, stay close to me," he commands, and they stand back to back, ready for one last fight. He expertly deflects a sword meant for her, a pained look on his face. Our girl spots the old general on the wall and screams, "Grandpa." They make a desperate run for the gates. "Sister, we've made it out," Gongju yells in triumph, but their celebration is cut short. An archer takes aim from the shadows. The bowstring squeaks as an arrow is released, flying straight for Gongju's back. "Watch out," a voice screams. Our girl turns, and without a single thought for her own life, she throws herself in front of him. The arrow finds its mark, sinking deep into her back with a sickening spurt of blood. Gongju freezes, her blood splattering his face in a horrific spray. She collapses, her life fading before his eyes. "Sister," he screams, his world crashing down around him. A frantic cry echoes through the snowy gates of the city. It's His Highness is back. A boot slams into a door, and another gate is kicked wide open with a resounding bang. Gongju bursts in, his face a mask of pure terror, carrying our unconscious heroine in his arms. Someone points him towards the clinic, and he takes off like a man possessed, his mind screaming one single thought: "I must get there in time, nothing can happen to sister." He storms into the clinic, shouting for the doctor, and literally throws the poor man towards his sister's bedside. "Save her." But the doctor's assessment is grim. "Her condition isn't so good, Your Highness." That's the wrong thing to say. Gongju completely snaps, grabbing the doctor by his robes. "Save her, otherwise I'll kill your whole family," he roars as another man pleads with him to stop. Just then, a stern-looking general arrives, ordering more doctors to get inside and help. As the other physicians enter, Gongju levels them with an icy, murderous glare. "Come over here and save her," he hisses, "or all of you die." The doctors scramble to our girl's side in a panic while Gongju and the general watch anxiously. The general puts a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, the princess will be fine." But Gongju just looks down, his face twisted in agony. The general realizes this isn't just intimidation. The boy is terrified. Gongju forces the words out, "You're right, she'll be fine." He tries to believe it, but his face betrays his fear. The doctor gives the grim diagnosis: her old injuries, massive blood loss, and poison from an arrow. The general tries to be reassuring, saying he's already posted a notice for famous doctors and sending the current ones away. Gongju stands there looking utterly broken. Then a spark of grim determination. "Add one more clause," he orders. 7 days pass. A crowd gathers around a public notice. The reward has skyrocketed to 100,000 gold, but there's a savage catch. Any doctor who fails will be cut in half. Suddenly, a hand rips the notice from the board. The crowd gasps as a devastatingly handsome, mysterious man appears. He smirks, reading the decree. "Cut in half, interesting." Back in the bedroom, Gongju holds his sister's hand, his heart aching. "Sister, I'm useless. I can't even get a doctor to save you." But a smooth voice cuts through the silence. "I can save her." It's the handsome stranger, Si Wuyan, who has casually strolled into the room. Gongju demands to know who he is and what he wants. Si Wuyan, he replies with a lazy smile. Gongju's blood runs cold. This is the ghost nemesis, a cruel doctor known for his sadistic games. Si Wuyan leans in, enjoying the power. "Who do you want me to save? What price are you willing to pay?" Gongju's answer is immediate and raw: "My loved one." The doctor's smile widens. "Oh, how much do you love her? What are you willing to pay?" Gongju's eyes blaze with desperate resolve. "Everything." Si Wuyan's voice is a silken trap, "Even your life." Suddenly, our girl's eyes flutter open. Gongju's face transforms with pure joy. "You're awake." He rushes to her, overwhelmed with relief. "Thank God you woke up." But as he helps her up, she cries out in pain. He reaches for her hand, but she instinctively dodges his touch. He freezes, confused by her reaction. He tries again, and again she pulls away. Don't move, he says gently, I want to take a look at you. He rolls up his own sleeve, revealing an arm covered in fresh, bloody cuts. What's with these wounds? He asks, confused. Our girl smiles weakly. I'm fine, sister, I'll get the one who healed you. Her eyes land on the smirking doctor, Si Wooyin. The snake himself explains that he told Gongju only a kin's blood could save her, so the devoted boy offered his own. Our girl is horrified. What? She's silently screaming, they aren't even related by blood, how dare you deceive him. Si Wooyin calmly adds that she'll need more blood. He lays out the cruel choice. If she doesn't get more blood, she dies. But if Gongju gives any more he dies. Without a second of hesitation, Gongju says, I can continue. He looks at her with absolute devotion. As long as sister can be cured, I can do anything. That's it, she slams her hand down, guards. Get me my usual medicines. She orders them to use animal blood, but Si Wooyin warns her that without Gongju's blood, the medicine will be fatal. Gongju grabs her arm, terrified for her. She looks him dead in the eye. Don't you trust me? The medicine arrives. She downs the too, and only he has the cure. The doctor panics, realizing she's dead serious. She's willing to die to take him with her. Our heroine has given up. I have nothing to care for in this world. It's all right to die now. Her grip loosens. He collapses to the floor, coughing for air. She stands over him, her voice cold. Ghost Nemesis never goes back on his word. Are you going to save me or not? Defeated, he agrees. Don't worry, I'll save you. She leans in close, her eyes filled with chilling promise. And then I'll make you die an even more painful death. The next afternoon, Gongju awakens to find her watching over him. He immediately frets about her health, but she insists she's better. She gently takes his arm to tend to his wounds. You've been taking care of me for days, she says softly. Take off your clothes, let me clean you. He blushes furiously. She's not taking no for an answer, take off. He stiffens as she begins to treat his arm. Idiot, how could you believe his words? She scolds gently. What if I had woken up later? Were you going to let him drain all your blood? As she bandages his arm, his heart aches with unspoken feelings. He thinks to himself, if it's a poison, you're my only antidote, . She finishes with his arm. Now roll up your trousers. He immediately gets defensive, but she's suspicious. Are you hiding something from me? No, he says a little too quickly. She doesn't believe him for a second and pulls up his pant leg herself. She gasps, his leg is a mess of bloody bandages. This must be the surprise Si Wooyin mentioned. Her voice trembles. What happened to you? Why? Is there a piece of flesh missing? He confesses. Si Wooyin told him he needed her kin's flesh for the medicine, so he cut it off himself. She grabs him, shaking, you fool. Tears of rage and heartbreak stream down her face. What if he asked you to die? Would you have listened? He cups her tear-stained face, his gaze intense. Whatever he asks for saving you, I'll offer it, even my life. He whispers a twistedly sweet confession. Now his flesh and blood are literally a part of her. He tries to soothe her, offering a powder for her own scars. He gently pats her head. It doesn't hurt anymore, really. But she can't stop crying. How can it not hurt? She sobs. That was to cut off your flesh. He scoops her into his arms, holding her tight as she weeps. I'm willing to suffer for you. She clings to him, thinking how she worries over his smallest scratch, yet he did this for her. He holds her face in his hands. You are the one I care about the most. He tries to calm her down, stroking her hair. She buries her face in his chest, and he grits his teeth, his own emotions threatening to overwhelm him. In a fit of rage, our girl throws everything to the ground. She looks at the box in her hand, utterly defeated. Nothing is useful, she cries out. Suddenly, a sound catches her attention, patter, . A horrifying realization dawns on her face. She knows she has to move, and she has to move now. She bursts into a room only to find the puppet emperor, Si Wooyin, looking extremely annoyed. What are you doing here? He asks, his voice dripping with ice. He doesn't seem happy to see her. But our girl just flashes a saccharine, sweet smile. Since you're called Ghost Nemesis, she purrs, when will you completely remove the poison in my body? He sighs, sitting down with her. Don't worry, he says, pouring tea. You can't die with me here. She gives him a blank, unimpressed stare. She puts on the world's most adorable, cheesy thank you tilde face. But inside, they're both plotting. He thinks she's a cheeky woman trying to act cute after wanting him dead. She's thinking she'll save him if he gives her some medicine. He leans in close, whispering, aren't you afraid that I will offer you the poison? Oh, he has no idea who he's messing with. She leans in even closer, her breath on his cheek. If you dare to do that, I will chop off your fingers. He sputters, completely flustered. She then casually asks if the Empress Dowager has gifted him any good medicines. He plays dumb, but she's not having it. You don't know? Well, it's a nice day. Why don't we ride a horse to relax and have a good chat? Out in the snowy wilderness, the games begin. He asks how she discovered his identity. She fires back, asking how he knew hers and accuses him of harming her and Gongju. Nonsense, he snaps. She lays out his entire evil plan with terrifying accuracy. You couldn't kill Gongju, so you cut off his flesh to save him. Then you plan to get close as his guard and finish the job. She's not done. You rescued me, but you kept the poison in my body to control me, she accuses. Your mother is the top master of poison. Don't tell me this is difficult for you to remove. He tries to deny it, but then a smug look crosses his face. What can you do even if you figured it out? I am the only one who can save you now. Do you dare to threaten me? Our girl just throws her head back and laughs, a truly chaotic, terrifying laugh. Haha, why not? She leans in, her eyes glinting. If I revealed your identity as the Emperor of Yuki and the crime of murdering Prince Gongju, can your life be saved? He's stunned into silence. He absolutely loses it. Gong Yamo, don't think I dare not kill you. But she's as cool as a cucumber, calling his bluff. Save it. If you could deal with your foster mother, you wouldn't be a puppet emperor. She has him right where she wants him. You have to make a deal with me if you want me to keep the secret. Her terms are simple, the antidote, and she's already imagined packing his bags for a one-way trip to Ambitionville. He just laughs but then pulls out a small white bottle. You've certainly prepared well. If I hand over the medicine, do you dare to take it? Of course, she says, snatching it from his hand without a second thought. She downs the entire bottle in one go. He watches her, a strange look in his eyes. Do you trust me? He asks quietly. Suddenly, the world starts to tilt and blur. What did he say? She thinks, feeling incredibly dizzy. And then she spits blood. He looks down at her, not with triumph, but with a heart-wrenching sadness. Don't trust someone like me anymore. Before he can react, his horse goes wild, rearing up in terror. Our girl, even while poisoned, manages a savage little smirk. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the horse I picked up for you has a blood phobia. The horse bolts, dragging a screaming emperor toward a cliff edge. Gong Yamo, you set me up. He desperately tries to regain control. As our girl grips her own reins, a determined look on her face, she gallops after him at full speed. He looks back, completely bewildered. Why is she chasing after me? Does she have to kill me? He accepts his fate, musing that he's committed too many sins to deserve to live. But then he hears her voice cut through the wind. Do you truly want to die? She offers him a sliver of hope. I give you a chance. When I count to 3, you jump and I'll catch you. The countdown begins. 1. She reveals her gambit. She's poisoned with a powder that will feel like 1,000 arrows in her heart if she uses her power. But she declares, I never let people down. The cliff is seconds away. She reaches out a hand, her face contorted in pain. 2. 3, jump, she screams at the top of her lungs. He leaps into the abyss. And she catches him. Got you, she grunts, pulling him onto her horse. The momentum sends them both tumbling into the soft snow. His horse runs off as he frantically checks on her. He thinks she's unhurt, but then she goes limp in his arms. Panic sets in. Oh no, Gong Yamo, he cradles her, trying to give her a pill. It's no poison, right? She whispers weakly. Well, I made it, he says, placing it in her mouth. She sits up, completely baffled. I was about to poison you. Why did you save me? He just looks away. Why not? She presses him, asking why he gave her the poison in the first place. His answer is heartbreaking. Because you shouldn't have lived in this world. Suddenly, he explodes with rage and jealousy. I'm jealous that Gongju has you by his side. I have no one. He doesn't deserve it. Our girl is just stunned. She deadpans. This is a personality disorder. Then, ever the pragmatist, she adds, well, I saved you. Shouldn't you compensate me? He sighs and hands over a small wooden box. This is flesh regenerating ointment that my mother made. He gets up to leave and she asks where he's going. Do you think that scorpion poison is easy to get rid of? I need to go back and make it. She follows him, knowing this is her only chance to get the medicine she needs. At dusk, they finally arrive back at the mansion. Gongju is already there, his face a mask of worry. You are awake. He takes her hand, then sweeps her up into a princess carry. He gently sets her down on the steps. He wraps his own cloak around her shoulders. It's so cold, why weren't you wearing coats? She just gives a derpy little smile. I tumbled on the ground. They hold hands, looking absolutely adorable. Well, let's get inside, I'm so hungry. All right, let's go home, he says softly. But as they walk away, Gongju glances back at the emperor. His eyes narrow. He knows her dirty clothes have everything to do with that man. The emperor smirks back, taunting him silently. With your sister here, you can't do anything to me. Inside, Gongju asks her what she's up to. She just giggles mischievously. She whips out the ointment box. Wow, this is flesh regenerating ointment. I made many efforts to get it. She insists on applying it for him. He protests, saying it's just a minor injury. But our girl goes into full gremlin mode, complete with little devil horns. Take off your trousers, I'll take good care of you. Gongju's face is a perfect picture of pure shock. She pushes him down to sit. Come on, sit still. I was joking, she giggles, seeing how flustered he is. I won't take off your trousers. She can't help but wonder why this grown man is so shy. He actually looks a little disappointed. She thinks asterisk, is it an illusion, or is he actually sad about not taking his trousers off? Asterisk, she gently lifts his pant leg and begins applying the ointment, feeling a pang of guilt. She always applies ointment for him, but feels she can't even take care of a child properly. Remember that you lost this piece of flesh because of me, he says softly. He touches her head, his voice full of warmth. You don't need to remember it because I'm all yours. Swoon, later that night, a knock comes at her door. She opens it to find the emperor. What are you doing up so late? He pushes past her, his intentions unclear. He holds up a jug of wine. Have a drink with me. Our girl is thrilled. A snowy night, a drink with a pretty man, what could go wrong? Then she realizes they're on the public execution platform. The vibe is officially ruined. She's immediately filled with dread. Why are we drinking here? I want to leave. He asks if she looks down on him for being a puppet. Not at all, she says earnestly. He begins to tell her his tragic story, how the Empress Dowager destroyed his meridians and made him her pet just for his looks. I am a laughingstock, he says, his voice filled with pain. But she sees a king. You're not, you're a good emperor, she insists. You wanted to kill us because you were afraid we would endanger your country. She tells him they have no desire for power, that she'd rather just travel and have kids. He chuckles, calling her a funny person. You must be lonely, she says gently, her eyes full of compassion. Why don't you try to trust someone wholeheartedly? It feels great. She looks him in the eye. Do you trust me? I do, he says, his face lighting up, but then his expression turns cold. Haven't I told you not to trust me before? The world crashes around her as the poison hits. The wine is poisonous, she gasps, collapsing. He stands over her, his face a mask of sorrow. First, I don't want friends. Second, I'm more afraid of you than Gongju. One day your ambitions will plunge the world into warfare. He kneels down, his eyes dark. To protect the people of Yuki from your threats, I have to kill you. She lies helpless on the cold stone floor. He leans over and forces a pill into her mouth. Maybe you can forgive and trust many people, he whispers, but some people aren't worthy of you doing so. Next time we meet, he promises, I will definitely kill you, and then he's gone. 2 hours later, she opens her eyes. She's alive, the poison is gone. Footsteps approach, a figure kneels before her, his face filled with relief and worry. It's Gongju. Here we go, folks, buckle up for another chaotic chapter. Our boy Gongju holds our heroine close, asking why she came. He confirms the poison has been cleared, but she's baffled. Why would Siwooyan poison him just to give him the antidote? The logic is not logging. She tells him she's mostly fine, just a little tired. He gently takes her hand. Let's go home, he says, before scooping her up into a swoon-worthy princess carry. He gently lays her down on the bed, but she's not ready for sleep just yet. She grabs his sleeve, her eyes wide with suspicion. How did you know I was at the execution platform today? Her mind is racing. Was he following her? He explains that someone told him she went out with asterisk that man asterisk, and he was worried sick. Of course, she realizes he must have spies everywhere. Feeling bold, she tests the waters. So, you didn't send someone to kill him, right? Can you let him go? He looks down at her, a strange glint in his eyes. You want me to let him go? And then he smiles. Oh no, not that smile. Our girl absolutely panics, because that's the same terrifying grin he wore in her past life right before he killed her. The memory is so vivid, it's like it just happened. She recalls that even though she raised him, it was still Gongju's blade that ended her life. But she can't help but think he's pitiful and maybe useful. She clutches her chest, trying to breathe through the traumatic flashback. But Gongju closes in, his voice dangerously low. Helpful, he harmed you. Are you afraid of me? She stammers that she isn't, and he leans in closer, whispering, why are you afraid of me? I'm very obedient to you. She tries to use his words against him. If you're so obedient, then call off your men and let him go. Big mistake. He snaps, pinning her down. What is he to you that you keep begging for him? Gongju, let go of me, she screams. But he's lost in his own jealousy. His inner monologue is going wild. She called my name, not brother. Is it because of Siwooyan? He demands to know why she helped Siwooyan, why she helped the crown prince. She tries to push him off, but his martial arts have surpassed hers. She's completely trapped. With a look of pure anguish, he asks, sister, are you going to run away? Then he throws her down on the bed, his voice cracking. Don't go. He knows she nearly died for the crown prince and never told him a thing. He slams his hand down beside her head, pinning her. Tell me, why did you help him? And then the question that changes everything, do you like him? He roars, Gongyamo, you're mine. Suddenly, he sees her tears and sobers up instantly. Why are you crying? He asks, his anger vanishing. Sobbing, she finally explains that she did it all for their future, for his dreams. You're an ungrateful bastard. The tears are flowing freely now. She tells him she wanted to help him open stores across the country and fulfill his dream of traveling the world. Helping Siwooyan was just a strategic move for future trade, but he slams his fist down, still hurt. But you don't trust me, you question me, he says, his voice thick with emotion. He looks utterly heartbroken, sister, and then get this, he starts crying too, and you shouted at me fiercely, boohoo. He wails, turning away like a petulant child. She turns her back too, muttering about her ungrateful brat. His adorable chibai form is devastated. You hurt me in the last life and I didn't hold a grudge, but you still treat me like this. But when he sees her crying, he panics. Sister, don't cry, it's my fault. She just tells him to get out. With a clenched fist and a dark look, he stands and calls for the guards. Call the troops back quickly, he commands. He stands by her bed, watching her tremble with sobs. His heart breaks. He's the one who should be upset, but seeing her cry makes him feel like the villain. Sister, it's my fault, he whispers. Don't leave me alone. A tiny, tearful chibai version of him peeks over the covers. Will you shout at me again? She turns to him, her face a mess of tears. No, I swear, he promises desperately. You're my darling. He pulls her into a tight hug. Sister, I couldn't love you more. She looks into his eyes. Then you have to trust me. No matter what I do, you must support me. He's all smiles now, promising to be there for her, begging her not to be angry. She warns him not to pull a stunt like this again or she'll really leave. He swears he won't, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and are those cat ears? He suddenly leaps over her and lies down beside her with a grin. Sister, you should smile more. You look beautiful when you smile. He snuggles in close, and then's the ultimate weapon, a tickle attack. The room, once filled with tears and yelling, is now ringing with laughter. Outside, concubine Jiangxi hears the noise and looks utterly baffled, then deeply worried. Later, Gongju steps outside, sighing. He admits to himself that he just can't control his jealousy. He turns and finds his grandmother watching him. She asks him for a walk, but he informs her they'll be leaving soon. She suggests leaving the princess behind, but he shuts that down immediately. "No, where I am, she is." Grandma then pivots to matchmaking. But he's not interested. She insists it's for his own good. But he cuts her off with an icy stare, reminding her of his dark past in the cold palace, a time that changed him forever. He dismisses her coldly. She protests, "But she's your sister." His response is chilling. "She is my sister, so what?" The next day, they say their goodbyes. In the carriage, our girl has a bad feeling about returning to the capital. Gongju promises to protect her no matter what. 2 days later, she suddenly shouts for the carriage to stop. "I want to go to Heju." They arrive at a beautiful, bustling night market. She excitedly pulls him along, then tells him to wait by the river. He's a little confused but agrees. He wonders why she sent him away, until she returns with a stick of sugar-coated haws. "Happy birthday," he's stunned, she remembered. She tells him to make a wish to the river god. As he closes his eyes on the bridge, he thinks about how his only wish every single year has been to grow old with her. Overwhelmed with emotion, he pulls her into a tender kiss. She then presents her gift, a beautiful compass. He's deeply moved. "Even if you gave me a leaf, I'd treasure it," he says. She teases him, offering a bite of the sweet treat. He admits he hates sweets, but since it's from her, he'll eat it. He takes a bite, his eyes lighting up, delicious. And for a moment, everything is perfect. 10 days later, our crew finally rolls into the capital. Gongju gently helps our girl Yimo out of the carriage, his expression so soft and caring. He turns to his subordinate with an icy threat, "Make sure she's safe and sound. If something happens to her, you'll die." But Yimo just tells him to get his work done, assuring him she can keep herself safe. She reaches out, her touch gentle on his cheek, a silent promise that she'll be okay. He finally agrees, promising to meet her as soon as he can. Just then, a messenger arrives with an imperial edict. His Majesty wants to see the 9th Prince, Gongju, immediately. Inside the palace, the emperor praises Gongju for his military victory. But then his tone shifts. "You must have heard about what happened to Yimo." Gongju's expression is firm. "I believe that my sister wouldn't die just like that." The emperor looks down, a rare moment of vulnerability. "It's my fault," he admits, but Gongju quickly reassures him. "I know my sister," Gongju says. "If she were here, she would understand you, so would I." The emperor smiles, pleased by his son's maturity. He calls him a good child and promises to reward him for his great merit. He pats Gongju's shoulder, telling him to rest before the award ceremony tomorrow. As Gongju leaves, he thinks about all the work he has to do, knowing he'll be stuck in the palace tonight. A deep sigh escapes him. All he wants is to see his sister right now. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through his thoughts. It's the crown prince, Gongqi, asking how he's been. Gongju gives a polite greeting and tries to excuse himself, but Gongqi insists they walk together to visit their grandmother. As they walk, a young eunuch scurries past and bumps right into the crown prince. The poor kid hits the deck, his face a mask of pure terror. He trembles, begging for his highness to spare him. Gongqi's response is cold and dismissive. "It's all right, you can leave." The eunuch scrambles away as fast as his legs can carry him. Gongju notes silently how much the once nice crown prince has changed. Gongqi breaks the silence, commenting on Gongju's impressive achievements. But Gongju only has one person on his mind. "So what? I want to be the most admirable man for Yimo." This gets Gongqi's attention. He immediately asks, "Is Yimo all right?" Gongju's eyes narrow. "Is it anything to do with you?" he asks with an icy tone. But Gongqi presses, demanding to know where she is. Gongju snaps, grabbing him by the collar. "Do you think you have the right to see her?" He reminds Gongqi of everything she suffered, how she was even forced to commit suicide by the emperor. "But what have you done?" He spits, "How shameful for you to even ask to see her." He twists the knife, pointing out that Gongqi couldn't protect her. Because of this, she was forced to fake her own death to escape. He shoves him back, warning him that if he tries to meet her, he'll only put her in more danger. "It's enough for me to have my sister," Gongju declares, walking away. "Your Highness, please behave yourself." Gongqi is left seething, the words hitting him like a physical blow. A little later, Gongqi arrives at the Empress's chamber. He greets his mother, who welcomes her boy warmly. She immediately notices his anxious expression and asks what's wrong. As they walk inside, she brings up the topic of marriage. She says it's time for him to settle down, mentioning a list of suitable girls from aristocratic families. Gongqi is clearly not interested, his face darkening at the very thought. His mother presses on, reminding him he's almost 18 and that his brothers were married with children by 16. He tries to brush it off, saying they can talk about it after he finishes his work on the canal. But she snaps back, saying that could take 2 years. She softens slightly, saying she knows he's mourning Yimo's death, but they can't bring her back to life. She cups his face, her voice firm. "Sooner or later, you will have to get married and have children." That's when he drops the bombshell. "Mother, Yimo isn't dead, she's in the capital right now." The Empress is stunned, realizing this is why he's refusing to marry. "Chi," she says carefully, "I know that you feel very grateful, but people can't confuse gratitude with romantic feelings." But Gongqi isn't having it. He recounts every single time Yimo saved them, from embezzlement cases to reclaiming his position as crown prince. He even reveals she took out the thing everyone was seeking to clear his name and save his life. I tried to resist my feelings for her, but I failed. He confesses desperately. If this isn't love, then what is? His mother's face hardens. If you want her, you have nothing to say. If you want to be the emperor, you can have everything you want. She lays out the cold, hard truth. To become emperor, he must marry a noble woman to gain power. Gongqi loses it. I don't want to marry anyone else. I want Gong Yimo. His mother plays her trump card. She points out that Gong Ju is gaining power and adores his sister. How long does he think Yimo will wait for him? Gong Chi falls silent. Just then, an attendant whispers some urgent news into her ear. The empress's eyes widen in shock. What, Gong Ju has a title in advance? She tells Gong Chi he has a choice, marry for power or watch Yimo marry someone else. Defeated, Gong Chi relents, telling his mother she's in charge of the concubine selection. Meanwhile, at a brand new mansion, an imperial edict arrives, granting Gong Ju the title of Prince Kai and a fiefdom for his contributions. He's also gifted the mansion and 50,000 imperial guards. A huge smile breaks across his face. I have a home for myself and sister, and our girl absolutely loves it. Wow, here, I want to live here, she exclaims, already settling in. They even find a hot spring. That's great, Yimo cheers. She immediately gets playful, splashing water at protesting Gongju. He shields his face, but he's smiling. He tells her she must use the hot spring whenever she's tired. Our cheeky heroine immediately replies, that's okay, you can come tonight. Later that day, we find our girl lounging in her chamber. She's fast asleep on a bench when her attendant gently tries to wake her. Leave me alone, she mumbles, perfectly content to sleep on the chair. The attendant then asks if she'd like a meal. She muses on how different her highness is now, so much more relaxed. Yimo sits up, suddenly energized. Bring me some wine, I'm going to soak in the hot spring. She dips her foot in before sinking into the warm, steaming water. With a tray of wine floating beside her, she reflects on her chaotic life. She wonders what the point of all the scheming is. Taking a big gulp of wine, she decides it's better to just follow her heart. This is life. Just then, her attendant Zin rushes in with some gossip. Gongju has become a prince. Yimo's interest is piqued. She decides she wants to attend the celebration banquet. Zin points out there will be a lot of girls at the banquet since it's time for Gongju to get married. A voice from behind her asks, do you want me to get married? It's Gongju, and he looks absolutely thunderstruck by the idea. The poor boy looks completely heartbroken. Will you leave me alone? He asks, his voice trembling. Yimo quickly changes the subject, asking why he came back so early from his banquets. He doesn't answer, instead stepping into the hot spring with her. He leans in close to her, his expression unreadable, and rests his head on the edge of the spring. Because, he murmurs, those people are so boring. Yimo can't help but blush at his proximity. It's indeed boring, he continues, his hand reaching for hers in the water, but more importantly. Because I miss you. He leans in and sniffs her hair, sighing contentedly. Our girl is flustered, thinking about what an attractive man he's become. She internally scolds herself for her thoughts, blaming Gongju for being so devilishly handsome. He pulls back, asking what she's muttering about. He tells her she'll get ill if her hair stays wet and offers to bind it for her. Stunned, she just agrees as he gets out of the water. His fingers gently work through her hair, tying it up with expert care. Yimo's face turns beet red. What's going on? She thinks, he just touched me. Why am I feeling this way about his touch? He finishes and tells her to take a bath, not to worry about him. He then splashes back into the water himself. He leans back with a satisfied sigh, happy they finally had time to chat. They relax back to back in the steaming water. Yimo hesitantly brings up the banquet again, asking if she can go. He takes a sip of wine, his voice laced with suspicion. Are you going there to help me find a concubine? The thought clearly irritates him. Suddenly he turns, his hands planting on the rocks beside her, trapping her. He leans in close, his eyes intense. Shouldn't you ask? Our boy Gongju isn't playing around. He asks our flustered heroine what her requirements are for a man, saying she deserves the best. Before she can even answer, he spins her around in the hot spring. He leans in close, a dangerous smirk on his face as he whispers, sister. His request, I want the best girl in the world. He turns her fully to face him, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. They're inches apart and she can smell the sweet scent of wine on his breath. Our poor girl flinches, scrambling backward in the water, her heart hammering in her chest. He just leans back, looking entirely too pleased with himself. Your request is a bit too inclusive, he teases. As long as she's better than you. Ouch, savage, she is absolutely stunned by his chaotic energy. Her face turning 50 shades of red. Suddenly she feels breathless and he notices immediately. Sister, what's wrong? Are you thirsty? She meekly admits she is. Her mind is racing, panicking at the sudden closeness, while he calmly pours a cup of wine. He approaches her, offering the cup. Warm wine, it's perfect. She takes the cup from his hand and thoughtfully takes a drink. Just as the mood settles, he turns away from her. She seizes the moment to change the subject. You didn't tell me if you were going to bring me or not. He takes a slow sip from the very cup she just drank from. All right, I can take you there. He licks his lips, a sly look in his eyes as he thinks, this is the taste of sister. But one indirect kiss isn't enough for this possessive prince. He lunges forward, grabbing her face. Kiss me, then you have my word. Our girl is frozen, thinking she must have heard him wrong. He reminds her how she used to kiss his forehead goodnight when they were kids. Her brain immediately goes into overdrive, rationalizing his insane request as a sister complex from his traumatic childhood. Right, they stare at each other across the steaming water. She takes a final, fortifying sip of wine, her decision made. With a sudden splash, she stands up. She leans over and plants a sweet, innocent kiss right on his forehead. Good night, my little prince. He is absolutely gobsmacked, his face flushing a brilliant red as he touches the spot she kissed. She uses his stunned silence to make a graceful exit, stepping out of the pool. Okay then, I'll be waiting for you to take me out tomorrow, she says with a confident smile, leaving him completely flustered. The next day, he's still smiling to himself like an idiot. Dressed as his male attendant, our girl walks through the palace passage, already regretting her choices. Gongju, ever the jealous type, gives her a stern warning, don't look at other people when we arrive in the palace. She just snaps back, okay, I got it. And he nods, satisfied. They arrive at Morning Glory Hall, where officials are congratulating Gongju left and right. Suddenly, a loud voice announces, the crown prince is here, and in walks Gongqi, the older brother. Gongju's friendly demeanor vanishes. He immediately starts searching the crowd with a dark look on his face. He starts walking forward, but our girl quickly steps in front of him, blocking his path. She stands her ground, trying to prevent a scene. The two royal brothers lock eyes, the air crackling with tension. But before anything can happen, the emperor arrives. He declares the banquet is for celebration, not politics. But Gongju can't take his eyes off his brother, and the icy stare gives our girl goosebumps. Officials immediately start crowding around Gongju, offering toasts. She starts to panic, seeing him surrounded. The emperor smoothly intervenes, telling Gongju he needs to go to the women's banquet. Cornered, Gongju has no choice but to agree. He stands looking deeply worried, and they begin to leave the hall. As they walk away, the crown prince accidentally bumps right into our girl, spilling wine all over her. Oh, I'm so sorry, he says, but his hands are already wiping her chest far too familiarly. When an attendant shouts at him, the crown prince just smiles and says he's helping his attendant rest, pointing directly at our girl. She's completely baffled. Before she can protest, he slings an arm around her and pulls her close. Night falls over the lotus pond. A boat waits by the shore. The crown prince leads our unsuspecting heroine onto the boat and helps her sit down. She tries to leave, saying she needs to go back, but he grabs her hand, refusing to let go. In one swift motion, he pulls her right into his lap. She gasps, completely shocked. He hugs her tight, his voice thick with emotion. You're alive, thank God. He confesses that he's missed her desperately, wanting to see and hold her every single day. His raw honesty stuns her. She pushes him away gently. I'm fine. Trying to deflect, she asks if his injury has healed. He looks at her with burning intensity. Would you like to go to the Hue River with me? He's dead serious, and she's speechless. He presses his advantage. If you go with me, he promises, you can start your distribution plan and open shops. Isn't it better than being restrained here in the capital? He lifts her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. She's not going with you, a furious voice roars from the shore. It's Gongju. He storms onto the boat and yanks our girl away from his brother, pulling her behind him protectively. Stop there, the crown prince yells. Do you want to take her away? Gongju challenges him. Sister belongs to me, she will only go with me. The brothers face off. Gongju claims he can protect her, but the crown prince scoffs. Protect her? Yimo isn't a golden bird trapped in a cage. He reminds Gongju of her dreams and ambitions, of her plans to build a trade empire. You want her to stay at your side only for your own interests, he accuses. Gongju's mind races. He knows she's brilliant, but the thought of her leaving and falling for someone else is terrifying. Here's right back. Before it can get worse, Gongju wraps his arms around her from behind. Sister, let's go. He pulls her away, leaving the crown prince standing alone on the shore. She looks back, completely bewildered. In her past life, these two were close. What changed? On the carriage ride back to the mansion, she's silent and Gongju is getting nervous. Are you blaming me for taking you away? Do you want to go with Gongqi? He asks, taking her hand. No matter what happens, I will always support you. He leans his head on her shoulder, suddenly looking small and vulnerable. Her heart softens. He really has grown up. He whispers, Sister, I just want you to take the initiative to get closer to me, just a little bit. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the crown prince is fuming in his chamber. Why are you so biased towards Gongju? He rages at the empty room. He stares at his own hands, frustrated by his weakness. We can't wait any longer, he declares to his attendant. Pass my decree that I will select concubines for crown prince in 3 days. A stoic-looking woman watches on, a hint of a plan in her icy eyes. All right, let's dive into this emotional train wreck. Our story opens with our girl Yimo sharing a tender moment with her brother Gongqi. He's off to a royal banquet and she's teasing him, calling it a blind date. He smoothly deflects, claiming he's just a guest, but then he hits her with a weirdly specific question. Sister, who do you want the crown prince to marry? She thinks for a moment, her expression turning serious. Honestly, she doesn't care who he picks as long as it's not that snake Sumai Allen. Yikes. She looks at their reflection, a soft smile on her face, wishing they could just stay like this forever. Oh, you sweet summer child, if only you knew. Cut to absolute chaos. Some other prince is throwing a royal tantrum, screaming at his mother that he's not going. And mommy dearest, the empress, is having none of it. She snaps that Gong Yimo is getting older and won't wait for him forever. He screams back, how can I choose a concubine when I'm in love with Yimo? The poor boy crumbles, insisting he can't do it. The Empress's voice softens just a little, asking the million-dollar question, "Does Yimo even know you feel this way?" She presses on if she isn't interested. But he clutches his chest, a desperate hope igniting in his eyes. He thinks that maybe, just maybe, Yimo feels something for him too. Just then an attendant bursts in with a hot tip. Yimo is at Prince Kai's mansion and Gongju is heading there now. This is his chance. But at Prince Kai's mansion, Gongju has issued a chilling order. No one is allowed to leave the grounds without his express permission. His guard points out the obvious. You can't just lock up the princess. But Gongju's face is a mask of pure, possessive iron. Meanwhile, our completely oblivious heroine is just vibing, enjoying a good book. Suddenly, a loud bang from outside makes her jump to her feet. Fireworks, a signal, her blood runs cold. Worried sick that something has happened to her brother Chi, she throws on a cloak and rushes for the exit. But she's stopped cold by the guards. They block her path stone-faced, repeating His Highness's orders. Our girl is fuming. "You're putting me under house arrest? Gongju would never do this to me." Yeah, no time for messages. She shoves right past them and makes a run for it. The guards panic, knowing they're dead meat if they harm the princess. Yimo follows the signal to a restaurant, her heart pounding in her chest as she pushes open the door. And there he is, Gong Chi, sitting calmly with a warm smile waiting just for her. He starts off with some innocent small talk, asking if she's ever tried the cake from a famous local shop. He tells her the romantic story of the couple who runs the place, who have been together for 20 years. And then the vibe shifts. He leans in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Cousins can get married, but what about half-blooded siblings?" he asks, grabbing her hand. Yimo freezes, her eyes wide with horror and disbelief. "Chi, what are you saying?" She yanks her hand back, sending the tea set crashing to the floor. But there's nowhere to go. He slams her against the wall, his voice trembling. "Yimo, I can't believe I'm finally holding you." He closes the distance, his face just inches from hers as she trembles in his arms. He whispers her name, his eyes burning with a terrifying, obsessive love. And then he does it, he kisses her. He pulls back only to whisper, "Just for a while, I just want to hold you for a while." The confession she never wanted pours out of him. "Yimo, I missed you for a long time." Pinned under him, she manages to choke out a single question. "When did it start?" He looks absolutely tortured. "It's been so long, I don't even know." He tells her she was special from the very first moment he saw her. He leans over her, his eyes full of anguish and adoration. Her mind is racing, flashing back to all the little moments in this life that were so different from her last. He confesses his darkest thoughts, that he once planned to kill her to secure his position as crown prince. "But you saved me," he says, gently touching her face. "From that moment, I was eager to get close to you." He admits he tried to fight his feelings, tried to give her the cold shoulder, but he just couldn't do it. He pulls her into a desperate hug. "You were willing to die for me. A sister couldn't do this for her brother." He looks her straight in the eye, his own filled with a sliver of hope. "Do you have even the slightest of feelings for me?" In her head, a voice screams no. She shoves him off her, sending him tumbling back onto the couch. Her expression is pure ice. "Stop your feelings for me," she commands. "We're siblings and we'll always be siblings." He's completely shattered, begging her to say she's lying. He promises they can be together once he's the emperor. He surges forward, grabbing her again, pleading with her to admit she feels something, asterisk anything asterisk. "I can feel it," he cries, his face twisted in pain. "You treat me differently." She pulls her hand away with cold finality. "Chi, it's time to return to the palace." And then the ultimate soul-crushing blow. With a sad smile, she says, "I wish you have a child soon." And with a final goodbye, she leaps out the window. He just stands there watching her go, completely stunned. Then a broken, hysterical laugh bursts from his lips. The laughter dissolves into agonizing sobs as he covers his face, her final words twisting like a knife in his heart. "Have a child soon." Back at the banquet, Gongju gets the report. The crown prince sent a signal and the princess forced her way out. His composure cracks. With a loud BAM, he slams his teacup down on the table. He stands and storms from the room, radiating pure fury. He kicks a door open, not even slowing down. He staggers into the Empress's chamber, his face a mask of cold, terrifying rage. The Empress calls his name and he turns, his demeanor suddenly changing. He's holding a wine jug, playing the part of a heartbroken drunkard. "Mother," he slurs, "are you trying to pick a wife for me?" The court ladies swoon, thinking he looks so mature and manly. They're all aflutter, ready to compete for his hand. The Empress, unimpressed, tells him to sit down. He obeys her command. Just then Gongju arrives and his eyes immediately lock on his brother. He knows something is terribly wrong. He thinks to himself, "I want to go back immediately." But Chi is putting on a show, drunkenly shrugging off a servant. He shoves the poor guy away. He stumbles right up to Gongju, his voice loud and mocking. "You know what? I failed," he declares. "She refuses me. Can you win her heart? Ha ha ha." He leans heavily on his brother. An official suggests that the drunk prince should be taken to rest. The Empress agrees, but Chi isn't finished. He pushes the guards away and grandly gestures to the room. "Who wants to marry me?" The ladies are shocked by his chaotic behavior, and the Empress looks absolutely murderous. Seeing her chance, a woman named Sue steps forward and introduces herself. She offers him a scented sachet to refresh his mind. He takes it from her. A cruel, savage smile spreads across his face. "Since she wants to marry me, then pick her." Miss Sue is overjoyed, bowing deeply. As the other ladies sigh, Gongju quietly picks up a cup of wine and downs it in one gulp. Crack, he shatters the cup in his hand. A sudden intense heat rushes through his body. He clutches his robes, his face flushing beet red. He bows, blaming it on being drunk, and asks to be excused. As guards lead the staggering Gongju away, the crown prince watches him go, a sinister, triumphant smile on his face. An attendant whispers, "It's done." Chi's thoughts are pure poison. It doesn't matter that Yimo refused me. There's no way Gongju gets her. Later in a palace room, the drugged Gongju hears a woman calling his name. It's the Sioux girl sitting on his bed. In his feverish state, he hallucinates, thinking it's his sister. She leans over him, whispering his name. She pulls him into an embrace, and in that moment of contact, his mind snaps back to reality. No, she isn't sister. Slap, a vicious backhand sends the woman flying. He stumbles out of bed, desperately calling for Yimo. He flees the room just as Yimo arrives back at his mansion. A servant tells her the prince is in the hall. She runs through the courtyard, her own desperation growing. She searches everywhere, calling his name over and over. And then she finds him. He's standing in a bath of cold water, fully clothed, trying to fight off the drug's effects with pure willpower. She freezes, horrified by what she sees. He looks up, his eyes filled with a storm of pain, relief, and desperation. Sister. Our girl finds her little brother soaking in a hot spring, and she can immediately tell something is wrong. She looks at him with concern, but he flushes bright red and snaps, "Don't touch me." He turns away, admitting through gritted teeth that he's been poisoned with an aphrodisiac. Yimo is stunned, an aphrodisiac at the royal banquets. He tries to play it cool, saying he'll be fine once he soaks for a bit. But our girl isn't about to leave him suffering. She pulls out a detox pill, admitting she doesn't know if it'll work. Gently, she cups his face, the steam rising around them. She places the pill in his mouth and he swallows, the moment feeling way too intimate for siblings. He immediately apologizes, stammering that he didn't mean to. But the poison is clearly still wrecking his system. Yimo waves it off, insisting she's fine. But the moment her guard is down, he lunges, pulling her into a desperate hold. He crushes her against him, breathing heavily. She tries to push him away, but he just buries his face in her shoulder, completely losing his composure. He finally collapses against her, begging her to fetch an antidote he ordered. As she runs off to help, he wonders despairingly why it's so hard to win her heart. Just then, his attendant Liu Kai arrives, wondering where Gongju has gone. Meanwhile, Yimo returns and peeks through the door, calling for her sister. She pushes it open, and what she sees makes her gasp in shock. Gongju is on the bed, but he's not alone. He's clutching her clothes, burying his face in them, and inhaling her scent like a man starved. He's tossing and turning, completely lost to his feverish state. Then he whispers her name, "Gong Yimo, I want you," and Yimo panics, slamming the door shut. She leans against it, her own face beet red, realizing he was doing something. Obscene asterisk. She hesitates, wondering if she should still give him the medicine. Suddenly, he calls out sister, and she drops to the floor in a panic, trying to hide. Sister, Yimo, he calls again, and she wonders if she's been caught. Not taking any chances, she bolts. Gongju appears at the door, a dark look on his face. He knows she heard it all. He slams his fist down, vowing that one day he'll make her come to him willingly, before plunging himself back into the cold water. Elsewhere, Yimo tries to process the chaos by skipping stones. She slaps her own cheeks, trying to knock some sense into herself. He's your brother, he was poisoned, it's normal to lose control. She decides to forget the whole embarrassing incident and focus on a promise she made, heading straight for Prince Ping's mansion. She reflects on her new promotion to Commandant of the Imperial Guards. Inside, Prince Ping is enjoying a quiet moment when he hears her approach. Yimo sneaks up behind him, playfully covering his eyes. "You scoundrel," she yells, yanking his ear for breaking his promise to her. To make up for it, she's brought a super rare wine. Soon, she's already tipsy, bragging about her improved tolerance as he slumps over the table, defeated. He teases her, "You've grown up, but you're not engaged. Planning on becoming an old lady." She just waves him off, saying if she marries someone, there'd be no one to drink with him. At her words, he blushes furiously. Then he blurts out, you can marry me." And now it's Yimo's turn to be a blushing, stuttering mess. He grins, saying while he can't give her riches, he can promise her all the wine she can drink. She laughs, promising to consider it. He's surprised when she says she has a bigger dream. She takes a huge swig of wine and declares her ambition to establish trade and bring prosperity to all the kingdoms. She wants everyone to live a wealthy life. She sways, pushing him away slightly. Then her mood turns somber. She leans on the table, confessing she doesn't want to fall in love because it would make her narrow-minded. She drunkenly insists she can achieve her dream, tries to stand, and promptly faceplants. Watching her, he thinks, "But when can I marry you?" He catches her just in time, holding the drunken princess in his arms. He gently carries her and lays her on the bed. But before he can even pull away, a blade is at his throat. It's Gongju, his eyes burning with fury. "Put her down," he snarls. Prince Ping, completely unfazed, just smirks at him. "And what if I don't?" he taunts. Gongju's gaze turns absolutely lethal. He lunges, sword flashing. Prince Ping releases Yimo and Gongju swoops in to catch her. "I'm wondering why you care so much," Prince Ping says coolly. "Is she just your sister?" He presses on, "Do you have some ulterior motives for your sister?" Prince Ping's smirk is infuriating. Gongju snaps that their relationship is none of an outsider's business, but Prince Ping delivers the killing blow. "An outsider? What if I marry her?" Gongju freezes in shock. In the next second, blood flies as his sword slices Prince Ping's neck. The prince collapses, clutching the wound. Holding Yimo tighter, Gongju declares that he can protect his sister. Then he issues a chilling threat, reminding the prince about his beloved grandmother. His smile is pure evil. "How dare you?" Prince Ping sees from the floor. "Of course I dare," Gongju replies icily. "If you try to steal my loved one, why can't I steal yours?" Pulling out a dagger to finish the job. 2 hours later, they are back at their own mansion. The courtyard is littered with bodies and blood. Spies, Gongju explains, come every day. He carries the sleeping Yimo into her room. His mind in turmoil, he knows sending her away would be safest, but he can't bear the thought of her leaving. He gently tucks her in, his heart aching. "What should I do with you?" he whispers, watching over her as she sleeps, completely unaware of the chaos she causes. Gongju watches our sleeping heroine, his hand hovering over her. His eyes are filled with a storm of emotions as he tries to calm himself down. But as she sleeps, she murmurs that she's hot and unconsciously pulls his hand closer. He's startled for a moment, then all his restraint shatters as he dives in and kisses her. It's a deep, desperate kiss, full of all the feelings he's been suppressing. Suddenly, he pulls back, a sound from the curtain making him freeze. He stares down at her, his heart pounding. Luckily, she didn't wake up. He can't resist. He leans in again, stroking her face and whispering that he's addicted to her. "When can I have you?" he thinks. "Why do I have to be your brother?" He stands, his heart aching. He knows it's because of their sibling bond that he met her, but he curses the fate that keeps them apart. He walks silently out of the room, opening the door and vowing to change his destiny. But the moment he's gone, our girl's eyes snap open. She touches her lips, the reality crashing down on her. "Gongju, kiss me." Her mind is a chaotic mess. She sees him as her brother, a friend, a child she raised. Not a lover. She shoots up in bed, clutching her head in a full-blown panic. What should she do? Should she confront him and try to stop his feelings? But is that even the right thing to do? She sits by the window, her mind racing, completely lost. Suddenly, the sounds of a battle erupt outside. Don't let a single one escape. She peers out the window, realizing there are too many enemies. She knows Gongju can't fight them all, and in her panic state, she thinks, "I can't stay here any longer." Outside, a guard reassures a battle-ready Gongju that they can handle the intruders. Surrounded by his loyal men, Gongju stands firm, his expression icy. He gives a savage order, "Find out who they are, they definitely left some trace." He clenches his sword, remembering something his sister once taught him. Just then, a servant rushes in, his face pale with terror. "Your Highness, bad news, the princess is gone, she left a note." Gongju's world stops. What? He snatches the letter from the servant's hand. The note says she's leaving because of spies, but he sees right through it. He crumples the paper in his fist, the truth hitting him like a physical blow. She didn't leave because of the spies, it's because of him. His guard urges him, "Your Highness, let's chase her." But Gongju just shakes his head, his voice hollow. "No, she won't come back." The emotional agony is too much, and he suddenly coughs, blood spilling from his lips. His loyal guard catches him as he stumbles. "She will never come back," he whispers, his body trembling. He looks at his man, his eyes pleading. "You help me find her and ask. And how can she be so cruel to me?" He nearly collapses from the weight of his despair. Meanwhile, in Gyo City, our heroine, now in disguise, overhears some juicy gossip at a tea house. Two men are talking about the capital, and one mentions that the 9th prince, Gongju, has been vomiting blood. In a flash, she's on her feet, grabbing the man by his collar. "Are you looking for death?" he sputters. The terrified man quickly explains it's true. The prince is so sick that even the imperial doctors can't cure him. The news hits her like a ton of bricks. Vomiting blood, is it because of my leaving? She thinks in horror. She's completely torn. Should she go back? What if it's a scheme to lure her out? But her heart aches. Gongju, he is the person I care about most. Back at Prince Kai's mansion, a subordinate reports that they've spread the news of his illness far and wide, but there's still no trace of the princess. Lying weakly in bed, Gongju gives a shocking order. "Ask everyone to leave this palace tonight, and ask the men who went to look for her to come back." His subordinate is baffled. Why? A faint knowing smile plays on Gongju's lips. "I can feel that, sister is coming back." And he's right. That very night, our girl sneaks back onto the palace grounds, finding it eerily empty. She creeps towards his room and pushes the door open, shocked to find absolutely nobody on watch. She quietly enters his chamber. There he is, lying pale and still in his bed. Why is he being so weak? Did he really vomit blood? She wonders, her heart clenching as she reaches out to touch his face. The second her fingers make contact, his eyes fly open. It was a trap. Before she can react, he pulls her into a fierce embrace. She's completely stunned as he leans his head against hers, his body pressing close. Her face flushes a deep crimson. He whispers his confession, "I have had a crush on you since I was 9 years old." He pulls back slightly, his eyes searching hers. "Why wouldn't you say something, sister?" He wraps his arms around her from behind, holding her tight. He reaches for her, his voice soft and pleading. "If you can't accept it, I can suppress my feelings. I can just be your brother. As long as I am your dearest, I can accept whatever identity it is." He gently cups her face. She looks at him, remembering the small child she helped raise, and her heart breaks. He has a cold, strong personality, but he's compromising everything for her. "What I treasure most is the family affection I have for you," she thinks. "I don't want to make this relationship complicated." She meets his gaze, her voice firm. You are my brother, the most important person in my life. She gently removes his hand from her face. If you can accept this, I will never leave you. His expression turns to ice. Be your brother all my life. He stands, his voice dangerously low. You can stay by my side, but you will never be my lover, will you? His hand clenches the bedsheets, his body trembling with suppressed emotion. Then he looks up, a chillingly calm smile on his face. Okay, I agree. Our girl is shocked. Is he really agreeing to stop his feelings just like that? Yes, he says, his eyes unreadable. I won't hold that kind of feelings for you, and we will always be siblings, will we? Trying to believe him, she asks how he's feeling. Much better, he replies smoothly. Luo Kai went to look for you. She presses, then who will watch you tonight? With a devilish glint in his eye, he flops back onto the bed. You will have to watch me. And with a sudden whoosh, he yanks her down with him. He stands up smirking. Why, as your brother, now I can't even touch you. Flustered, our girl stammers that she'll stay, but she needs to get her own quilt. She practically flees the room. The second the door closes, the facade crumbles. Blood trickles from his mouth again. My heart hurts like hell, he gasps. He collapses to the floor, clutching his chest. Perhaps this is what people call heartbroken. Outside, she hesitates, quilt in hand. Something feels wrong. She pushes the door open and finds him unconscious on the floor. Gongju, she screams, rushing to his side. Hold on, she begs, transferring her internal energy to him as he coughs weakly. She breathes a sigh of relief as his condition stabilizes. But then she notices how cold he is. Before she can think, he pulls her into the bed with his remaining strength, wrapping his arms around her to get warm. They fall asleep, tangled together under the covers. At noon the next day, she stirs from her sleep. Her eyes flutter open, and she finds him awake, gazing at her with pure adoration. He leans in close, capturing her lips in a soft, gentle kiss. Morning, Yimo. Our poor girl wakes up, her mind still reeling from that stolen kiss. Why did he call me Yimo? She wonders, her heart in a chaotic flutter. She sits up abruptly, a new resolve hardening her expression. No, I have to keep a distance from Gongju. But as she tries to stand, her body betrays her and she stumbles forward with a gasp. Her eyes widen in confusion and fear. What did you do to me? She whispers, her voice trembling as she looks up. And there he is, Gongju casually twirling a lock of her hair. I just fed you an internal force inhibitor, he says with a chillingly calm smile. Your internal force will recover in 7 days. He lets her go and she slumps back onto the bed, completely powerless. He leans over her, his voice a low purr. Yimo, where are you going? She snaps back. Gongju, I'm your sister, don't call me Yimo. He smirks, getting impossibly closer. You are my sister, he whispers, but you are also my Yimo. The tension between them is thick enough to cut with a knife. Why did you do this? She demands, her voice rising. Did you forget what you said last night? He has the audacity to feign ignorance. What did I say last night? She reminds him of her desperate plea to just be his brother, and with a savage bang, he slams her down onto the bed. Then I will tell you what I think, he says, his eyes dark with obsession. I won't be able to stop having feelings for you, he confesses, his voice raw. He tells her he feels like hell whenever other men approach her, that he can't control himself when he looks at her. He lifts her chin, forcing her to meet his intense gaze. I can't stop having feelings for you unless I die. He dismisses her fears about their blood relation, saying they can just use contraceptives. I won't let you get hurt, he promises, leaning in. We can be together. Then he drops the final bomb. Sister, no, Yimo, I don't want to be your brother, I want to be your man. She shoves at his chest, screaming stop. She tries to appeal to his better nature, her voice pleading. You look cold, but you're tender-hearted, you will never hurt me, won't you? But her words are useless, he presses her hands down. A look of pure anguish crosses his face. But I can't endure it, he grits out. And then he kisses her. I have to have you and become your man, he whispers against her lips. She shivers, turning her head away. You can't do that to me. He just continues the kiss, lost in his own twisted world. She pushes against his now exposed chest, her desperation growing. You can't do this to me. In a last-ditch effort, she cries out, because I have someone I love. His eyes snap open, his expression turning icy. Who is he? He roars, his grip on her jaw tightening. She tells him he doesn't need to know, that if he loves her, he should respect her decision. He just glares at her, his face a mask of pure fury. Tears stream down her face as she begs him one last time. I said if you love me, you have to let me go. That's the final straw. His internal force erupts from his body, shattering the walls, the ceiling, and blasting the doors off their hinges. A girl cries out in terror, covering her mouth as she witnesses his terrifying rage. He smashes his fist into the wall right beside her head. You love somebody else and I have to let you go? He seethes. He leans in, his voice a venomous whisper, listing potential rivals. Or maybe it is Gongchi. He snarls, demanding to know what attracts her to them. His threats turn gruesome, promising to gouge out their eyes, cut off their hands, and feed their entire body to the dogs. So they won't disrupt our sleeping. Horror crashes down on her. He's the same cold, ruthless Prince Regent who killed her in her last life. All her efforts have been for nothing. He whispers about letting her go and then gently caresses her face. But his smile is pure evil. Wait until your next life, he declares, crashing his lips against hers. He pulls her into a crushing hug, deepening the kiss. She can only let out a small whimper. He grabs her wrists and starts pulling at her clothes. She struggles against him, a loud bang echoing as they fall back onto the bed. What are you doing? She cries out. He tells her he's examining her to see if she's given herself to another man. Panicked, she blurts out a lie. No, I lied to you, I don't love anyone. His face contorts into a demonic sneer. I hate you lying to me, I must punish you. He yanks at her robes again, and her outer garment falls to the floor. Gongju, I didn't lie to you, she insists. He just whispers what into her. She finally shoves him away, gaining a moment of freedom. How can you do that to me? She cries, her hand raised. Asterisk smack, asterisk the sound of her hand hitting his face echoes in the silent room. He looks utterly shocked. He grabs her hand, his voice suddenly soft. No, I didn't mean to hurt you. He lifts her sleeve, revealing the vermilion spot on her arm, the proof of her purity. He stares at it, his voice low and possessive. One day I will remove this red spot from your pale arm myself. Then he leans down and asterisk kisses asterisk it. His mood swings again and he looks at her with wide, fearful eyes. Don't lie to me again, sister. I was scared, he pleads, his voice cracking. I might have forced myself upon you. He gently picks up her discarded robe and wraps it back around her shoulders. Don't try to escape from me, he warns softly before placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. I don't want you to hate me. He looks away, a thoughtful, calculating expression on his face. The next day, our girl is trapped. Without her internal force, she can't escape. She can only wait and see. A maid brings her some warm milk, and she takes the opportunity to ask a question. You knew Gongju like me a long time ago, didn't you? The maid smiles fondly. Yes, your highness. I saw him look at you with eager eyes when he was only 9. She adds that everyone in the palace knows of his love for her. The devastating truth hits our heroine, so I am the last one to know. Later, she enters the dining hall where Gongju is waiting for her. He dismisses the servants, telling her to come sit by him. She's wearing a heavy cloak and complains that it's hot. He immediately offers to help her take it off, but she recoils. No, I'm not feeling hot. He gulps, a slight blush on his cheeks, clearly flustered by her rejection. He gestures to the feast. The dishes are your favorites, eat when they are warm. But she turns her head away, deciding to test the limits of his obsession. I don't like these dishes now. Sister, what do you like to eat? He asks, ever so patient. She decides to make an impossible request. I want to eat chocolate and fruit mousse, and macaron and ice cream. He looks sad but doesn't get angry. If you know how to make these dishes, then tell me. I will give you whatever food you like as long as it can be made. He then tries to feed her a piece of food with his own chopsticks. She slaps it away, her patience gone. Humph, I don't want to eat these dishes, I am full now. She gives him an ultimatum. If you don't give me the antidote, I will go on a fast. He leans closer, his smile gone. Sister, if you don't eat, I will have to feed you. She calls his bluff. I won't eat, what can you do to me? Oh, this poor naive girl, he shows her exactly what he can do. He grabs her face and kisses her, forcing the food from his mouth into hers. She's trapped with no way out. Our poor girl is trapped at the dinner table with her obsessive brother who asks why she dares to do, well, anything he doesn't like. He tells her the food is getting cold and she needs to eat. She thinks to herself, I can't fight this prick now. I have to endure him eat and then find a way to escape. But her brother is lost in his own twisted fantasy. He's thinking he absolutely has to make love with her tonight. He's already brushing off the whole sibling issue, dreaming of how they can just change their identities and run away to live together forever. Back in reality, he's just creepily feeding her a spoonful of soup. She sets her bowl down with a decisive put. I'm full, she announces, slamming her hands on the table. Let's get out of here. But he's too quick, stopping her with a single finger to her lips. With a sinister smirk, he purrs, you are full, but I am not. She finally snaps Gongju. She confronts him head on. Do you know it's wrong to commit incest? He looks her dead in the eye and says, I know. Trying a different tactic, our girl attempts to psychoanalyze him. She reminds him that he lost his mother when he was young and she was the only one who ever cared for him. So it's reasonable that you have feelings for me, she says, trying to reframe his obsession as simple gratitude. He smirks, thinking she finally understands his feelings, but she shatters his delusion. This feeling isn't love, she declares. It's family affection or maybe just curiosity about women. She continues, it's more like curiosity because you don't have other women around you. His face falls. He thought making her accept his love was the hard part. He never imagined it would be so difficult to even make her believe he loves her. She tells him he'll understand once he meets another girl, but that just makes him look even more sad and humble. His expression crumbles, tears welling in his eyes as he finally breaks. I have no interest in other women except you, he shouts. I am only so patient with you. His voice cracks with desperation. I am so hungry for your love that I've almost gone crazy. What I'm asking for is just a kiss from you. He stands up abruptly, and then in a move that shocks her to her core, he gets on his knees before her. He grabs her hand, his voice trembling. A smile of yours can make me happy for a long time, he confesses. Your disapproval will make me panic. He looks up at her, his eyes pleading, and raises her hand to his lips for a kiss. Please, he begs, tell me what love is. This is too much, our girl's mind is screaming, no, I have to leave. She knows that if she stays, she'll only drag him deeper into this immoral relationship. Sensing her panic, he whispers, it's okay. He stands up, his expression softening. If you can't accept me now, he says, leaning in to give her a gentle kiss on the forehead. One day you will accept me, but then his eyes turn cold. But I have to wait until that time has come. The chilling moment is interrupted by a guard with news from the palace. Gongju orders him to speak. The guard reports that secret guards told His Majesty the princess was still alive, and it happened this very afternoon. Gongju's gaze is icy as he turns back to her. "You have to stay at home and wait for me," he commands. She can only nod obediently, but he sees right through her act. Is she so eager for my leaving? He thinks, wishing he could just take her right now. He gives her a quick kiss on the cheek as she tries to rush him out the door. He pins her against the wall for one last, intense moment. He knows he has to go to the palace. As he walks away, he gives his subordinate a truly savage order. Arrange some men to watch the mansion closely, and get a few servants to stay with sister. If she insists on leaving, kill one servant for every step she takes. The guard asks if that's feasible. Gongju smirks. If she knows her personal business will cause the death of innocent people, she won't be able to leave. Left alone, our heroine is having a total meltdown. What a bad day. She paces her room, trying to formulate a new plan. She suddenly remembers an important date. Her father's reincarnation ceremony is in 3 days. Gongju will be busy and he won't be back for a couple of days. A flicker of hope ignites in her eyes. This is her chance. She has to find a way to leave while he's gone, later as she's resting in bed. A figure appears by her side. It's Gongju. He came back early, worried she might leave, and is relieved to find her sleeping. He watches her, thinking how careless she is to sleep so soundly under the circumstances. He gently blows a strand of hair from her face. Thinking she is both adorable and hateful, suddenly her eyes fly open. "What are you doing?" she gasps, finding him in her bed, hugging her from behind. "Nothing, I just want to sleep with you," he says calmly, pulling her closer. When she asks why he's not in his own room, he gives the lamest excuse ever. "My room is ruined." He then explains that some ministers tried to get him fired earlier. Holding her tight as he vows to get stronger to protect her and win her heart. She remembers he'd vomited blood and realizes how exhausted he must be. She decides not to fight him too hard, afraid he might completely lose control. He raises her hand to his cheek, a look of pure contentment on his face. If time could stop for now, he thinks, this would be the happiest moment of my life. The next day, our girl is determined to get her power back. The internal force inhibitor is suppressing her Kai and blood, so she decides to try some pills she brought from her world. She swallows one down. And believe it or not, it's working. She's already restored 1/10 of her internal force. At this rate, she'll be at full power in 2 days. Her maid comes in with the latest court gossip about the emperor's birthday and the crown prince's wedding. The maid is confused why the prince would marry someone else after confessing to our girl. Our heroine just sighs. The bride-to-be was her nemesis in her past life, so annoying. But she dismisses it, deciding to move on. The maid, noticing her disinterest, mentions another rumor. The South Lord is bringing a magical object to the emperor's banquet. This gives our girl an idea, but she pushes it aside for now. That night, she lies in bed plotting. Gongju has been gone for 2 days. This is her chance. The palace is quiet, but she knows the guards are watching. If she tries to escape, they'll make a move. She closes her eyes, ready to act. But a shadow falls over her. He's back. Gongju leans down and kisses her hard. Acting on instinct, she shoves him with a burst of her recovered internal force, sending him flying back with a bang. Damn it, she thinks, realizing she's exposed herself. "Why did you come back?" she demands. He looks furious. "I was afraid you were too lonely here," he says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. His eyes darken with a terrifying resolve. "Maybe when you finally belong to me, you will be obedient." He begins to take off his outer rope. "What are you doing?" she screams. With a chilling smile, he announces, "I want to make you my woman." She threatens that she'll never forgive him, her mind racing in panic. Is he serious? He's just trying to scare me, isn't he? He looks down, his voice soft and full of pain. I know you will hate me, but I have no other way," he says, his eyes filled with a heartbreaking desperation. He collapses onto the bed, pressing her down beneath him. He's panting, his face flushed with a terrifying mix of desire and despair. "I have to make you my woman's." Here we go again, with our girl pinned down by the dangerously obsessive Gongju. She tries to push him away, her voice trembling as she begs him to stop. "You can't do this," she cries, turning her head away in desperation. But he's not listening. Her hand darts out, searching for anything to stop him. She finds a dagger, her eyes filled with regret as she whispers an apology. As she lunges, but he's too fast. He grabs her wrist and the weapon clatters uselessly to the floor. His face is pure ice. "You should have known the consequence of irritating me," he snarls. He leans in, his voice laced with venom. "You said you loved me, but now you'd rather die." He scoffs, completely missing the point. "You don't care about courtesy and even commit suicide," he says, as if that's the problem here. He swoops in closer, his breath hot on her skin. "Now I don't dare to let go of you," he murmurs. Our girl tries to reason with him, explaining that he prefers mild ways, but she has no choice but to cry. He hugs her tightly, promising a grand wedding in the future. But then he cruelly pinches her thigh, making her hiss in pain. He lifts her face, his expression unreadable. Tears stream down her cheeks as she begs him, "Please don't do this. I'm afraid." He grabs her wrist, his touch a brand of possession. He leans down and her mind spirals. She remembers her past life, the constant fear of being abandoned again. "Gongju, please," she sobs. "If you love me, at least let me fall in love with you." Her desperate plea seems to get through to him. He stops, standing up and leaving her a sobbing mess on the bed. She lies there utterly broken, tears staining the sheets. But then he returns, his voice is soft, filled with a pain of his own. I love you so much, why are you so cold to me? He asks. What experience makes you so afraid of love? He sighs, I won't force you, but I have to feed you another internal force inhibitor. And with that, he leans in and kisses her, passing the medicine from his mouth to hers. He pulls her into his arms, turning her to face him. When you pushed me, I knew your strength had recovered a lot, he admits, holding her close. For a moment, she's silent in his embrace, and he just watches her with those intense eyes. He lies down beside her, gently turning her onto her side. Have a rest, he says, patting her head. Remember to give more heed to the South Lord tomorrow. He continues his twisted pep talk, telling her she can be better than any man in the world if she's knowledgeable. Then he asks the million-dollar question, why haven't you fallen in love with me? Our girl wisely pretends to be asleep. He watches her, wondering if her heart thawed even a little bit. If it's true, he thinks, holding her tighter. Oh, that's great. The moment he's gone, her eyes snap open. He has left, she thinks, a wave of relief washing over her. She throws off the covers and stands up, her feet patting silently on the floor. She pushes open the doors and looks out at the palace grounds. Today is my father's birthday, she realizes. It's the best time to escape tonight. Meanwhile, at the morning glory hall, a prince offers Gongju a drink, but he refuses, citing his responsibilities. The prince just smiles, offering to handle such trivial things for him. He approaches Gongju, leaning in with a message. Tell Yimo I will wait for her to come to my wedding in 20 days, he says before turning away. Gongju watches him go as the prince smirks to himself, thinking she'll be happy to see him get married. At the main hall, the emperor raises a toast. The court officials all wish him a long life, and he laughs, telling them to start the feast. The guards announce the beginning of the banquet. An emissary steps forward. Your Majesty, I brought a miraculous treasure to celebrate your birthday. The emperor nods his approval as the man presents a small, ornate box. It's called Cloud Cigarette, the South Lord explains. It's good for you, why don't you try it? The emperor leans forward, intrigued by the scent. Okay, present it to me, he commands, eager to try it, but just as the box is handed over, a voice cuts in. Father, may I have a try? It's Gongju stepping forward with a determined look. The emperor looks annoyed, and the South Lord tries to stop him, saying it's only for adults. But Gongju has already taken it. He puts the stick to his lips, appointed, asks the South Lord for another. The Lord chuckles, promising to make him one later. Before taking his leave, the second he's gone, Gongju drops the act. Father, his present will harm you and make you addicted to it, he warns. Let me arrest him and bring him to justice. The emperor's face darkens. Good boy, he says. When you come back, I will award you amply. Gongju simply bows, saying it's his duty, and prepares to leave. But another plot is already in motion. The fourth prince, Gongshi, corners the South Lord. I will help you solve your worries, he says with a sly grin. As long as he can be gotten rid of, I will help you. His eyes gleam with malice. South Lord has gone ahead. Please go with me to catch that guy's loved girl. Riding out of the palace, Gongju sees a terrifying sight in the distance. Fire. His blood runs cold. Oh no, sister is in danger. He barks orders to his men, and they ride like the wind. Sister, wait for me, he thinks desperately. I'll be right there to save you. At the same time, our girl is running for her life. She thinks about all the pressure Gongju has been under, how everyone wants her dead. Her father, the crown prince, they all see her as a threat. She feels like a terrible burden on the one person who cares for her. I'm sorry, she whispers to the night, tears in her eyes. I won't be a burden on you. Suddenly, a voice screams from the darkness. There she is, kill her. Assassins swarm around her. She draws her sword, her face a mask of grim determination. The scene triggers a heart-wrenching flashback. In her last life, she stood alone against the world, with a husband who didn't care behind her, and endless enemies in front. They all hated her. Snapping back to the present, she thinks of Gongju. He's the only one who believes in her. But that single moment of distraction is all it takes. A blade sinks deep into her back. Ah, she cries out in agony. She stumbles, thinking it's wrong for her to do anything, that she shouldn't struggle. She falls to her knees, her hand loosening on her sword. The assassins close in for the final blow. But then a flash of purple, a figure lands between her and her attackers. It's Gongju. He stands over her protectively, his sword gleaming. Sister, he asks, his voice trembling with fury and fear, do you want to abandon me again? He won't allow it. He launches himself at the assassins with a savage roar. Our girl can only watch, stunned. She thought she would be alone forever, but he came for her. He has always protected her, always wanted to stay with her. Looking at the chaos, she makes a decision. She picks up her sword. I can't be a burden on you anymore, she thinks, turning to flee. I have to leave the capital. She runs to a wooden bridge, and with a few quick slashes, cuts the ropes. Gongju whirls around at the sound, his eyes widening in horror. As the bridge collapses and she disappears into the darkness, he screams her name into the night. Under the dark, starry sky, Gongju's voice trembles as he begs his sister not to leave. I can protect you, he pleads, please trust me. But she stands at the edge of the water, a final barrier between them, warning him, don't come over. With the full moon as her witness, our girl holds a dagger to her own throat, her expression impossibly cold. As her brother cries out her name in desperation, Gongju, she says, her voice flat, you can't protect me. She explains the cold, hard truth. As long as I return, I will be confronted with the snatching of those people or the hunting of father. He refuses to believe it, but she cuts him off, her words like ice. I know him far better than you do. His fondness is nothing to ambition. With a look of profound sadness, she tells him to go back, but he can't accept it. Can't you return for the sake of me? He cries. His desperation explodes. If they want to capture you, I'll guard you. If they want to kill you, I'll protect you. Then comes the heart-wrenching confession. Even if father doesn't love you, I love you. He begs her, can you stay here just for me? Her answer is a single brutal phrase, no way. He's reeling and she twists the knife. You mean too much to me. You're my sister, she says, delivering the most savage brother zoning in history. I wouldn't have feelings for my brother who grows up with me. He's shattered. Why? Is it because of ethics? He screams, splashing into the water. I don't want to be your brother. As he takes a frantic step forward, she warns him again, don't come over, and presses the blade into her own neck, drawing a thin line of blood. He freezes instantly, his face a mask of pure horror. Stop. He looks utterly broken. As she tells him again to go back. We were born as siblings, she says, trying to seal their fate. We're siblings forever, don't struggle. He looks away, defeated. If this is my fate, I'm going to change it. With a shocking whoosh, he drives a dagger straight through his own hand. Gongju, she screams, watching in horror as he slumps into the water. He holds up his bleeding hand, warning her, don't come over, I go there. With blood pouring from his wound, he makes a vow. From today on, my kinship with Gong Yimo has been broken off. We're no longer siblings. She falls to her knees, crying that she can't possibly repay a debt like this. He just looks at her, his expression full of pain and love. He gently cups her face, wiping away her tears. Don't cry, he whispers. I love you, you don't need to pay it back. He asks if her neck hurts and says he'll help, pushing her slightly as a small vial magically appears in her hand. Without a second thought, she drinks the contents. Suddenly, he grabs her from behind. Don't move, it'll take a second, he says, his voice low. But then she leans down and presses her lips to the bleeding wound on his hand. He's stunned, the wound doesn't hurt anymore. He wonders if it's a placebo effect or some kind of drug she applied. He starts to ask, sister, this is... But she cuts him off by kissing him full on the mouth. His mind goes completely blank. It's the first time she's ever kissed him. The kiss deepens and he feels himself swallow something. Asterisk, what did she feed me? Asterisk, he thinks in a panic. She pulls away as if nothing happened. Is the water cold? She asks calmly. Come ashore, I'll bandage your wound. When he doesn't move, she calls out, why haven't you come up yet? Blushing furiously, he stammers, oh, I'm coming. They sit by the shore and she begins to expertly stitch his wound. But he's feeling strange, he's confused. He can't feel any pain from the needle and his entire body feels limp. A wave of weakness hits him, it's becoming difficult to even speak. What did you feed me? He thinks, his head spinning. He starts shaking, unable to control his own body. Our girl says nothing, silently tying off the bandage. Just then a new voice rings out, will you continue looking on? Oh no, they have an audience. Two men emerge from the trees and one smirks. Peeking is better than violating ethics, right? Our girl is on her feet in an instant, shielding the now drugged Gongju. Having those people with you, it's hard for you to capture me, she says coolly. She gently helps Gongju rest against a rock, before turning to face their enemy, Gongshi. Gongshi, do you know, she says, pointing a finger at him, you will be sentenced to death because of colluding with outsiders. She smirks, if you die, no one will know it. She scoops a dagger off the ground. Her eyes flash with savage intent. You can have a try, she says, launching herself forward. She stands alone, facing a small army of armed men. The goons hesitate, clearly intimidated. Gongshi snaps at them, what are you waiting for? She's just a girl, what are you afraid of? He internally fumes, realizing she's willing to do anything to protect Gongju. Meanwhile, the archer next to him has his own plan. Capture the girl, take what she has, and then kill the guy. As she fights, an arrow suddenly flies through the air. It strikes her squarely in the back. The impact jolts her forward. Blood drips from the arrow's tip, staining the ground red. But this absolute queen doesn't even flinch. She stands tall amidst the bodies of her fallen enemies and advances. The remaining men are terrified. Why hasn't she fallen down? Is she a ghost? As the archer scoffs and aims again, she reaches back, grabs the arrow, and rips it out of her own flesh like it's nothing. Another man charges, screaming. She dodges and slices, and he drops to the ground. The archer's jaw drops as our girl gives a chillingly confident smile. She becomes a whirlwind of death, her movements a deadly dance. From his spot by the rock, a weakened Gong, I am not doing enough, far from enough. She turns to the last of the men and orders them to retreat. Tears stream down Gongju's face. I don't deserve you, he cries internally. He covers his eyes, ashamed. Stop looking too ugly, he whispers. The archer knocks another arrow, ready to end it. But then he lowers his bow. Retreat, he commands. I admire her for protecting him at the risk of her life. He gives her a nod of respect. Miss, I admire your character. I would like to meet you on the battlefield one day. With that, he leaves, much to Gongshi's fury. Charge, Gongshi screams at his last remaining men. The person who captures Gong Yimo will be richly rewarded by me. Two men rush forward, swords raised. But just in the nick of time, the thunder of hooves fills the air. An entire cavalry of the Emperor's guards has arrived. Gongshi is seething, almost there, it was so close. He knows it's over, he has to get out before he's caught. Retreat, he yells, and his men flee into the woods. As the guards secure the area, Gongju lets out a shaky breath. Sister, we're saved. And with those final words, the drug and his exhaustion finally take over, and he collapses into her arms. She holds him tight, her own energy fading. It's all over, Gongju, she whispers to his unconscious form. Sleep well. Our girl Gong Yimo makes a difficult choice, telling a friend to look after the unconscious Gongju. The man Shen Shiai looks at her with concern. What about you? He asks. Meanwhile, in another kingdom, a mustachioed emperor is having a grand old time. Don't fret, he chuckles, he is on the way here. Just then, a stunning, silver-haired prince arrives with his entourage. The emperor welcomes him warmly, but a creepy-looking official gives the prince a very unsettling smile. This creep immediately gets way too close, sniffing the prince and whispering, "Your Highness, you smell good." The prince is not having it. The man's hand lands on the prince's leg, and that's the last straw. "Sir, are you drunk?" the prince snaps, shoving the predator away with a look of pure disgust. Back with our heroine, she's made her decision. With no place for her in the capital, she's leaving. She entrusts the sleeping Gongju to her friend's care. She leans in close, whispering a final, heartfelt promise to the man she's leaving behind. 10 agonizing days pass. Our girl finally flutters her eyes open, looking weak and confused. A familiar voice cuts through the haze. It's Jin Yun. He explains she's been unconscious for 10 days ever since he found her. He admits he was on a secret mission, but sent his men to find her the moment he knew she was alive. She sits up, asking where on earth she is. "You're in my mansion," he says, his voice calm and reassuring. They are now in the Yuheng kingdom. He pours her a cup of tea, telling her that since she had nowhere else to go, he brought her here to have some fun. For the first time in a while, a genuine smile lights up her face. "That's exactly what I want." But their sweet reunion is cut short by a servant announcing a visitor from the palace. Jin Yun, ever composed, simply tells him to bring the man in. An official enters with a scroll, announcing that the emperor requests Jin Yun's presence at a feast for the visiting Prince Eagle. The official then adds with a sly little smirk that the emperor specifically asked him to come alone. He subtly flashes a bag of coins. Jin Yun takes the pouch, a clear bribe, and thanks the man. The messenger pockets the money with a smug grin, his job done. He urges Jin Yun to hurry along. As soon as the messenger is gone, Jin Yun's expression darkens. He covers his mouth, deep in thought. "This Prince Eagle is not a good man," he murmurs. He turns to our girl. "Do you know him? Tell me," he asks. She looks grave. She doesn't know much, only that he is as powerful and savage as a beast. "And he has some special interests," she adds, a warning in her eyes. "Anyway, be careful." At the imperial halls, laughter echoes through the grand room. The Emperor of Yuheng is deep in conversation with the infamous Prince Eagle, a sleazy man named Lu Cha. They're already plotting to destroy another kingdom together. Prince Eagle, surrounded by women, is the picture of corruption. He leans in, asking the Emperor, "When can I see the bargain?" "Oh no, the bargain is a person." The silver-haired prince from earlier snaps at Prince Eagle for his rudeness, but his own father scolds him. "Yun, he is our guest," he bellows, ordering his son to toast an apology. Gritting his teeth, the prince obeys. He downs the drink and offers a stiff apology for his rudeness. But the second the wine hits his system, he freezes. Something is terribly wrong. He collapses unconscious onto the floor. The emperor, his own father, coldly orders the guards to take the second prince to his chambers. The guards quickly comply. Later, the prince awakens in a strange bed, shirtless and burning up. He trembles as he tries to stand, his heart pounding in his chest. "I feel I was drugged," he realizes in horror. "Would it be the wine that my father gave me?" He stumbles, desperate to find clothes and escape, but a sickening voice stops him cold. "You've woken up. I have been waiting for so long." It's Prince Eagle, looking like a predator who's cornered his prey. The prince freezes in shock. Prince Eagle laughs, revealing the twisted truth. "Your father put a good price on you." He grabs the prince's chin, his eyes filled with a disgusting lust. "What a beauty." The prince spits, "Get your filthy hands off me." But the creep just smiles, mocking him. He says the prince's father sold him for 1,000 horses, adding that the horses aren't nearly as precious as him. He lunges, grabbing the prince in a rough hug. With a savage cry, he throws the drugged prince onto the bed. "Let me treat you well," he snarls, pouncing. The prince is trapped, helpless under the larger man's assault. But just as all hope seems lost, bang, a vicious slap rings out. Prince Eagle falls away, revealing our heroine standing there, her expression absolutely lethal. She smirks at the dazed prince. Hey, I'm not too late, am I?" The creep Lu Cha screams in a rage. "Be ****, go to hell." The prince sees his chance and grabs a wooden plank, ready to end him. "The only way to avenge this humiliation is to kill you," but our girl stops him. "Wait. This man is useful," she says. The prince is furious. "Why, I want to kill him immediately." She quickly lays out the cold, hard facts. "Have you thought of the consequences? Even if you escape, what about your mother?" He falters. "She's right." His hands clench with pure hatred. "Not only this be ****, but also that man who sells his son. I hate them." Our girl's eyes turn to steel. "As your father has no principles, we shall show him no mercy." A chaotic, brilliant plan is forming in her mind. "I have a way to deal with both of them." Her plan is absolute genius. She starts applying makeup to the prince's face. "Later, you pretend to have had sex with him, scream at the top of your voice, understand?" She then takes a brush and begins painting fake scratches onto his chest. "Lu Cha is so rough," she explains with a wicked grin. "No one will believe you were with him if there are no scratches." The prince just blushes furiously. He's so embarrassed he can't even look at her. "You need to scream louder," she instructs. When his screams lack passion, she gives his chest a sharp pinch. "Oh, that tea hurts," he yelps, perfect. A guard outside hears the commotion and calls out, "Your Highness, are you all right?" The door creaks open and our girl steps out, looking calm and collected. "He is asleep," she says, handing the guard a golden token. "He asked me to hand this to you and do one thing. Tell my father that the deal about the horses is off," she instructs. Inside, the prince lies back, the fake wounds on full display, the trap is set. The guard bows and rushes off. Soon after, the emperor storms up to the room. "Where is Prince Eagle? What does he mean by changing the deal?" "The total is 10,000 horses, not one less." "Father, did you really exchange me for horses?" a voice asks coolly. The prince emerges, looking beautifully disheveled. "Shameful," he says. The emperor explodes with rage, but the prince isn't talking to him. He's speaking to someone behind the curtain. "Your Majesty, I think I made a bad bargain." And who should step out but our girl, holding up the unconscious Prince Eagle. "Now that you are here," she says with a savage grin, "how about we negotiate?" The prince stands his ground. "It's 10,000 horses," he declares. "Want them?" he says as she yanks the curtain open. The emperor is left completely stunned. The shock is too much and he collapses in a dead faint. Our girl immediately points to the body. "Come and help," she orders the prince. "Take off his clothes. Hurry up, carry him to the bed." Together, they dump the unconscious emperor right next to the half-naked Prince Eagle. Our heroine looks at the chaos she's created and lets out a perfectly sinister hee-hee. "Absolute savage. Here's your GOAT Manhwa recap script. Alright, let's dive back into the chaos." Our girl needs to drug this unconscious dude and she tells the prince, "Help me open his mouth." With a quick pinch of the nose, she shoves the pill down his throat. She smirks, already imagining the glorious drama to come, thinking how these two shameless men can torture each other later. Meanwhile, the prince looks on, completely baffled by how much fun she's having with this whole mess. She lays out the plan. The medicine will kick in soon, and he needs to pretend to be furious and storm out to create an alibi. She grabs his hand, giving him his script for when the emperor asks questions. Then she pulls him out of the room, leaving the two men to their fate. And oh, what a fate it is. The drug kicks in hard and Lucha gets real friendly, whispering, "The moment I saw you, I wanted you." The other guy is justifiably horrified, shouting, "Let go of me." Later, our heroine is trying to have a peaceful moment reading a book, when a frantic banging erupts from her door. She opens it to find the prince looking deadly serious. He says something serious has happened and presents her with a small, ornate box. She's confused as he begins dabbing medicine on her wrist. "Is this the serious thing you were talking about?" she asks. He gently replies, "Your wrist is so swollen, isn't it serious?" She tries to brush it off, saying it's just a minor wound. But he's not having it. He insists that even small injuries must be taken seriously, his voice soft as he admits, "I feel really bad when I see you hurt." And his expression absolutely heart-wrenching. She accepts the medicine he got from his drawer, still thinking he's overreacting, but she falls silent under his intense gaze. He changes the subject, a sly smile on his face. Turns out the deal with the Laowai kingdom has been cancelled. That prince was sent packing after being seriously injured. She connects the dots. It must have been her father's hidden dagger. She asks what his plan is now. He turns away, claiming he has no ambitions and just wants a peaceful life. She is absolutely floored by his lack of drive. He looks defeated, recounting how he's been bullied and sold by his own family. But she sees the hope that still flickers in him, and she stands up, ready to give him the pep talk of a lifetime. She tells him his sincere and kind heart makes him better than anyone in the entire kingdom. With a surge of confidence, she declares, "I can offer advice. Believe me, you will definitely ascend the throne." He's stunned. Me. Flash forward 3 months. Our power couple has been busy. She announces they've secured the last bank, giving him control over the entire kingdom's economy. He is completely blown away. In just 3 months, she's made him the heir apparent. She just gives a cocky thumbs up like, "You ain't seen nothing yet." His eyes fill with raw emotion. He tells her she saved him, made him a new man, and that he feels he's not good enough for her. Then a playful glint appears in his eyes as he takes her hand. "Let's go, I'll show you something funny." His inner thought, "Stay longer and maybe I can win your heart." He leads her to an empty music hall, and when she asks what's going on, he leans in close and blushes. "Well, I'm here with you." He walks onto the stage and takes off his crown. "Yimo," he says, "I'm sorry I missed your birthday. This dance is for you." She thinks he'll need some music for that, so she pulls out a pipa, telling him he's lucky to hear her play. He tosses his crown aside and begins the most beautiful, elegant dance. As she plays for him, he finishes with a graceful flourish. He stands before her, his heart on his sleeve, and confesses, "Gong Yimo, I like you." She's speechless. But just as the confession hangs in the air, a guard bursts in screaming, "Bad news." The imperial guards have surrounded the place. The prince tells her to stay put, but she grabs him, panicked. "You are the future emperor, you can't go out." He gently pats her head, trying to reassure her, "Don't worry, you will be fine." She forces a smile, telling him to go. But the moment he's gone, her face falls. She knows they aren't here for him. Her identity as a princess from a rival nation has... Outside, the prince confronts the guards. Lord Lai declares he's there to arrest a spy, Princess Gongyimo. The prince denies everything, but his face is pale with fear. Lord Lai scoffs, but the prince stands his ground, his eyes turning to ice. He will protect her no matter the cost. He orders his men to close the gates. As the Imperial Guards advance, he looks back toward the hold, his heart aching for her. He returns inside to tell her the bad news. They know she's here. She immediately says she has to leave. Standing up with fierce determination, "They can't stop me." He argues that there are thousands of guards, but she's confident she can make it. In a moment of pure desperation, he grabs her, "Then take me with you." He argues that he controls the economy now, and his father wouldn't dare kill his only remaining son. But outside, Lord Lai orders his men to break down the door. "Time is running out, let's go," he says, and this time she agrees. He grabs her and they leap across the rooftops. But they're spotted instantly. They rush to a gate, but it's blocked by guards, who have orders to execute anyone who tries to pass. He wants to turn back, but she refuses. "No, I have to get you out of here." She grabs his sleeve, declaring, "I'll open the gate for you." He tries to stop her, warning her she'll be punished. But she shakes him off. Her own father is the emperor, what more can they do? She confronts the guards and puts a sword to one of their necks, demanding the key. But the prince grabs her hand, stopping her. "No, don't do that." He tells her he can't let her face this danger for him. "You gave me a new life," he says, his voice breaking. He takes the key himself and unlocks the heavy gate. He turns to her, his expression full of sorrow. "Jin Yun, I'll be fine." And then he pushes her through the opening. She screams his name, crying out in horror as he stands on the other side. He looks at her, his voice trembling as he asks the one question on his mind. "Will you come back?" A sad, beautiful smile graces his lips, knowing he won't get an answer now. And with a final, deafening asterisk bang asterisk, the gates slam shut between them. 3 days later, our girl is undercover in a tea house, sipping tea and gathering intel. The gossip is spicy. The second prince has seized power after an assassin conveniently took out the emperor. The whole place is buzzing with theories. But then the conversation shifts and it gets personal. They say the prince was punished because he let a asterisk female spy asterisk from a rival kingdom escape. The patrons all agree it's a good thing this dangerous woman is gone. Our poor girl forces a smile, thinking, is it lucky for asterisk me asterisk to leave? She knows they're right, staying would only bring trouble to the man she cares for. With a new fire in her eyes, she makes a decision. She looks out at the capital and declares, "I've had enough of the secret life. After all, she's a princess, why should she have to hide?" Meanwhile, back at the palace, her brother Gongju is doing some damage control with their father, the emperor. He stands before the throne, explaining his sister's stubbornness. The emperor, surprisingly, is in a forgiving mood. He won't blame her, he just wants to know where she is. Gongju explains the horrifying truth. She was accused of being a spy and was almost killed by the Yu Kingdom's guards. The emperor snaps. He slams his fist down, his face contorted with pure rage. "How dare they?" he roars. The very idea that his daughter would be called a spy is a grave insult. His advisors and son try to calm him down, but the emperor is on a warpath. He issues a royal decree. Gongju is to bring Princess Sunrise, our Yimo, back with full honors. Gongju can barely contain his smirk. "Yimo," he thinks, "I've waited so long for you to come back." And with that, he's off, riding through the capital streets like a man on a mission. He's not the boy she left behind. He's determined to prove he's strong enough to stand by her now. A confident smile plays on his lips. And at the city gates, a carriage arrives. Our girl, still disguised as a young man, steps out. The capital is just as she remembers. Peeking through the carriage curtain, a wave of nostalgia hits her. Suddenly, the streets erupt with cheers. The people recognize her. The princess is back. They shout, surrounding her carriage. They welcome her with open arms, promising to protect her. Yimo is overwhelmed, waving happily with a basket of fruit. She never expected to be so popular, but just as quickly as it started, the crowd falls silent. Confused, she peeks out to see what's going on. Her eyes widen. A tall, imposing figure in dark robes is striding towards her. It's him, it's Gongju. He calls her name and her heart stutters. With a suave smile, he offers to help her down. And she nervously agrees. He doesn't just help her down, he lifts her effortlessly from the carriage, holding her close in a breathtakingly romantic moment. She blushes, noticing how much he's changed. He's not a kid anymore, he's a man. He gently sets her on her feet. The crowd whispers in shock. They've never seen the cold, decisive prince act so gentle before. She pushes away slightly, her cheeks on fire as she thanks him. He just gives her a soft, knowing smile. Taking her hand, he says, "Let's go see our father." Their fingers intertwine as they walk through the adoring crowd. A man with a humble cart rushes forward, offering it to the princess, explaining it's been decorated with flowers. Gongju looks at the simple cart with absolute disdain. Yimo deserves better, he scoffs, telling her asterisk their asterisk cart is waiting. But our girl is delighted. "It looks fun," she exclaims, having never ridden an open cart before. She leaps onto it with childish glee and holds out her hand, inviting him to join her. He looks at her offered hand but shakes his head with a fond smile. "It's okay," he says, "I feel glad to walk by your side." And so the procession begins, an entire crowd escorting their princess to the palace. A handsome scholar in the crowd begins to sing a song he composed just for her, praising her drop-dead gorgeous looks. He steps forward, declaring his admiration. Yimo is flattered, but one look at Gongju's face tells a different story. He is positively fuming. The scholar swoons over her smile, completely oblivious to the icy glare he's receiving. Gongju leans over to his subordinate and gives the most savage order imaginable. Find that scholar and marry him off to the butcher's daughter, a notorious shrew whose 4 previous husbands all mysteriously died. Yamo, meanwhile, is happily enjoying some candied hawthorn fruits. She offers one to Gongju, telling him to try it. As she brings the sweet treat to his lips, he catches her completely off guard. Instead of eating the fruit, he leans in and gently licks the juice. Before she can even process what just happened, chaos erupts. A man runs past screaming that someone has been killed. Black-clad assassins swarm the street chanting, "Kill the witch." They lunge for Yamo, but Gongju is faster. "Protect the princess," he commands his guards, who immediately leap into the bloody fray. Yamo tries to draw her own weapon, but Gongju stops her. He gives her a reassuring smile and turns to the terrified citizens. "Follow me," he bellows. "I will escort you to the palace gate and deal with these assassins myself." He challenges them to trust him, and they do. The people form a human shield around their princess, escorting her through the danger. Yamo is deeply moved. For the first time in years, she feels protected. She looks at Gongju, realizing he's truly grown into a man who can shield her from the world. A palace guard arrives, bearing an official order from the emperor for her return. With a grateful smile, she hops off the cart, declaring, "I'm back." She insists on going alone, telling Gongju to wait for her, secretly trying to protect him from their father's potential anger. He watches her go, a tender smile on his face. "Silly girl," he thinks, "whatever happens, I will always be on your side." He orders his man to see the citizens home safely, then pulls her close one last time. Whatever happens, he promises, let's face it together. Hand in hand, they finally enter the palace grounds. Welcomed by the guards, Gongju helps her up the stairs, and once inside, she presents him with a gift. He opens a steel-made dagger, a gift that clearly took immense effort and care to create. He picks it up, admiring the craftsmanship. He tells her the last dagger she gave him is worn out. This new one symbolizes a new life for them both. She asks him to give it a name. He pauses, thinking, then looks at her with eyes full of devotion. "How about naming it Yamo?" "Here we go." Our girl is absolutely stunned. "You named it after my name?" She asks, and he just gives a simple, heart-stopping yes. And just like that, you can hear both of their hearts go asterisk thump asterisk. Even our stoic prince can't hide his adorable blush. But she's not letting him off that easy, pouting that he didn't take the gift. And that's all it takes. He suddenly throws the box aside, presses her against the wall, and crashes his lips onto hers. Our girl is completely shell-shocked. He holds his breath, lost in the moment. But then a tiny ha-ha escapes her lips. He pulls back, completely baffled by her reaction. She thinks he's not making much progress for a guy who's been waiting this long. He's internally screaming, "Was she laughing at me just now?" And before she can react, he pushes her against the wall again. This time, he's not messing around. He deepens the kiss, raw and hungry. "I've been hungry for the taste of you for too long," he whispers against her lips. Our poor girl feels her head spin. "I feel dizzy." "Gongju, get up." She pleads, but he just holds her tighter, his body like a furnace against hers. He finally lets her go, a wicked little smile playing on his lips. But just as she catches her breath, he bends in for another round. She panics, no, trying to push him away. "We can't do that." She realizes he's giving her a chance to back out, but his intense stare is making things so awkward. She tries to make a break for it, but he's too quick, grabbing her hand and pulling her right back into his arms. He leans in close, his voice a dangerous whisper. "Do you want others to know what we are doing here?" "You put me down," she demands, but he just holds her tighter. "What are you trying to do?" she asks, completely flustered. He just pokes her cheek and teases, "Guess." She covers his eyes in frustration. "Don't look at me anymore, put me down." But instead, he gently takes her hand and presses a soft kiss to her fingers. She snatches her hand back, shocked. He licks his lips with a sly grin. It tastes sweet. She's frozen in his arms. "Your hands are sweet," he murmurs, his face buried in her hair. "There is the taste of the candied hawthorn fruits. I like it." She struggles, telling him to stay away, but he just pulls her closer. "Why are you getting so close to me?" she asks, and that's his cue. He captures her lips again and lays her down in one smooth, chaotic motion. He hovers over her, their lips still locked. Suddenly, our girl has had enough. A tiny chibi version of her erupts, screaming, "Go away." Mission seduction has officially failed. She is one sulky, angry nugget. He sighs, "Stop acting cute." She begrudgingly decides she'll never sit in the same cart with him again, but then he goes in for a hug and her resolve shatters into a million pieces. Thankfully, they arrive at the palace gates. The guard announces their arrival and our girl is relieved. "If I stay any longer, my lips will be swollen," she thinks. But Gongju isn't done yet. He presses her against the carriage wall, covering her eyes. "We've arrived, stop it," she says, but he's relentless. "If you want to get out of here," he whispers, a devilish smirk on his face, "kiss me." He gives her a look, a forced smile playing on his lips. "You are not willing to do that." She bites her lip, contemplating her escape. "Fine," she gives in, leaning forward to give him a quick peck on the cheek. But he turns his head at the last second, capturing her lips in a full-blown kiss. "Don't refuse me," he commands. "Follow me," he whispers, and in that moment, she feels like she's about to be eaten alive. So she does the only thing she can think of. She bites him. She freezes, shocked at her own audacity. He pulls back, touching his lip in disbelief. "You bit me just now." Our girl snaps back, "Ol sass, what, can I do that? You deserve that." She complains that he kissed her so hard her lips are swollen while he's just thinking, she didn't reject my kissing. Does it mean we can move on? Just then a guard interrupts, Your Highnesses, it's time to get into the palace. She shoves him away and lifts the curtain to escape. As they walk out, the poor attendant is utterly bewildered. Did they have a quarrel just now? Both of their faces are red. Gongju calls after her, Yemo, you left something. He's holding the box from earlier, teasing her. Gong Yemo, how can you be so forgetful? She groans internally, yikes, how to carry it. He just smiles and says, let's go. She tries to shake off the romantic chaos. I shouldn't be thinking about this at this moment. There is big trouble confronting me. She steels herself, I must get it done well. They arrive at the Morning Glory Hall. An announcer calls out their names. Here comes Prince Kai, Gongju, here comes Gong Yemo, your majesty. They enter the grand hall and greet the emperor. The emperor looks down from his throne. Yemo, it's been a long time. But before the reunion can even begin, a nasty old minister steps forward. Your majesty, I'd like to accuse her of 3 crimes. The accusations come flying. Possessing a lethal weapon, faking her own death, and colluding with a neighboring kingdom to betray her country. The minister presents a scroll with his evidence. The emperor reads the report, his expression turning icy. Is this Yu Heng's conspiracy that she came back suddenly? He throws the scroll down. How are you going to defend yourself? She calmly picks it up. She realizes the details are too precise. Lord Lai must be behind this plot. She puts the scroll down without a word. The minister smirks. Humph, the evidence is so clear that you are unable to defend yourself. He demands to know what her purpose is for returning. The emperor turns to Gongju. Is it true? Gongju quietly admits, yes. He then looks at our girl, his voice filled with a strange emotion. Why did you come back? At this, the emperor absolutely loses it, slamming his fists on the throne. Do you want me to execute you? The other ministers fall to the floor, begging him to calm down. Our girl stands there, a grim look on her face. I knew I couldn't escape severe punishment, she thinks. But then her expression shifts to one of fierce determination. But I'd like to buy a life. She drops to her knees with a thud. From your majesty? Our girl stands before the emperor, who looks utterly bored by her existence. He asks whose life she wants to buy. The 3 felony charges against her aren't just going to disappear, you know. But this is Yemo we're talking about. She calmly asks for a private audience. She's got 3 little things to present that will not only clear her name but save her neck. An official immediately starts sweating bullets, warning his majesty that Yemo is a martial arts master. He could be in danger alone with her. The emperor just smirks, clearly intrigued. He wants to hear what this chaotic nugget has to trade for her life. He dismisses everyone from the hall. The officials bow and shuffle out, leaving our girl alone with the most powerful man in the country. Silence falls over the grand hall. The emperor leans back. All right, show me what you've got. Yemo gets right to business, presenting a long wooden box. Inside is her first offer, a design for new and improved armor. It's lightweight, warm, and nearly impenetrable. The emperor is impressed, but notes it's expensive to make. Her second offer is even better, an agreement giving her 10% ownership of the massive gold and jade bank. She explains that just 1/10 of the bank's annual profit is equal to *5 years* of the entire kingdom's revenue. She lays it all on the line, offering these 2 massive assets in exchange for her life. The emperor is internally screaming. This girl is a gold mine, but his mind races. If she gets married, all this talent will belong to another family. He can't let that happen. Yemo, ever perceptive, says she knows exactly what he's worried about, and then she drops the real bombshell. The 3rd thing she's selling, her own life. With a determined glint in her eye, she declares she will sell it to him, to the country. She prostrates herself on the floor, making a sob. She will stay, she will serve, and she will remain single for her entire life. The emperor is floored. What did you say? A slow smile spreads across his face. This is perfect. Yemo rises, her voice steady. She won't deny the charges against her. Instead, she will stay and use her connections to benefit the kingdom. She's not playing with emotions. She's dealing in pure, cold power. She will sell herself to the country. Bowing one last time, she begs him to accept her offer. The emperor, looking like he's won the lottery, readily agrees and calls the officials back inside. One of them immediately asks what punishment the princess will receive. The emperor leans back in his throne, a smug look on his face. What punishment? He stands, his voice booming through the hall. He declares that his daughter Yemo is smart, brave, and more loyal to the country than any man. From this day forward, she is granted the title of Princess Grand Phoenix. She will share the same honor as the crown prince and reside in the Supreme Hall. The entire court is stunned into silence, then bows deeply. But not everyone is celebrating. The crown prince looks deeply troubled. He knows this reward comes at a terrible price. The more honor she receives, the more of herself she has to sacrifice. Later that night, Gongju finds her under the moonlight, calling out to his sister. She turns, holding a lantern, and he approaches. He says wistfully that he never thought she would always be his sister. Yemo's heart clenches. Are you blaming me? He reminds her of the day in the ice river when she broke up with him. Tears well in her eyes. You blame me. He sighs, calling her a silly girl as he gently touches her cheek. He tells her that he doesn't care what her status is. He will always be hers. But she grits her teeth, the pain evident on her face. Do you have any idea how I convinced father to spare me? He waits, his expression calm. I promised I would never marry. I promised to give my entire life to the country. She cries out. She looks at him heartbroken. So what about us now? Gongju is visibly startled by her confession, but then a slow, dangerous smile spreads across his lips. Yimo, he purrs, how cute you are. He takes her hand, but she tries to pull away. I meant it, she insists, you have to stop your feelings for me. He leans in close, his voice a low whisper, so we won't be husband and wife. His expression turns devastatingly sincere. From the moment I decided to spend my life with you, he says, his eyes full of emotion, I have been ready to give up everything. He knows she's ambitious, and he vows to become stronger so he can stand by her side. He won't make her choose between her dreams and him, he's already made his choice. He won't fight for the throne because it would make her unhappy. He doesn't want power if it means she can't travel the world as she desires. He drapes his own robe over her shoulders. He doesn't care about titles, he only wants her. And he's actually happy she won't marry anyone else because now he'll be the only man in her heart. She's stunned. The only man. Looking up at him, she can't believe it. Is he really willing to give up everything for her? He places his hands on her shoulders and she flinches away. Don't look at me like that, she stammers, backing up. It's late, I have to go. She turns and runs, her mind in a total panic. What is he thinking? Is he completely out of his mind? He watches her flee, a soft, sad smile on his face. Yimo, he whispers to the empty courtyard, you will never understand. Meanwhile, Yimo is back with her father and she is livid. A toy boy? I don't want a toy boy, she yells. But the emperor argues that since she won't marry, she should at least have a child. He's worried she's still hung up on Jin Yun and he's not having it. He declares it a done deal. He'll give her a new mansion and a few companions after her official ceremony. Yimo is horrified. If Gong Ju finds out about this, he'll lose his mind. And speak of the devil, a guard in the dungeons informs Gong Ju of the emperor's decision. His face freezes. Toy boys. A murderous rage fills his eyes. What the hell is father thinking? The prisoners in a nearby cell start screaming for their lives, ready to confess anything. Gong Ju, radiating pure death, turns to his subordinate. Over to you, he says, his voice dangerously calm. That night, a shadowy figure slips into Yimo's room. She sits up, startled. Who is it? It's Gong Ju, framed by the moonlight. He slams the door shut. They sit awkwardly on her bed for a moment, before he suddenly pulls her into a fierce hug. What are you doing? She gasps. I won't stay long, he murmurs into her hair. Just let me hold you for a while. She trembles but doesn't resist, and he holds her closer. She finally asks him why he came. He pulls her into his lap, warning her to be careful during her ceremony in 3 days, as some people hold a grudge. She agrees and he kisses her forehead gently. She blushes furiously, pushing him back. I didn't allow you to kiss me. He just smirks, leaning in closer. Do you like it when I kiss you? She panics, blurting out, you have to remember I'm your sister. His smile falters for a second, but his gaze hardens with determination. He grabs her hand, his eyes boring into hers. Just tell me, he demands, his voice low and intense. Do you like it or not? All right, let's dive into this emotional roller coaster. Grab your popcorn because things are about to get intense. He leans in, his gaze burning a hole right through her. His eyes are so sincere, but our girl pushes back. Shouldn't you care if I hate it or not? But she can't even lie to herself. With a blush, she admits, I don't hate it, I have to admit I like it. He smirks, his finger tracing her lips as he lifts her chin. Do you like it? He purrs, and she's completely flustered, thinking about how that first kiss actually felt. And this little nugget decides to go for it. Well, she thinks I'd better have a try. She leans in and bam, our girl initiates the kiss this time. Her mind goes blank, all she can think is it tastes sweet. As her heart starts hammering in her chest, he pulls her onto his lap, a victorious smile on his face as her heart pounds. He whispers, am I dreaming? If you like it, I'll let you taste more. And he's a man of his word. He pushes her down, deepening the kiss with a fiery passion. Things escalate quickly, and soon they're a tangled mess on the floor. He pulls her even closer, his lips moving from her mouth to her neck. But then reality crashes down on our heroine. Her face flushes as she thinks, I have feelings for a kid that I raised. Her eyes snap open in horror. She shoves him away with all her might. Don't do that again, she pants, looking completely panicked. Lying on the floor, she lays down the law. Don't hug me or kiss me, it's wrong of us to do that. He just stares down at her, his face a mask of confusion. Why? She tries to reason with him. Perhaps I failed in educating you, but I can't behave the same way. Looking away, she continues, her voice trembling. I can't do this with a person I raised. I can't stand that I have feelings for you. His face falls, pure heartbreak in his eyes. Why, he asks, his voice cracking, but you liked my kiss, you like me. He stands, absolutely devastated. We like each other, so why are you refusing me? But his words trigger a spiral of horrific flashbacks from her past life. The memories flood her senses, the pain, the abuse, the despair. Because I will never forget, she thinks, her soul trembling. She snaps back to reality, pushing him away with her words. I'm the princess of you, in people's eyes, I am your sister, your mother, the walls have ears, she insists. I can handle being called names, but you can't. He looks at her confused. Why can't I? She hesitates. Because you should be an excellent man, she cries, not be dragged down by me. He grabs her hand, his eyes narrowing for Jin Yun. His grip tightens, jealousy flaring in his eyes as he remembers rumors of her and Jin Yun. She panics, no, Yimo. He stands tall, his voice turning icy. I don't care who you met or what you did with him. His gaze is possessive and tense. You are with me now and you can't refuse me. He leans in, his voice a dangerous whisper. Otherwise, I don't know what I will become. Just then, a knock echoes through the room. He turns away, annoyed by the interruption, and tells the person outside to leave. He faces her again, and she quickly tries to clear the air. I don't have a relationship with Jin Yu as you think. His expression softens instantly. He gently cups her face. Yemo, don't resist anymore, follow your heart. Don't push me away, he pleads, placing a soft, heartbreaking kiss on her forehead before turning to leave. It's late, good night. She's left all alone, a single thought echoing in her mind. Did I break his heart? 3 days pass in a blur of anxiety. Early in the morning, maids are bustling around, preparing her for something big. A maid tells her it's time to go to the terrace. Our girl simply nods, okay, let's go. She's guided out, dressed in the most elaborate red and gold gown, looking like a true royal. But her beautiful face is filled with a somber resignation. Their argument seems to echo in her mind. She remembers him looming over her. She can still hear her own voice. Perhaps I failed in educating you, but I can't behave the same way. She recalls him leaning closer, the intensity in his eyes. And the painful words leaving her lips, I can't do this with a person I raised. I have feelings for you. The memory of his heartbroken face is seared into her brain. Why? He had asked, his voice trembling. But you liked my kiss? You like me? His devastation was palpable as he stood over her. We like each other, why do you have to refuse me? He'd pleaded, triggering those awful flashbacks. Her mind keeps replaying the pain of her past. The reason is always the same, because I will never forget the pain of my last life. She remembers her own desperate justifications. I'm the princess of you. The walls have ears. You can't be called names because of me. His confused question haunts her, why can't I? Because she had hesitated. You should be an excellent man, she'd insisted before he grabbed her hand. For Jin Yun, he'd asked, his voice dripping with jealousy. His wounded expression was unforgettable. And so was her panicked denial. No, Yemo, his voice had turned so cold. I don't care who you met. Now you are with me and you can't refuse me, he had declared. She shivers, remembering his dark warning. Otherwise, I don't know what I will become. The knock at the door had been a mercy. He had dismissed his guard with a sharp command. When he turned back to her, his gaze was just as intense. She remembers trying to explain about Jin Yu. Then came his soft plea, Yemo, don't resist anymore, follow your heart. Don't push me away, he had begged, his eyes full of sorrow. He placed that gentle kiss on her forehead and said goodnight. And now, after 3 days of silence, she's left wondering, did I break his heart? The maids finish their work, brushing her hair for the last time. Your Highness, it is the time, please go to the terrace. With a heavy heart, she agrees, okay, let's go. She is led out in her stunning red robes, a queen walking towards an unknown fate. The sky crackles with lightning as one man warns the emperor, Your Majesty, don't be fooled. This is a strange astronomical phenomena. But Gongju isn't buying it. He glares, demanding, is this an ill omen, Yemo, or the evil people? You can tell right now. The emperor snaps, furious at the disruption. What the hell have you done? He bellows. Gongju reveals a list of crimes, pointing out that the left Grand Minister has a mountain of evidence against him. He smirks, turning to his father. Let's take this chance to reform the government. It's a big day, he suggests. And with a dramatic asterisk plop asterisk, he falls to his knees. Father, please grant my request. The emperor is so shocked, he drops his book. With a single heavy word, he says, granted. Gongju immediately rises, a triumphant look on his face. Thank you, father. He launches into a savage exposé, listing the heinous crimes of the court officials one by one. Bribery, kidnapping, ruining families. The dirt just keeps coming. The officials start to panic. It's not true, don't trust him, one of them cries out. But Gongju turns his icy gaze on the head of the secretariat. Don't you remember her now? He asks, beginning to tell a heart-wrenching story about the man's abandoned fiancée. He reminds the man of the promise he made to marry the girl who sold her body to pay for his education. The official scoffs, claiming she died of a social disease. But Gongju knows the dark truth. However, you felt shameful to marry a prostitute after you passed the examination, he says, his voice dripping with contempt. He then reveals the man's ultimate betrayal, bribing a brothel to give her a diseased customer, which made her die in excruciating pain. The onlookers are horrified. Heartless and cruel, they mutter. Gongju smiles coldly. I've gotten all the evidence, take them away, he commands. The guards move in and the corrupt officials begin to beg for their lives. Your Majesty, mercy on us. One even promises to support the princess if he's spared. The left Grand Minister trembles in his boots. Gongju's gaze lands on him next. Are you scared now? He sneers. It will be your turn. Since you tried to kill Yemo, you've been on the way to death. He then announces he's going ahead, vowing that Yemo won't miss this good occasion. Just then, a guard announces, Princess is here. And there she is. Our girl Yemo walks forward, a vision in red and black, carrying a strange, lumpy bag. Gongju calls out to her. Yemo, thank you for making time for me, he says softly. She looks at him with fierce determination. He takes her hand, his voice trembling slightly. We shall never part from each other, he promises. They walk up the stairs to the praying terrace together. And Gongju apologizes to the emperor for their tardiness, but a meddling official steps forward, scolding them. Why are you late? Why don't you attend the ceremony in a formal dress? Yemo gives him a dead-eyed stare and then casually throws her bloody bag to the ground. It lands with a sickening thud in front of the officials. She raises her chin. I have no guards to escort me and attended without formal dress. She gestures to the bag. It's the reason. Inside the sack is a severed head. Who is it? Someone gasps. This guy is the best killer in Laowai, Yimo explains calmly. He tried to kill me on the way here. I beheaded him myself. That's why I came here so late with a mess. The official is aghast. You brought a bloody head. Would you be afraid of offending God? Just then lightning crashes across the sky. Yimo just smirks. Well, what a thunder, what an absolute savage. As the princess of you, I eliminated the biggest bad guy on the day I am invested, she declares. God would have to applause for me. She then kneels before the altar. I'm swearing now I will devote myself to the country. The emperor nods, his face filled with pride. The crowd is in awe. She takes the peace and prosperity of the country as her task. Yimo presents the head. Here I present the blood of the evil man of Laowai as a sacrifice to God. She makes a solemn vow, if I go back on my word, I'll be condemned by God. The whole court watches her. The emperor stands. Your lord, I am Gongsheng. He begins his prayer. I have a daughter who is outstanding and intelligent. He lifts her up, his voice booming with pride. She is ambitious, knowledgeable, and capable. I wish to award her with the rank equal to the crown prince and the title of Princess Glorious Phoenix. He raises his hand to the heavens. I am asking for God's permission. Give me a sign of your consent, please. The entire court bows, echoing his plea, and then a miracle. The clouds part and a ray of sunshine breaks through. That's the sign. A courtier yells, God has spoken, God bless us. One man watches in disbelief. Yamo can make the heaven change, he muses. It isn't something ordinary people can achieve. He worries what might happen if she disappears, but another announces her official title, Princess Glorious Phoenix. Yamo kneels, accepting the honor. It's my honor to have it, long live Emperor. The ceremony is complete, and the crowd erupts in cheers. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a messenger reports the events to a mysterious masked man. The man listens intently, a sly smile playing on his lips. She sounded like a capable woman, he says, intrigued. We can't make light of it. The scene shifts to a strange selection process. After one candidate is dismissed, another young man steps forward. I am Shen Shiai, he announces loudly, adding that he's the eldest son of Prince Ping. The recruiter is confused, but Shen Shiai cuts him off. I am here to participate in the toy boy selection. My specialty is drinking. He demands they write his name down, emphasizing his drinking skills. He then strides off toward the Supreme Hall, where our newly crowned princess is taking a well-deserved nap. Gongju enters quietly. Gongju, what happened? She asks, rubbing her eyes. He just stares at her, his expression unreadable. He waves a hand, dismissing her attendance. Leave us alone, he orders. Once they're gone, Yimo asks again what happened. Gongju's face darkens with displeasure. He leans in, his voice low and dangerous. Father is selecting toy boys for you. Yimo's eyes fly open in shock. Damn it, she mutters, trying to stand. But before she can move, Gongju wraps his arms around her from behind, pulling her into a tight hug. Let go of me, she gasps. No, he says, his voice possessive. Are you going to meet those men? She struggles, trying to reason with him. You let go of me, I just want to ask Father not to do that. But he only holds her tighter. You can't go, those men are to see you, you are mine. He rests his head on her shoulder, his tone softening sadly. You were different from before, you used to be obedient. She scoffs. Like what? He leans closer. Like this, he whispers, nuzzling her neck. She shivers. Don't, it's itchy. You never crossed the line, he continues. You were obedient. Then he drops the bomb. Before, what if I tell you that I wanted to do this to you a long time ago? Her heart stops. He confesses everything. I not only wanted to kiss you and touch you, but also wanted to make love with you. I have wanted it for a long time. He pulls her closer, his voice thick with emotion. I didn't do it just because I dared not let you know. Now that you knew it, I almost lost control of myself. She pleads with him, stop it, Gongju. But he just whispers, stop, I can't stop, sister. He moves in to kiss her, his desire palpable. I want to have you every moment. She stiffens, her body frozen in shock. He pulls back just enough to look at her, his hand covering her mouth. Tell me, Yimo, don't you have any reaction to what I said? He asks. Our girl's mind is racing. What shall I do? She thinks frantically. I want to refuse him, but I am afraid to embarrass him. She can't understand why she can be cruel to others, but not to him. She decides she has to use force, but he's one step ahead. Don't move, he warns. His voice drops to a low murmur. If you don't want the people outside to know what we are doing, then keep still. She's trapped. What on earth do you want? She asks, exasperated. He leans in, his face inches from hers, a playful smirk on his lips. Your Highness, he begins, his eyes sparkling. I want to be your toy boy. She shoves him away, flustered. Keep your distance from me when you're talking. He just watches her, his gaze intense and full of longing. She can't help but think, he is more outstanding than he was in my last life. He closes the distance between them again. Your Highness, you haven't answered me yet, he purrs. That devastatingly handsome smile never leaving his face. Our boy Gongju leans in close, his voice a dangerous whisper. Yamo, when will you sleep with me? But just as things are getting spicy, a guard interrupts. His Majesty has summoned him. Our girl's face lights up, saved by the bell. She practically leaps off the bed and makes a run for it. But not so fast. Gongju reaches out and pats her on the head, stopping her in her tracks. She freezes, completely confused. He leans in, his face just inches from hers. And then bam, he plants a kiss right on her lips. She tries to push him away, but this guy is a brick wall. He pulls back, looking a little flushed but oh so smug. He gives her a chilling reminder, remember Yimo, you can only have me as your toy boy. And if she dares to look at other men, they will die miserably. The threat hangs heavy in the air. He looks down, a blush dusting his cheeks as he thinks he should just satisfy his impulse right now. He leans in for another kiss, deciding he can't let her get away today. He steals one more kiss before she can react. And then just like that, he lets her go. Our heroine is left completely stunned, her heart doing the cha-cha in her chest. She doesn't waste a second, bolting out the door like a bat out of hell. Gongju just watches her run, a sly smile on his face. He knows she's hiding something and he's going to win her heart little by little. Meanwhile, Yimo is having a full-blown meltdown outside. She can't believe it. The good old days when she could tease him and get away with it are officially over. She finally makes her way into Morning Glory Hall, calling out for her father. The Emperor greets her with a smug look. I'm glad you're here, Yimo. I just tested them earlier. Tested who? He gestures to a lineup of absolute snacks, telling her to pick a toy boy, or hey, why not more than one? Our girl is horrified. How shameful. This is like picking out cattle, not scholars. On the verge of tears, she tells her father she doesn't want a single one. But her dad is not having it. He snaps that if she won't choose, he'll choose for her. She argues back, father, this is absurd. She declares that she's decided not to marry, so she doesn't need a toy boy and tries to leave. She turns on her heel, ready to storm out. But the Emperor has one last card to play. He calls out to a man named Dong Quan, asking if he wants to serve the princess. The man smirks, saying he would be honored. Fast forward 2 nights. Our girl is exploring her new mansion and is thrilled to find a hot spring. She pushes open the bedroom door and happily throws herself onto the comfy bed. But as she turns over, she freezes. There is a half-naked, ridiculously ripped man in her bed. Who are you? She screams. He calmly greets her as Your Highness. Then he drops the bomb. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your toy boy, Dong Quan. Wait, it gets worse. He's not just Dong Quan, he's Lord Laowai, the infamous Wuji of Long City. Our girl's jaw hits the floor. She immediately snaps, I don't need a toy boy, get out of my bed. But he only gets closer, whispering that he can't suppress his desire for her. He leans over her, ready to make his move, and grabs her wrist. But our girl is no damsel in distress. She flips him onto the floor. The tables have turned, and now he's the one looking up at her. And with a savage battle cry, she picks him up and literally throws him out the door. Lord Laowai is in absolute shock. But the shock quickly turns into a wicked grin. This is the first time anyone's ever kicked him out. He's officially interested. Later, Yimo is trying to figure out Lord Laowai's angle when there's a knock at the door. In walks the man himself, his robe wide open, and the room fills with a strong, sweet scent. She immediately recognizes the fragrance. It's an aphrodisiac. She realizes he's trying to drug her. He just smirks, claiming he's just fulfilling his responsibility. Our girl plays it cool. Oh really? Then let me have a check. He looks a little nervous but agrees to her inspection. She motions for him to go ahead. He tries to hype himself up, thinking she's just some innocent girl. He dramatically throws open his robe, showing off his glorious 8-pack. Yimo casually inspects him. Well, nice shape, the face is pretty too. Lord Laowai looks, displeased by her calm reaction. Then she smirks, then you should have a try. Before he can react, she pushes him down onto the desk. She trails a finger over his abs. There is something pretty too. He's completely bewildered. This was not part of his plan. He grabs her hand. What are you trying to do? She leans in, her voice dripping with mischief. I want to do something special. Won't you work with me? She playfully pokes his chin. My little toy boy. I have something nice that you have never seen, she purrs. And then she pulls out a whip. His eyes go wide with panic. Swish, she cracks the whip right across his chest. Something fun, of course, she says with a sweet smile. He is absolutely furious. How dare you? He seethes. I was thinking of having some foreplay with you, and in Great Woman, I will make you pay for it. But Yimo is unfazed. She just calmly lights a candle. You are so disobedient, she says sweetly. I have to take some effort to teach you. He screams that she'll die miserably, but she just drips hot wax right onto his chest. As he writhes, she leans in. I'm not sure if I will die miserably, however, playing with Lord Laowai this way makes me excited. He's stunned that she knows who he is. She pulls out a small, ornate object. It's his personal seal, the plate of Laowai. Do you think I can't find it when you hide it in your hair? She asks. Enraged, he snaps the ropes binding him. He lunges at her, screaming, give it back to me. But she easily dodges. Then she slaps him so hard he goes flying through a decorative screen. It's just a plate, she says coolly. There are only 2 situations when people in Laowai would send the plate to someone. She holds it up, defeated, and he marries someone. She mocks him, Gong Yimo, do you want to marry me? Why couldn't it be that you are defeated? You are completely defeated by me. He glares at her, demanding she return it. Otherwise, you will have to go with me back to Laowai. Just as he's making his threats, the door is pushed open. It's Gong Ju. He strolls in, cool as a cucumber. I'm afraid the men of Laowai will not be able to come here. He walks into the chaotic scene, and both Yimo and Laowai stare at him. Gongju's eyes are practically shooting icicles. clearly furious at finding another half-naked man with his girl. He explains that he's already taken care of Lauai's men. Turns out this is a business meeting. Gongju wants to trade with Lauai. Yamo chimes in, saying this is payback for Lauai trying to kill her. The little friction won't affect our cooperation, will it? The two men stare each other down, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Yamo claps her hands, breaking the tension. Well, I'm tired now, it's too late, I am going to sleep, bye. But as she tries to leave, Gongju grabs her. Tired? He asks, his voice dangerously low. I don't want to disturb you, but I have a question to ask you. He leans in, his breath warm on her ear. What were you doing just now? Why didn't he wear clothes? Our girl trembles. Yamo, if you lie to me, I will get angry, he warns. She quickly spins a lie. I was searching for his plate, so I stripped him to find it. She forces a little laugh, but internally she's screaming. Gongju's face is a mask of disbelief. You are lying, Yamo, he says with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. She huffs and turns away. It's okay if you don't believe me. She starts to walk away again. I'm going to sleep, see you tomorrow. But he's not letting her go. He suddenly pulls her into a tight back hug and our girl freezes, completely trapped. Our story continues with our heroine being held captive in the arms of this dangerously handsome man. With tears in her eyes, she asks what more he could possibly want from her, even offering him the snacks she's holding. It smells like sweet cakes, she thinks, completely bewildered. She wonders how he could have possibly bought them when the stores are all closed. He leans in, his voice a low whisper. You mustn't have had a good dinner, he says, as you've been stressed, so I brought you this. He even had them baked extra crispy just for her. Our poor girl is so touched she could cry. He gently offers her the package. But as she reaches for it, he suddenly grabs her hand. Before she can even gasp, he pulls her onto his lap. Don't be afraid, he murmurs, his lips dangerously close to her ear. He just wants to know how Lord Lauai got that bruise. And why the room smells like a powerful aphrodisiac. His gaze is sharp and intense. And what are these used for? He asks, his eyes locking on hers. Our girl's mind races. She has to change the subject and fast. Are you sleepy, Gongju? She tries, but he just gives her a flat no. Are you hungry? She asks, trying again, another no. She's internally screaming. He's not letting this go. Is she going to have to confess? He points to the scandalous items on her table. That's a whip, some wax oil, and the fragrance comes from the scented sachet. A wicked smirk plays on his lips. They look interesting, he purrs. Do you want to try them on me, Yamo? She shakes her head frantically. No, they are not fun. But he just pulls her closer. Come here, he commands. He holds her tight, his voice dropping to a seductive whisper. Do you like to play with these? He smiles. It's okay, I can play with you. Our girl is trembling, insisting it's all a huge misunderstanding. He changes tactics, holding her hands over the sweet cakes he brought. Aren't you hungry? She hesitates, thinking maybe now is a good time to admit it. But before she can answer, he swoops in and steals a kiss. Her mind goes blank. This is too much. I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave immediately, she thinks. She tries to stand, but he's too strong, holding her in place. Maybe you want to continue discussing these objects, he whispers, pulling her back down. He asks her why she would have a set of tools like these. Our girl is trapped. How can she get out of this? His face darkens. Are you thinking of other men when you are in my arms? He suddenly pinches her cheek and she yelps. Then just as quickly, he offers her a piece of cake. He looks at her softly. Yamo, do you remember when we were in the cold palace, you broke the bread and fed me like this? Perhaps you don't remember clearly now, he says, his touch gentle. But I remember all the details of what happened between us. He reminds her of the advice she gave him as a child to become an excellent man who could govern the country. He followed her every word, learning everything he could. Do you know why? He asks, leaning closer. As she chews, he delivers the heart-stopping answer. Because I have to be excellent to match you. He confesses his ultimate goal, to be the most excellent man for her. After we left the cold palace, everything changed, he says, his voice thick with emotion. He never wanted to let her go, but he knew she wasn't a bird to be caged. He holds her face, his confession tumbling out. You made me become a captive of yours, it's all your fault. His fingers trace her jawline. You made me fall for you uncontrollably. He was so afraid she would hate him that he never dared to confess his feelings. I suppressed my desire and never crossed the line, he whispers into her. But I don't want to suppress myself anymore, he declares. I want to kiss you. He pulls back to look her in the eyes. I want you to know that I am crazy about you. He brings a piece of cake to her lips. I want you to have the desire same as mine. And then he kisses her, pouring years of suppressed passion into it. She feels a fire ignite within her. Gongju is burning up. It's the scented sachet. It's finally taking effect on him. As he kisses her neck, she knows it's the aphrodisiac that's making him this bold. He suddenly moves, standing and sweeping her up into his arms. With a thud, he lays her down on the desk, scattering books everywhere. He dangles the cursed sachet in front of her face. Are you looking for this? He asks with a sly grin. He leans over her. Yamo, don't you have a little bit of desire for me? He wonders while she's just thinking about how hungry she is. She's panting, her cheeks flushed bright red. He sees her state, her vulnerability, and can't resist kissing her again. The kiss deepens, becoming more desperate, more passionate than ever before. She's never seen this side of him. She manages to push him back slightly. If we go on doing this, I will have to. He looks up, surprised by her sudden resistance, his own face a mess of desire. I am so thirsty, she whispers, her lips parted. She licks her lips again, her voice husky. I'm thirsty. He leans in, his own voice a low growl. I'm thirsty too. Yemo, he breathes against her lips. I have been thirsty for you for too long. He pulls at the collar of her robes, his kisses trailing down her neck. He pauses, just looking at her. Yemo, you are so beautiful, he whispers. She looks utterly dazed, completely lost in the moment. Don't seduce me, he murmurs, kissing her again. His eyes never leaving hers. They break apart, sitting up and panting heavily. But just as things are about to go too far, he stops. He thinks to himself, I almost had sex with Yemo. Luckily, I controlled myself. He offers a pained, forced smile filled with regret. He pulls her into a tight embrace. He wants to wait until she gives herself to him willingly, not when she's reluctant. He wants her forever. Our girl finally snaps out of her daze, horrified. What on earth was I doing? I took initiative. I wanted to. It wasn't myself. Suddenly, a voice calls out from outside the door. Gong Yemo, come out. What happened? She panics at Shen Xiai. She tries to get up, saying she'll go. But Gong Ju stops her. You go to sleep. I will go. He pulls her back gently. He came because he is worried about me. Do you want others to know what we have just done? Defeated, she nods. Go, I'm going to sleep. He pats her head reassuringly, then scoops her up in a princess carry. He gently lays her down on the bed. Well, I am going to sleep, she says, her face beet red. But he can't resist leaning in for one last kiss. It's soft and sweet. He thinks to himself that she's rarely this obedient. Maybe he should have carried that scented sachet around all along. She pushes him away gently. Shen Xiai is waiting. Don't go too far, she insists. A mischievous smirk plays on his lips. He can wait, he says softly. But you, I guess you want me to stay here. He gives her a final, tender kiss on the forehead before leaving her to her dreams. Here's your GOAT Manhwa recap. ******. Our story opens with the air thick with tension as Gong Ju leans over our girl, his voice a low whisper. I guess you want me to stay here. And with her heart pounding in her chest, she barely manages to squeak out an okay. But then he pulls back. The absolute madman covers his mouth, suddenly flustered, and tells her to go now. He gives her hand a quick, gentle kiss before making his escape, leaving our poor heroine absolutely frozen. She internally panics, screaming for him to just get OUT already. The moment the door is shut, she yanks the sheets over her head. He leaves with a smug little smile, knowing exactly the chaos he's caused. She immediately starts thrashing in her bed, slapping the sheets in pure frustration. What on earth was I doing? She screams at herself. But the drama isn't over. As Gong Ju leaves, he's stopped by a rival who demands to see Yemo. Gong Ju, ever the ice prince, just blocks his path. She won't see you. The rival scoffs, launching into a whole speech about how he's been there for her, how he even risked his life to save her. He even has the audacity to claim that Yemo would be willing to die for him. Gong Ju just turns and cuts him off, demanding he return Yemo's gold medallion. The man hesitates, his bravado crumbling. He tries to play it cool, muttering that maybe she just sees him as a friend as he hands over the token. He throws one last verbal punch, telling Gong Ju not to get too complacent. But Gong Ju isn't just gonna take that. He snatches the medallion back and delivers the final savage blow. Yemo has been mine since she was 7 years old. Absolute mic drop. The next day, we're in the Morning Glory Hall for a high-stakes political meeting. A masked visitor, the Lawai Lord, has come to see the legendary princess, but he's also here to talk business. He cuts right to the chase, offering to marry his sister into their kingdom to seal a trade deal. The emperor thinks it over, clearly intrigued. But Gong Ju steps in with a sharp counterproposal about bank interest rates, completely catching the visitor off guard. The Lawai Lord accuses them of having no sincerity, but Gong Ju just smirks, hinting at a surprise if he agrees. The masked lord is seething, realizing this young brat is threatening him with his own life plate. And that's when our girl makes her entrance. Yemo glides into the room, a vision of grace and power. She apologizes for her tardiness and takes her seat. She immediately calls out the Lawai Lord's shady proposal, and then she exposes his secret plans to build a horse trail with another country. Is it some kind of conspiracy? She asks, her voice dripping with ice. The Lawai Lord is shook. How did she know? Yemo stands, her presence commanding the entire room. She declares that both the horse trail and the canal were her ideas to begin with. She slams her hand down on the armrest, her eyes flashing. My patience is wearing thin. I don't like bargaining. The Lord is sweating buckets now. He can't believe this little girl has his life plate and is playing him like a fiddle. Defeated, he raises his cup in agreement. As he leaves, he promises to return with his sister for the marriage, but not before giving a sulky goodbye and muttering a threat under his breath. 3 days later, Yemo is summoned by her father. He shows her a portrait of a beautiful woman. Yemo recognizes her instantly. It's the princess of Lawai. Her heart sinks. Her father explains the crown prince is already engaged, so he's not an option for this marriage. Then he drops the bomb. He wants Gong Ju to marry the princess. He complains that Gong Ju already refused, saying he's too young. Then he turns to Yemo, putting all the pressure on her. He only listens to you, he says, asking her to convince him for the good of the kingdom and to quell the rumors about them. The words hit her like a physical blow, knocking the wind out of her. She never saw this coming. The princess is a perfect match for Gong Ju, and the thought is pure agony. Later, she seeks comfort from her mother, the empress. The empress greets her warmly, but Yemo is clearly troubled. She apologizes for her absence and starts downing cups of wine. Her mother immediately senses that something is wrong. As Yimo gulps down the drink, the Empress then brings up a banquet she's planning, specifically to introduce Gongqi's fiancé to Yimo. Our girl can't believe it. Both her parents are trying to pair off their sons with other women, pushing her away. Just then a voice rings out. It's Gongqi, the crown prince, returned from his travels. He greets his own fiancé before turning his full attention to Yimo. He tells her she's grown up and offers a drink to bury any old grudges. She accepts, welcoming him home, and the Empress invites him to the upcoming banquet. The three of them sit together, but the air is thick with unspoken things. Gongqi is completely mesmerized by Yimo, lost in a daydream about hugging and kissing her. His mother has to call his name to snap him out of it, and he quickly makes up an excuse about thinking of state affairs. Yimo stands, playfully demanding a gift for her new title. Dazed by her charm, Gongqi quickly agrees and asks her to come with him to retrieve it. The Empress watches them go, mistakenly thinking her son has moved on. On a moonlit balcony, they chat about politics, and Gongqi sweetly whispers that he found a rare herb to help with her heart condition. But their quiet moment is shattered when Gongju appears from the shadows, grabs Yimo's wrist, and growls, "Go with me." Gongqi immediately steps between them, trying to stop him, but Gongju's grip is ironclad. He announces that their father needs Yimo, challenging his brother to object. Gongqi is reluctant but can't defy a direct order. He tries to stall, suggesting dinner first, but Gongju refuses to wait. He begins to pull Yimo away, and Gongqi finally snaps. "Can't you complete father's task without Yimo?" Gongju looks over his shoulder, his expression deadly serious, and says one word, "Right." The two brothers lock eyes, a silent declaration of war passing between them in the cold night air. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Gongqi confronts his brother, his voice dripping with accusation. "Can't you complete father's task without Yimo?" Gongju is left completely speechless, absolutely dumbfounded by the question. Without another word, he grabs our girl's hand and declares, "We take our leave now." He pulls her out into the moonlit courtyard, leaving a fuming Gongqi behind. "Gongju, where are you taking me to?" she asks, trying to keep up. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, and she bumps right into his firm back with a little arg. Just then, another woman appears, asking Yimo if their father needed her urgently. Gongju immediately lets go of her hand. "You hurt me," Yimo exclaims before cutting to the chase. "Did father ask you to persuade me to get married?" "The princess of Laowai is beautiful and charming," she says, forcing the words out. "She is good enough for you." "Do you really think so?" he murmurs, unconvinced. "Yes, from my heart," she lies, but before she can say anything else, he grabs her. And then it happens. He crashes his lips against hers, silencing her protest with a fiery, desperate kiss. Her eyes fly open in shock as she pushes him away, shouting his name. They stand apart, breathing heavily under the pale moonlight. "Are you crazy?" she gasps. "This is in father's hall, not mine." Her heart pounding in her chest. "When I knew that you promised father to persuade me to get married. I feel pain, it is like being hurt by you." The raw honesty of his words leaves her breathless. "So I want to know if you feel hurt or not. If you don't feel sad, if you feel happy, then I have no other choice." He grabs her shoulders, his gaze intense. "I will badger you all the time till the end of my life. Tell me, are you happy or sad?" Cornered and flustered, all she can do is stammer, I. A hopeful glint appears in his eyes. He thinks she's hesitating. He presses, "Say it, say you are happy, why can't you say it now?" He pauses, waiting for her answer. Then he drops the ultimate bombshell. "Yimo, do you like me?" She turns away, denying it, but he just smiles. "It's okay you don't like me. Because no matter if you like me or not, you are mine." He pulls her into a powerful embrace, holding her as if he'll never let go. "I am happy that you hesitated. You felt sad when father talked with you, didn't you?" She says nothing, her expression a mix of pain and confusion. He whispers, "I am sorry, father made you sad, but I won't." She's a blushing, trembling mess in his arms, about to kiss her again. She panics, pushing him away, thinking, "No, I can't go into it." But he ignores her resistance, capturing her lips once more. It's a passionate, all-consuming kiss under the cherry blossoms. He pours every ounce of his feeling into it. But wait, they're being watched. From the shadows, Gongqi witnesses the entire scene, his heart shattering into a million pieces. He ducks behind a pillar, his mind screaming, "Why?" He clenches his fist, his knuckles white with rage and despair. "You never gave me a chance to kiss you like that. Why can Gongju do that?" he seethes. "Am I inferior to Gongju?" His mind drifts to a fantasy where he is emperor and Yimo is his queen, happy and in love. "We can be together," he thinks, before reality comes crashing back. "If it weren't for Gongju, as Yimo would be mine." Meanwhile, our girl is trying to break free. "Gongju, stop it." But he only holds her tighter, his kiss unrelenting. She finally shoves him back, panting, "This is the emperor's palace, you can't be so reckless." He just gives her a soft, confident smile. "Yimo, forgive me," he says, then makes a promise. "I won't marry anyone except you." But she just snaps, "I didn't ask you not to get married." He keeps on smiling, completely unbothered. "Get married if you want," she huffs, turning away. From the darkness, Gongqi's face hardens with resolve. His brother's voice taunts him in his head. It's out a hollow, broken laugh. He slips away into the night, pulling out a small, sinister vial. With a trembling hand, he brings it to his lips. He drinks the contents and immediately starts coughing up blood. My dude, no. His mind is a dark spiral of obsession. If Gongju is gone, you will not refuse me. Gongju must die. He clutches the vial, a bloody tear tracing a path down his cheek. I wish you could kiss me even in my dreams. 10 days later, our girl is trying to distract herself with a book, but it's no use. It's so quiet. Anyway, my task is done. Whether he gets married or not is none of my business. She smacks the book against her head in frustration. I don't care at all, she shouts to no one. Suddenly, a new idea strikes her. She needs a distraction. Business? Yes, that's it. Transportation details for the new trade routes. She leaps to her feet with renewed purpose. Maid, help me get dressed. I'm going out. Yes, princess. She arrives at Morning Glory Hall, but the guard has some interesting news. The emperor just left. But the crown prince is inside, alone. The information sends a jolt through her. Her mind starts racing with dangerous possibilities. All right, let's get this show on the road. Grab your popcorn, smash that like button, and prepare for the drama because it is about to get real asterisk. Our boy Gong Chi stands outside a pavilion, hesitating for just a moment. He's immediately called inside by our girl Yimo. She wastes no time, asking him just where he's been hiding himself lately. He plays it cool, looking a little flustered. Then he flips the script on her, asking with a sly look, did you want to see me? He leans in, pressing the issue, if you wanted to see me, why didn't you come find me? He softens in an instant, gently stroking her hair. We've been apart for too long, he murmurs before demanding she hand something over. She gives him a small wooden box, but a feeling of unease washes over her. As he turns his back to leave, she can't shake the feeling that something is very, very wrong. She quickly reassures him that they aren't distant at all. But inside, her mind is racing. He feels different, but she can't put her finger on why. Changing the subject, she thanks him for the medicine he gave her. She explains that she showed it to a doctor who confirmed the herb was practically priceless. A small pleased smile plays on his lips. Our girl, seeing an opportunity, gets a little cheeky. Will you reward me? She asks with a sparkle in her eye. She pokes him playfully, reminding him that he'd promised her a gift. He smirks and grabs her hand, his voice dropping to a seductive murmur. I'll give you everything in the future, okay? He pulls her closer, whispering right into her ear, her eyes widen. Really? She breathes. Of course, he purrs before revealing the big news. She's the proud new owner of a coal mine and all the future profits are hers. But our heroine isn't interested in money. I don't want the profit, she says softly. He leans in, his face inches from hers. Then what do you want? The emperor strolls in, looking for Yimo, and you can just feel the romantic tension evaporate. The two of them quickly pay their respects to the emperor, who tells them to sit down. He gets straight to business. Gong Chi starts by mentioning the completion of the canal, but Yimo cuts in, saying her news is even better. She lays out a brilliant plan for horse trading between 3 major kingdoms, a move that would guarantee peace at the borders. The emperor is floored, thinking she's the perfect lady. And even Gong Chi is captivated, realizing just how special she is. A possessive thought flashes through his mind. She is destined to be mine. The emperor declares it's a fantastic idea. Then he drops a bomb. Since it was her idea, she will be the one to persuade the other lords. Our girl is stunned. Huh, that's unfair, she cries, turning to Gong Chi for support. She looks at him with pleading eyes. Her face the very picture of sadness. But the emperor is ruthless. It's useless to ask Chi for help, he states coldly, freezing Gong Chi in place. The decision is final. And it gets worse. The emperor announces that she will be sent aboard a ship to conduct the negotiations. Gong Chi is horrified, his face paling. Is Yimo leaving? He thinks panicked. He immediately objects, saying it's not proper for a girl to undertake such a dangerous journey. But the emperor stands his ground. Yimo is no less capable than any of her brothers. He delivers the final, crushing blow. While Yimo is away, Gongju is to marry the princess from the Laowai kingdom. The emperor smirks, knowing that by the time Yimo returns, it will be too late for her to do anything about it. His scheme is set in motion. 3 days later, a grand procession arrives at the palace gates. A guard announces their arrival to a new, devastatingly handsome man. It's the Prince of Yuhang, Jin Yun, and he looks every bit the part of a storybook prince. He glances toward the palace, a soft smile on his face as he asks, "Did you miss me?" His entrance is nothing short of spectacular. He's brought a staggering 129 carts filled with rare treasures as a show of his kingdom's sincerity. The emperor is delighted, and they start throwing around titles like uncle and nephew. Meanwhile, another brother, Gongju, watches with a grim expression, recognizing Jin Yun as the man his sister has been secretly meeting for months. Just then, an attendant announces the arrival of Princess Grand Phoenix. Yimo enters, looking absolutely breathtaking in her formal attire. She apologizes for being late, but her father just smiles, remarking that the outfit suits her and will look even better on her wedding day. She thanks him and takes her seat. Jin Yun immediately showers her with compliments and suggests they get the official business done before the banquet begins. The emperor agrees, and the credentials are brought forward. Jin Yun cleverly requests that Yimo help him stamp the documents just as she's done before. The emperor notes how much Jin Yun trusts her and calls her forward. As she approaches, Jin Yun hands her the imperial seal, but the emperor intervenes, handing her his own imperial seal instead. This is a massive deal. Not even the crown prince can touch it. Our girl realizes with a jolt that she's being pushed onto a stage she can't escape. With trembling hands, she stamps the documents. Let the banquet start, the emperor proclaims. But as they sit, Jinyan clutches Yemo's hand. Uncle, he says, I came here for another favor. He looks the emperor dead in the eye and makes his shocking announcement, I want to marry Yemo. He bows his head respectfully, I hope I can have your consent. The emperor is taken aback, offering any of his other daughters, but Jinyan is firm. I only want Yemo, he insists. He promises to marry her after she completes her mission with the weapon, even swearing a sacred oath to make her his only wife for life. The emperor hesitates, weighing the prosperity of his kingdom against his daughter's happiness. Suddenly, a voice rings out, Father. It's Gongju storming into the hall. The emperor is clearly displeased by the interruption. Jinyan, ever the smooth operator, compliments Gongju's legendary good looks. But Gongju isn't here for pleasantries. He looks at his father and asks, what about the oath? He reminds everyone that Yemo swore she would never get married. The Prince of Yuhang looks heartbroken for a split second. Gongju presses on, arguing that this is about Yemo's happiness and they should ask for her opinion. The emperor sighs, realizing Gongju has a point. He tells Jinyan that he'll give him an answer in a few days. Jinyan graciously accepts and takes his leave, but not before shooting a look at Gongju. He thinks to himself, looks like I have to pass my brother-in-law before marrying Yemo. Once Jinyan is gone, Gongju turns to Yemo. What's wrong? He asks gently. He grabs her arm, his eyes searching hers. Do you like Jinyan? Of course not, she snaps back instantly. A slow, satisfied smile spreads across Gongju's face. He believes her. He leans in, telling her he stopped their father from agreeing to the proposal. He even offers to help her get rid of Jinyan if she finds it inconvenient, but our girl is having none of it. Your help? Jinyan would die if you got involved. She retorts, telling him to stay out of it. She waves her hand dismissively, turning away from him. From across the room, Gongqi watches the entire exchange, his knuckles white as he clutches his cup. He approaches their table, changing the subject to a great canal ceremony. He says their father wants her to become a holy virgin and pray for the world's blessings. I'll pass, she says flatly. He pours her a drink, his voice smooth as silk. Many people yearn for this honor, he says, only you would turn it down. He hands her a cup and she looks up at him, feeling utterly cornered. Why would all of you bully me like this? She thinks. Gongqi is lost in his own chaotic thoughts. If he pushes her too hard, she'll pull away. But if he indulges her, she'll just keep avoiding the choice she needs to make. He clutches her hand, his mind a battlefield. This is tricky, he thinks. Yemo is the hardest problem I've ever met in my whole life. He takes a sip from his cup, his expression a mask of conflict and turmoil. Under the pale moonlight, the exhausting royal banquet is finally over. Our girl Gong Yemo tries to get a moment of peace, but a voice cuts through the silence. Aren't you happy? It's Jinyan, and he snuck up on her. He says he's been watching her for a while, and when he asks what she's thinking, she drops a bomb. I am thinking about you. Jinyan is stunned. He leans in close, his voice barely a whisper. Do you really like me? And just like that, the poor boy confesses his own feelings. I do. He looks down, his voice filled with a heartbreaking sadness. Then why didn't you tell me before? He answers his own question, his past weighing on him. Because I didn't deserve you at that time. He opens up about his wretched past, how his own father sold him, and how even servants despised him. He tells her that even after she came and gave him power, he still felt deeply inferior. After she left, he seized control of the kingdom, but his goals felt hollow without her. He was terrified his feelings were just a mirage, an illusion born from desperation. He grabs her hand, his eyes burning with intensity. Yemo, he says, his voice trembling, I love you, but our girl shatters his world with a few cold words. She claims his feelings are just gratitude, not love. Then she delivers the final, soul-crushing blow. I only see you as a brother. His face crumples in agony. Am I not good enough? What's the problem? I can fix it, he pleads. But Yemo stands, her expression unreadable. We're done talking, please pardon me. He lunges, grabbing her wrist, his voice cracking. Yemo, please hear me out. He reminds her of all the times she saved him, encouraged him, and guided him when he was lost. You have filled my life these past few months, he cries out. If you can't be with me, why did the heavens let us meet in the first place? His pain is palpable as he looks at her, his heart on his sleeve. How can you be so cruel to me? Suddenly, a sharp whoosh cuts through the night. Jinyan's eyes widen in alarm. Look out, he screams, shoving Yemo out of the way. Another whoosh follows, and with a loud bang, an unseen projectile slams into the railing right where she was standing. Tears still streaming down his face, Jinyan whirls around. Who's there? He demands. A figure emerges from the shadows and the tension skyrockets. It's Gongju. Yemo is shocked. Gongju, I thought you had gone back. She internally panics, thinking this looks like she was caught red-handed. The two men lock eyes in a silent, deadly standoff. Jinyan, still reeling, demands, why did you attack me suddenly? Gongju's reply is lethally calm, because you crossed the line. With a swift movement, he pulls Yemo behind him, his voice a low growl. She's mine. He holds her tight as she struggles, calling his name. Jinyan stares, the devastating realization dawning on him. Gongju loves Gong Yemo. He looks at Yemo, his last shred of hope clinging to his words. That's not true, right? Is he forcing you? Gongju just tightens his grip, completely shielding her. I'll tell you once more, Yemo is mine. He dismisses Jinyan entirely, telling him to stay out of their business. Jinhyun is horrified, but you are siblings. Gongju just smirks, pulling Yimo even closer, so what? Impossible, Jinhyun sputters, clutching his chest in pain. He turns to Yimo, his voice breaking. Have you forgotten? You said you feared the world might hate you, and what are you doing now? The three of them stand frozen in this chaotic love triangle. Yimo looks up at Gongju, tears in her eyes. Aren't you afraid of that anymore? He says nothing, but a storm of her own painful memories floods her mind, his past cruelty, his indifference, and the hatred of others. She remembers someone screaming at her to go to hell. But Gongju's voice pulls her back to the present. Don't you worry about that, he says, his grip protective. I won't let anyone have the chance to hurt her. Jinhyun is speechless. He takes a step back, defeated. This isn't right. He remembers how he used to have her full attention. With a final broken look, he turns away. This is wrong. Yimo just watches him go. You heard him. As he disappears, she thinks about the barrier between them. She makes a decision. I want to spend my life alone. She reasons that it's for the best. Gongju won't be despised by the world, and she won't have to worry about him leaving her. But Gongju's sharp voice cuts through her thoughts. Gong Yimo, he confronts her, his eyes blazing. Do you want to leave me, to give up on me just like you handled Jinhyun? No way, she whispers. But he's not listening. He goes full-on possessive psycho. I'll kill whoever you marry. I'll destroy any kingdom. I'll snatch you back unless you kill me on the battlefield. He pulls her into a crushing hug. You'll be my own only. She shoves him away. What makes you think you can do that? I owe you nothing, she screams, her composure finally shattering. Why are you doing this? She's completely overwhelmed, and after a tense silence, she finally breaks. Fine, it was my fault, okay, she sobs. All of you are doing this on purpose, you are bullying me. In a fit of despair, she turns away. I told you I hate these hairpins, she cries. Ripping the ornate jewelry from her hairs, why did you make me wear them? Gongju grabs her hand, stopping her. He holds her, his own voice thick with pain. Do you think you're miserable? I think I'm miserable too. He gently picks up the fallen hairpin, but she's not having it. No, you're not, I'm the one who's being bullied. He then begins to tell her of his own dark past, of being imprisoned in the cold palace after his mother's death. He helps her sit down, his touch surprisingly gentle. But I met you, he says softly. He confesses that he used to hate everyone. Every time he survived torture, he would dream of revenge. Fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred. He gently caresses her hair. I always thought about how to means that since meeting her, he's never once thought of revenge, instead pouring all his energy into studying. She looks at him, utterly confused. He cups her face in his hands. Do you know why? He asks her why she thinks he chose to study instead of fight. She has no idea. And then he smiles, a rare, genuine smile, because you don't like it. He tells her he abandoned his quest for revenge because she always said it was better to be strong than to be cruel. Yimo is floored. If I had known what you'd been through, I would have taken revenge for you already. He pulls her into another hug. He confesses that he thinks the only reason he could even meet her was because of all the suffering he endured. You pulled me out of the darkness, he declares. You gave me everything, he says, his voice full of devotion. Why should I still be whiny? He looks into her eyes. Having you by my side makes me the happiest man in this world. But his expression turns serious. But if I can only have wealth and status but not your heart, then I'd rather we never met. His voice drops to a dangerous whisper. If I lose you, I would be as mad as I used to be, yet you are trying to make it happen. He looks at her, his gaze intense. So tell me, am I miserable or not? Yimo is silent, processing his heart-wrenching confession. He then starts comparing his love confession to Jinhyun's, trying to one-up him. He leans in, pouting like a child. You haven't answered my question, Yimo, am I miserable? She can't help it, she lets out a small laugh, completely disarmed by his chaotic energy. She tries to regain control, standing up abruptly. It's late, you should go back to your palace. She takes a step, but her legs give out. Oh no, I've sat too long, my legs are numb. She pitches forward, but he's there to catch her in an instant. He holds her close. You're avoiding me, Yimo. When she denies it, he clarifies, my love for you. You gave me a lot, he murmurs, his breath warm against her skin, but you didn't give your heart to me. I've only ever wanted your heart. Then he whispers the words that make her whole world stop. Please, be my girl. Our girl is dumbfounded, her face exploding in a blush. She shoves him away, completely flustered. You can't force someone to love you, you're being ridiculous, I'm leaving. She turns and runs, thinking he'll do something even crazier if she stays a second longer. He watches her go, a gloomy expression on his face. He picks up the golden hairpin she threw to the ground, a sad smile playing on his lips. He thinks it's beautiful on her, but too heavy. And right then and there, he decides he'll make it better just for her. 3 days later at the Supreme Palace, the ladies-in-waiting are abuzz with activity. Our girl Gong Yimo is not amused. She sighs, thinking she finally got a 3-day break, but now something else is up again. While her attendants fret over what outfit she should wear to greet the visiting princess, Yimo couldn't care less. She just points, I'll take this one. She just wants to get this whole welcome the princess thing over with. Soon, a grand carriage arrives at the palace gates. Inside, a woman in lavish red robes peeks out. So this is the Yu Kingdom? She murmurs, a hopeful glint in her eye. Perhaps Gongju would be the one welcoming me. But her hope quickly sours into bitter resentment. Unluckily, she grits her teeth, he has a shameless sister. Just then, an attendant announces that someone exalted has arrived to greet them. Exalted, she wonders her hope rekindled, Gongju. As she steps out, she sees an entire legion of imperial guards. It must be him. She puts on her most charming smile, introducing herself as Longcheng Tingsu, the Princess Royal of the Laowai Kingdom. But when she looks up, her smile falters. It's lordship? Because standing before her isn't a man at all, it's our girl Gong Yimo looking absolutely divine in white and blue. With an icy calm, she introduces herself. I am the Princess State Guarding of the Yu Kingdom. I'm here welcoming you under His Majesty's order. Tingsu is utterly stunned. Her mind is screaming, Gong Yimo, she's my arch rival. But this princess is a snake. She quickly plasters on a sweet smile. I see, I'm sorry for getting you wrong. Please forgive me. She gestures gracefully. It's getting late. Follow me to the palace if you don't mind. As Yimo turns to lead the way, Tingsu's face twists into a venomous glare. I'm the apple of people's eyes in Laowai, she seethes internally. Who are you to talk to me that way, Gong Yimo? A dark promise forms in her eyes. I won't forget this, I'll make you pay. Later in the throne room, Princess Tingsu presents herself to the Emperor Gong Qi, claiming to be a friendly ambassador. The Emperor greets her with a knowing, sly smile. He's heard she's here to strengthen the friendship between their kingdoms. And she eagerly agrees, then she drops the bomb. Her brother wants her to marry a talented man from the Yu Kingdom. Gong Qi's grin widens. Oh, he is delighted to hear that. He declares he has an idea to help her find the perfect man. He commands the gentlemen of the court to present a personal belonging to the princess. An attendant brings forth a tray, and the men place their items on it. Gongju adds his own jade pendant, and from the side, Yimo's eyes narrow. That pendant looks strangely familiar. The men have presented their treasures. The tray is brought before Tingsu, and the emperor encourages her to pick whichever she likes. She scans the items, a thoughtful look on her face, while the court officials whisper excitedly, wondering who the lucky man will be. But Tingsu is confused. Something isn't right here. Shrugging it off, she decides to just try her luck. She picks up a delicate leaf-shaped jade pendant. I've made my pick, Your Majesty, she announces, holding it up. Whose belonging is it? The attendant's face goes pale. He stammers, it's yours, Your Majesty. Across the room, Yimo does an elegant yet totally savage spit take, PFFT. The emperor immediately pulls her close, whispering for her to behave and asking if she did that on purpose. Tingsu is absolutely reeling. Why, shouldn't it belong to Gongju? She thinks before asking the emperor weakly, is this yours? He coolly replies, so you got the wrong one. She stammers that it wasn't her fault. The two jade pendants looked almost identical. The emperor's face darkens. He snaps, demanding to see the tray. He sees the two nearly identical pendants, and his rage turns towards Gongju. How dare he? He set me up and put the princess in an awkward position on purpose. He glares at the pendant in his hand, fury building. What is he trying to do? He finally explodes, roaring, Gongju, tell me what's going on. A piece of his headwear shatters from the force of his anger. Gongju, ever calm, simply asks, why are you getting angry, father? The emperor accuses him of handing over the pendant deliberately to confuse the princess. But Gongju has a heart-wrenching story ready. He reminds his father of a hunting trip when a tiger attacked. In a flashback, we see him throwing himself in front of his father, nearly losing an arm to save him. He continues, his voice steady. I was in a coma for days and you never left my side. When I awoke, you gave me this jade pendant as a reward. He looks his father in the eye. It's a token of our father-son love. He holds the pendant gently. You may have many like this, but this is the only one I have from you. He walks towards the throne, his voice filled with emotion. It represents how much I care about you. I valued it over any other treasure. He looks up, a challenge in his eyes. If you think I gave it out on purpose, just let it be. The emperor is visibly moved, his anger melting away. I got you wrong. You may have my half of the pendant back. But Gongju refuses. Don't bother, father. He turns to the stunned princess. Since the princess picked it, it's hers. And with that, he walks away with her. The emperor tries to salvage the situation, telling Tingsu she can pick again. But the damage is done. Tingsu is humiliated. What a drama, she thinks, realizing Gongju just publicly rejected her. The meaning is clear, he wants nothing to do with her. Overwhelmed by the shame, she does the only thing a dramatic princess can do. She faints. As a servant catches her, Yimo watches, completely unimpressed. What a smart move, she thinks, ordering the doctors to be called. Sipping her tea, she analyzes the situation. By fainting, the princess avoids the husband's selection and makes her father feel guilty. Later, Yimo walks alone, pondering. Gongju made it so clear he doesn't want to marry the princess. So why is her father pushing it? Suddenly, a voice calls out, sister. It's Gongqi asking for a walk. As they stroll under the moonlight, he tells her the medicine she gave him is working. Yimo beams with genuine happiness. Great, she exclaims. Does that mean your illness will be cured soon? If so, I'll feel so relieved. He suddenly stops and pulls her into a fierce hug. Yimo, thank you, he whispers, overwhelmed with emotion. I'm on cloud 9, I don't know how to thank you. Yimo is stiff in his arms, thinking to herself that this is all she can do for him. She pats his back gently and pushes him away. If you want to thank me, be a good emperor who values his people. Hopefully we can all get our happy endings. He stares at her, his eyes intense. If I become a good emperor, will you love me? She avoids the question, pushing him again. All right, you will be. As she walks away, he watches her go, his heart aching. he didn't have the guts to confess. Sometime later, a grand completion ceremony is held in the snow. The emperor addresses the crowd, celebrating the new canal. He then welcomes the princess state guarding our Yimo to preside over the sacred ritual. Yimo, dressed in white, holds a glowing orb as she walks up the altar steps. As she passes Princess Tingsu, the jealous princess gives her a venomous sneer. The crowd begins to whisper nasty rumors. How ridiculous, how can a filthy woman get on the sacred altar? Clang, the sound cuts through the whispers. Gongju has drawn his sword, his face a mask of cold fury. The emperor shouts at him to stop, but Gongju's eyes are locked on a man stepping forward from the crowd. Why so impatient, Prince Kai? The man says with a smirk. I'm not done talking. The man, sword in hand, points directly at Yimo and makes a shocking accusation. She looks elegant, but she's fornicating with her brother. He yells to the stunned crowd, does anyone think a filthy woman deserves to step on the altar? Chaos erupts as people gasp and whisper. Yimo is frozen in horror. Gongju's mind races. If he kills the man now, it will look like an admission of guilt, and Yimo's reputation will be destroyed forever. He needs a perfect counterattack. The emperor screams nonsense, but the accuser is ready to die for his cause. I'll reveal her true color before I die, he shouts. He then launches into a list of twisted proof, his voice ringing across the silent square. Gong Yimo faked her death to save Gongju. They spent days together in his mansion. Prince Kai refuses to marry anyone because of his affair with you. Can you tell us? He levels his sword at her, and Yimo can only stare as her world shatters around her. The drama is reaching a boiling point. The second prince of Yuheng Kingdom explodes, defending our girl. Nonsense, Yimo was with me the whole time. No one knows her better than me. Another noble chimes in. Exactly, Yimo would never do such a thing. But their words fall on deaf ears. A smirking snake of a man stands on the stairs, his voice dripping with venom. A foreign prince and the crown prince, you're a born slut, Gong Yimo. Our poor heroine turns to her own father, her eyes pleading. Father, don't you believe me? She trembles. You would believe a strange man rather than your daughter? That's the last straw for Gongju. With an icy glare, he draws his sword. The air crackles with tension as his guards follow suit with a sharp asterisk clang asterisk. They immediately surround the slandering fool, blades at the ready. The crown prince's man panics. Prince Kai, what are you doing? This is treason. But Gongju is ice cold. I'm just trying to eliminate an enemy, he states, his eyes locked on his target. He's clearly a spy from an enemy state. The man Zhang Jian just scoffs. Me, a spy, you're the one throwing mud. But just as the chaos peaks, a new player enters the game. A stunning woman appears announcing, I am the princess of the Laowai Kingdom, and then with all eyes on her, she drops a bombshell. I'll marry him. Gongju doesn't even flinch. He looks down, his voice low and final. We were never engaged, your highness. Please take your words back. The second prince has seen enough. He roars, this is treason. Listen up, guards. He is humiliating Yimo. Kill him. His men surge forward in a blur of motion. Wait. Yimo's voice cuts through the chaos. She steps forward, her gaze fixed on Zhang Jian. Are you saying that I'm having an affair with Jin Yun, Gongqi, and Gongju? She asks, a plan forming in her mind. Asterisk, I have to get his full attention to distract him from Gongju, asterisk. She holds his gaze. Then tell me, what's this? In a shocking move, she lifts her sleeve, revealing a red mark on her arm. Look, this is my virgin spot, she declares, bluffing for her life. But Zhang Jian just grins, a wicked glint in his eye. Asterisk in this case, dead men tell no tales, asterisk he lunges, sword aimed straight for her heart. But our girl is a warrior, asterisk clank. Asterisk she parries his strike with her own hidden blade, her eyes blazing. The move is fast, precise. Zhang Jian freezes. This move, tell me who are you? He accuses her of using the same technique as a man named Zhang Xiu. She feigns ignorance, but then he holds up a golden token. This is Zhang Xiu's life token. Our girl simply lets it fall to the snowy ground. He claimed to be the #1 warrior in Laowai, she says coldly, but I'd beheaded him in public. She takes a step forward, her presence utterly terrifying. His body was even left uncollected. Zhang Jian stares, horrified. You killed him? The Laowai princess watches, her composure cracking. Asterisk, this will be tricky if he exposes his identity, asterisk. Gongju steps in. Father, we have evidence that Zhang Xiu attacked Yimo. The princess snaps, you're making irresponsible remarks. Yimo has had enough of their lies. Zhang Xiu wanted to kill me at the ceremony, she shouts, pointing her sword at them. And now you are both defaming me, trying to put me to death? She turns her fury on the princess. Did Longchang Tingsu tell you that she could marry Gongju smoothly by doing this? Zhang Jian panics. Asterisk, how did she know? Asterisk, he clutches his sword. Asterisk, I have to take her down right now or the princess will be exposed. Asterisk. He attacks again, but Yimo blocks him effortlessly. So you're allowed to slander me, she grits out, but I'm not allowed to tell the truth. With a savage kick, she sends him sprawling to the ground. She stands over him, a goddess of vengeance. Do you dare to tell everyone that Zhang Xiu wasn't your brother? She presses her advantage. And that Longsheng Tingsu never told you to do this. He stammers denials, but the guilt is written all over his face. Suddenly, Gongju calls out Yimo. The princess is startled as Gongju's guard sees her. Let go of me, she screams. Yimo calmly explains the motive. Only you have the power to order Zhang Xiu's brother to do this, she says, her eyes locked on the terrified princess. And then our girl pulls out a dagger. She presses the cold steel against the princess's cheek, drawing a single perfect drop of blood. That's all it takes. Zhang Jian breaks, he stands and confesses everything. He reveals he's Zhang Xiu's brother and the princess manipulated him, promising revenge in exchange for ruining the ceremony. The crowd erupts in shocked whispers. Yimo turns to her father. Have you heard him, father? Please allow me to repatriate her and make the Laowai emperor apologize to me. Gongju immediately backs her up. I agree. The princess desperately tries to save herself, claiming Yimo is just being domineering. But it's too late. Yimo kneels before the emperor, her voice ringing with conviction. Father, the Laowai kingdom has defamed me too many times. If they don't pay the price, they will think our kingdom is weak. But the emperor hesitates, worried about diplomatic ties. His ministers agree, pleading with him not to break relations over a woman. Yimo's heart breaks. Fine, if they think she's just a selfish woman, then she'll give it all up. She rips the crown from her head. In this case, the title of Princess State Guarding, I don't need it. The emperor finally relents. You may repatriate her if you want, Yimo. But he looks at her heartbroken. Are you ditching your crowns to cut the relationship with me? The officials fall to their knees, begging her to take the crown back, chanting that the kingdom needs her. Yimo pauses, her mind racing. Asterisk, if I give up the crown, father will punish Gongju for mobilizing the guards. Asterisk. She looks at her father. I have 3 requests. First, don't blame the guards. Second, don't blame Gongju. The emperor frowns. He mobilized my guards without permission. Yimo reminds him, Gongju once saved you from a tiger, you should trust him. At that moment, Gongju approaches the throne. He gets on one knee. I swear on my life, I, Gongju, will never covet your throne. He looks at Yimo, his voice full of love. I only want to spend the rest of my life with Yimo. The emperor's heart softens. Okay, I won't blame Gongju. He then grants her 3rd request. Yimo turns to the trembling princess. I'll take care of the grudges between her and me. Take her away, the emperor commands. The princess is dragged off, screaming, but the emperor just watches with a cold smile. Your 3rd request will be granted. He offers the crown back to Yimo, who accepts it gracefully. The ceremony is finally complete, and the crowd roars in celebration. Later that night, Yimo rides alone in a carriage. Suddenly, a figure pulls back the curtain. It's Gongju. She jumps. What are you doing here? He just looks at her, his expression unreadable. He lets out a soft sigh. Don't worry, father sent me here. His eyes fall to the cut on her hand and he reaches for it, but she instinctively pulls away. I'm here to help you treat the wound, he says softly. As he gently applies medicine, he explains that her father is still wary of his control over the Imperial Guards. She leans against him, exhausted. It will become harder for us. He finishes wrapping her hand. She whispers his name. He looks down, his heart aching. Seeing you suffer, I never wanted to become the emperor so much, he confesses. That way, she drifts off to sleep, her head slipping from his shoulder. He gently catches her, his hand cradling her cheek. I can protect you, he finishes in a whisper. She stirs, waking up and pulling away slightly. I won't cross the line, he promises, his voice thick with emotion. Before I seize power, I won't compel you to do anything. He looks into her eyes. But you have to give me your promise. He leans closer, his request a desperate breath in the small space. You have to promise not to fall in love with another man. His gaze is intense, searching. Can you keep it? All right, let's dive in. Dim the lights, grab your snacks, because this chapter is a roller coaster. He holds her face, his eyes burning with a desperate intensity. You have to promise not to fall in love with another man, he pleads. Can you keep it? But our girl just lies there, her mind a million miles away. He sees her silence as rejection, his frustration palpable. I'm far from satisfactory, he whispers, heartbroken. No wonder you have no feelings for me. He looks utterly defeated. He collapses into her lap, a rare moment of pure vulnerability. But our girl surprises him. You've already done a good job, she says softly. She reminds him of when he was just a boy, building a swing for her at only 7 years old. You've been a quick learner since you were little, she continues, a prodigy. He remembers that dark time in the cold palace when they were attacked. He had a chance to escape, but he took their father there instead. She insists that if he'd stayed, she would have told him to leave anyway. Many assassins came after you left, she explains with a gentle smile. I was glad to send you away in advance. He confesses his own fear from back then, the heart-wrenching terror that it might be the last time he ever saw her, but she just beams, full of pride. Luckily, you took our father in time, we survived. He sits up, his eyes locking with hers. What then, what do you think of me now? And then he moves. In one fluid motion, he pushes her down, her heart hammering in her chest. She remembers his promise not to cross the line. But right now, that line is looking mighty blurry. You're impressive now, she rushes to say, trying to fill the charged silence. You sabotaged Laowai's plot and protected me even under great pressure. She keeps going, her voice a soothing balm. You're managing the prison, setting up banks, you do everything well. Don't put too much pressure on it, she whispers, leaning closer. You're better than all other men in this world. That's all it takes, he closes the distance. And the world just melts away. He deepens the kiss, pressing her into the floor, and then murmurs against her lips, I don't need your promise. She's completely dazed. He pins her down, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Whatever you like. He cups her face, his voice dropping to a possessive growl. I'll catch up with you, I'll make it public that you're mine. He even gives her cheek a little pinch. I'm so excellent, who else would you choose over me? She tries to pull away, but he wraps his arms around her in a tight hug. Nope, you'll go to Laowai in a few days, he says, sounding like a pouting child. I won't be seeing you for so long. He nuzzles against her like a giant, sad kitten, and she has to physically push his face away. It won't be long, she sighs, but he's not having it. He leans in, his lips brushing her ear. I couldn't be happy without you even for a single day. He asks the question that hangs between them, when can you be mine? A painful memory flashes through her mind. A time she was poisoned, desperately begging him, help me Yimo, please ease my thirst. She had kissed him then out of desperation and need. The memory fades as they reach the city gate. He's come to see her off, and as she steps from her carriage, he's right there. Don't worry, I'm here, he says, pulling her into a protective embrace. She melts against him for a moment before her eyes snap open. We are not alone. She pushes him away gently. Just as another woman rushes forward, Gongju, you are here to save me, right? But his eyes are cold as ice. I'm only here for Yimo, he says flatly. The princess is stunned. Why, I'm a better match than her. She shoves our girl aside, trying to grab him. Look at me, I'm better than her. But he doesn't even spare her a glance. Take her away, he commands with chilling authority. His guards don't hesitate, dragging the struggling princess away as she screams. He immediately turns back to our girl, pulling her close for a kiss right there in the open. He pulls back, his gaze unwavering. She starts, but he cuts her off. I only have feelings for Yimo, he declares for all to hear. Our girl is mortified. What is he talking about? She thinks, blushing furiously. How could he say that in public? He hands her a pouch of supplies. I selected the 50 best Imperial guards, they will keep you safe. She waves goodbye, a small smile on her face. See you. His man points out that she only took 50 guards for such a long journey. He just stares after her, his expression unreadable, hoping she'll be safe. Later, on the road, our girl is taking a break when her ladies start gossiping about the other princess. Always a troublemaker, she keeps bothering all the way. Suddenly, a guard runs up frantic. Oh no, your highness. Another maid rushes over, pale with panic. The princess is missing, we find her nowhere. They immediately start searching. A guard finds a discarded piece of jewelry on the ground. We found someone else's footprints where she went missing, he reports. Our girl's face darkens. I think she's abducted. Meanwhile, the abducted princess wakes up in a clearing, completely bewildered. Oops, the chick woke up, one of her captors sneers. She scrambles back in terror. What are you trying to do? Let me go, I'm a princess. The men just laugh. We haven't tasted any princess before. They close in on her, but just as they're about to grab her, a voice rings out. Stop. The leader steps forward and the princess recognizes him. Lai Qi, it's you? He smirks. Good memory, your highness. She remembers him as the assassin who tried to frame her family for rebellion. What are you up to now? She demands. He grins wickedly. Nothing serious. I'm going to get rid of Gongju and kill him then and the Laowai princess. He gestures to his men to finish the job. But she screams, wait. He leans down, intrigued. Oh, I'm listening, and this snake of a princess sees an opportunity. You want to kill Gong Yimo, so do I, she declares. Why don't we join hands? She offers him a deal. Help her kill Yimo and she'll tell everyone he saved her, making him a hero in 2 nations. He considers it for a moment, then grins. Thanks, your highness. His command rings out, kill Gong Yimo. His men draw their swords and charge. Yimo's guards immediately form a protective circle around her. Protect the princess. The forest erupts with the clang of steel. But then the enemy leader gives another command, shoot. A volley of arrows rains down and Yimo's guards fall, sacrificing themselves to shield her. Back at the palace in Laowai, our girl is in a tense negotiation with the emperor. She's laying out a brilliant plan for a trade route. The Yu Kingdom must be a part of the high road construction, she states firmly. The emperor scoffs, how dare you plant your spies into all states so blatantly? But she remains calm and collected, explaining how a unified system will benefit everyone. Business operation will be completely transparent to all states, she promises. It can keep a system of checks and balances. He's impressed despite himself. What a rigorous plan. That night, he leads her to her chambers. We'll talk about the details tomorrow. I go to bed, he says, clearly expecting her to join him. She gives a polite but firm smile. You won't kill me while I'm asleep, will you? She asks lightly. He smirks, leaning in close. If you are afraid, you may sleep with me tonight. But their little standoff is interrupted. Gongju appears as if from thin air, holding a box of sweets. Did you come all the way here to give me cakes? She asks, surprised. He touches her face gently. No, kitten, I came because I was worried about your safety. He asks how she plans to deal with the troublemaking princess. He has his own savage idea. If you agree, I'll marry her to a random old man, he suggests coldly. She would be buried with the old man when he dies. But our girl shakes her head, ever the noble one. No need, I'll take her to Laowai. He looks so disappointed, but she thanks him for his concern. Don't worry, I'll be fine being alone. He pulls her into an embrace. Okay, I'll take Lai Qi away, and I'll be back with you after I deal with him and his master. Before he leaves, he presses a small bottle into her hand. I know you have a lot of medicine, but I don't want you to get hurt anymore. He leans in, his voice a low whisper. Besides, I don't want your verbal thanks. His eyes smolder. Remember, you owe me one. He adds, I'll ask you for it when you return. 5 days later, our girl arrives at the Laowai palace. She introduces herself formally, but before the emperor can respond, his sister Tingsu runs to him, crying crocodile tears. Brother, stick up for me. She points an accusing finger at Yimo. Gong Yimo slandered me and you, and she bullied me all the way here. Take her down. The emperor's face hardens, but Yimo calmly suggests, we'd better talk about that in private, your majesty. His advisors are outraged, but the emperor silences them. Yemo smiles coolly. A group of gangs abducted her during the trip, then the princess plotted with them for getting out of trouble. She gestures and her guards bring forward the captured thugs. They are all witnesses. She looks Tingsu dead in the eye. Are you sure you want me to make the details public? The princess freezes, panicking, and finally begs her brother to discuss it privately. Yemo smirks, it would be better. She leaves the prisoners with the emperor's guards inside the palace. Yemo lays it all out. The princess tried to set me up at the sacred ritual. She kept messing around after her first plot failed. She even tried to plot with the people who hurt her to kill me. She finishes, her voice ringing with power. She grabs the emperor's robes, her eyes blazing. Your princess teamed up with my enemies and almost put me, the U Kingdom's crown prince, to death. Boom, the mic has been dropped. Here we go again. Our girl tries to have one peaceful night, but the crown prince of Laoi gets a little too close for comfort, whispering sweet nothings about sleeping together. But our heroine is having none of it. She gives him a cartoonish slap, pushing his face away and telling him to back off. He rubs his cheek, stunned, as she clarifies her position. She's not here for romance, she just wants her life token back. He snaps, shoving her back and seething. You should know better, Gong Yemo. Suddenly, the scene explodes into chaos. A group of men are about to be executed. The crowd is in an uproar, shouting that these men are witnesses. They claim the U princess, our girl, didn't hurt anyone, it was Princess Tingsu. The people murmur amongst themselves, wondering if their own princess is a liar. But before the truth can come out, an arrow flies through the air, silencing one of the men forever. He screams Tingsu's name with his last breath as more archers let their arrows fly. A loyalist of Tingsu yells that these criminals are Gong Yemo's followers and should be put to death. Spears are suddenly hurled straight at our girl. She dodges, but her eyes widen in horror as another innocent man beside her is struck down by an arrow. That's it, the gloves are OFF. Her face contorts with pure rage as she realizes Tingsu is killing innocent people to cover her tracks. Longchang Tingsu, she roars, lunging forward. Tingsu shrieks for help, but it's too late. Our girl grabs her by the throat, a savage look in her eyes. Stop or I'll kill her, she screams at the guards. She holds the terrified princess hostage, a human shield against the archers. The guards freeze in their tracks. Tingsu struggles, crying that she's being falsely accused, but Gong Yemo isn't listening. She invokes the sacred law of the land. Let's have life and death combat. Meanwhile, the crown prince, looking thoroughly done with this drama, just turns and walks away. But wait, he tosses a small bag at her feet before he leaves. What's this? He tells her he knows her land is barren, so he brought her potatoes and seeds to solve her food crisis. He awkwardly wishes her a good night and leaves. Our girl is touched. With food, the people won't riot and the states can finally have peace. She smiles, a glimmer of hope for a peaceful world lighting up her face. Days later, the potatoes are a success. Just as she's celebrating, a familiar voice whispers in her ear. It's Gong Ju, leaning in impossibly close. Remember, you owe me one, he murmurs, his breath on her skin. He promises to collect his debt when she returns, leaving her blushing and flustered. She fans her face, trying to calm her racing heart. But her moment of peace is shattered when a guard bursts in. Princess Tingsu is at the Eagle Square and is threatening to kill all the diplomats unless Gong Yemo shows up. She arrives to find a massive, angry crowd. A man explains that Tingsu was sent home from the U Kingdom because traitors framed her. He claims these traitors were Laoi warriors who died refusing to work for our girl. The crowd is furious, demanding Gong Yemo plead guilty. They chant for her to get out of their kingdom. Tingsu watches with a smug smile, thinking this is perfect. She wants Gong Yemo to return home in disgrace. It's time to execute her, she declares, but our girl isn't going down without a fight. Don't you want to know why these people stay silent? She calls out. Don't you want to hear it from your people? With a swift motion, she rips the gag from one of the prisoners' mouths. The man looks shocked. Tingsu shrieks, what are you doing? Claiming they're criminals who ruined her name. Gong Yemo fires back, then why did you shut their mouths? Are you afraid they'll tell the truth? The man opens his mouth and says, it's not that the U princess did. Flashback to the life and death combat. Gong Yemo had declared to the mighty eagle that she was suffering a false charge. Tingsu, cornered, had agreed to the duel. The rules were set, both parties blindfolded and disarmed. A warrior steps forward to fight in Tingsu's place. The fight begins and he lunges, thinking of Tingsu's order to kill her at all costs. He throws a punch, but our blindfolded girl is ready. She catches his hand, revealing a hidden dart. With a sickening crack, she breaks his hand. The man howls that she's cheating, but he's the one who violated the rules. Gong Yemo rips off her blindfold with a dramatic flair. She kicks him down and pins his cheating hand to the ground with his own dart. Tingsu screams that the round doesn't count, but it's too late. The crowd declares it's Gong Yemo's victory. Enraged, Tingsu orders her guards to kill all the prisoners. But a voice rings out, stop it, it's the crown prince. Gong Yemo confronts Tingsu directly. As the princess of Laoi, you told your man to use a dart to kill me. You are a shame to this kingdom. Finally, the prisoners can speak. They swear to the mighty eagle that they are innocent. The U Emperor sent Tingsu back because he discovered she was the one framing the U Princess. The Crown Prince turns on his sister, his face a mask of cold fury. She tries to plead with him, but he's disgusted. He turns to Gong Yemo and offers a formal apology. But our girl isn't letting her off that easy. She'll forgive her on one condition, her eyes are ice. I want her to kneel. The Crown Prince is stunned, the crowd gasps. He looks torn, but then he sighs and calls his sister over. Tingsu is livid. Why are you listening to her? She screams, then plays her trump card. The potato seeds she gave you were poisoned. Most of the Sacred Lake guards died because of it. The Crown Prince freezes. What? An elder is summoned and he confirms it. The doctors diagnose the deaths as poisoned potatoes. Impossible, Gong Yimo exclaims. Tingsu smirks, challenging her. If they're not toxic, then eat it. In a heart-wrenching flashback, the Crown Prince accuses our girl, drawing his sword and screaming that it really was her. He tells her he never should have trusted her and swings his sword to end her life. But just in time, another blade blocks his clank. It's Gong Ju holding her protectively. He glares at the prince, his voice dangerously low. I don't care who you are. Whoever hurts my sister is my enemy. Back in the present, Gong Ju stands firmly by her side. His presence gives her a strength. She looks the Crown Prince in the eye. Follow me if you want to know the truth. She leads them to the potato fields and has a guard dig up a fresh one, with the entire crowd watching. She takes a huge bite of the raw potato. Gongju calls her name in alarm, but she knows what she's doing. She stares down the Crown Prince. I ate it and nothing happened, she declares. It proves the potatoes from my seeds are fine. The elder who confirmed the poisoning is questioned again. He admits the potatoes he received were already cooked by the palace. All eyes turn to a terrified servant girl who tries to run. Arrest her, someone shouts, and the Crown Prince gives the order. The girl is caught. Tingsu rushes over and slaps her, trying to silence her. But Gong Yimo intervenes. The maid breaks down and confesses everything. Princess Tingsu gave her holy water to wash the potatoes with, and she only realized it was poison after people started dying. The truth is finally revealed. The Crown Prince, shaking with rage, orders Tingsu to be taken into custody. He turns to Gong Yimo, begging her to forgive his sister. Just then, a wise old man arrives, the Grandmaster. He looks at Gong Yimo and sees the spitting image of a woman named Zulian. He apologizes profusely for the entire misunderstanding. Later that night, Gong Ju is playfully pinching our girl's cheeks. She tells him to rest, but he has other ideas, his chibai form dreaming of sharing her bed. He leans in, his face inches from hers. We haven't seen each other for half a month. Don't you miss me, Yimo? He looks genuinely hurt that she isn't more excited to see him. A soft blush creeps onto her cheeks as she admits, I was excited when you showed up and held me in your arm. With a sly smile, Gong Ju leans in close to our girl. Yimo, he whispers, am I good-looking? Her face explodes in a blush as she shrieks, no. He pulls back, feigning hurt, while she hides her flustered face behind her hands. She peeks through her fingers, her heart doing the cha-cha in her chest. What has gotten into him? Suddenly, he presses his forehead against hers, the unexpected intimacy sending a jolt through her. A voice from outside the chamber cuts through the tension. Your Highness. The guard announces that the Grandmaster has arrived and wishes to see her. With a small sigh, Yimo agrees to meet him. As she tries to stand, telling Gong Ju she needs to change, he reaches out and stops her. His fingers gently trace the love bite on her neck. Do you still try to avoid me? He asks, his voice a low rumble. Before she can even think of a reply, he launches a surprise attack. His hands dart to her waist, and he begins to tickle her mercilessly. She dissolves into helpless giggles, begging him to stop, but the cheeky prince is relentless. Wriggling free, she sits up and points a finger at him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. My turn, you're done, she declares, pouncing on him. He just smirks, completely ready for her. Bring it on, he challenges, looking far too pleased with this turn of events. He lies back on the bed like a king, watching her with an amused expression as she plots her revenge. She pulls a single, shimmering thread from her sleeve. Humph, don't mind if I do. He raises a perfect eyebrow. Do you plan to turn me on, Yimo? His suggestive question leaves her sputtering in confusion. Come on, he coaxes, his eyes glinting. He looks so eager, and our poor girl is a blushing, flustered mess trying to figure out his angle. Then an idea both brilliant and chaotic pops into her head. Close your eyes, she orders. He complies instantly, a soft, trusting smile gracing his lips. The second they're shut, she empties her entire makeup pouch onto the bed beside him. He flinches at the sound, but it's too late. She's already grabbing a brush and getting to work on his unsuspecting face. She leans in close, her breath warm against his cheek as she carefully applies color to his lips. He can't help but tremble at her proximity. All right, she whispers, pulling back to admire her handiwork. His eyes flutter open. What did you do to my face, Yimo? He asks, a note of deep suspicion in his voice. She's still perched over him, looking like a cat that got caught in the cream. Nothing but making you more good-looking, she says, not sounding very convincing at all. Do you have a mirror? He asks. No, she lies instantly. A wicked smirk spreads across his face. Then how can I know what I look like right now? Defeated, she shoves a hand mirror at him. Fine, here your lips look pale, she mutters. He glances at his reflection, then locks eyes with her. Your lips look pale too, he retorts smoothly. In one fluid motion, he pulls her into his arms. Let me make it red, he breathes. And then his lips are on hers, a sudden searing kiss that steals the air from her lungs. The kiss is deep and passionate, leaving no room for thought. Our girl's mind goes blank. Asterisk, just one more second, asterisk, she thinks, asterisk, then I'll push him away, asterisk. But his hand begins to slide down her back, and the touch brings her crashing back to reality. She shoves him away. He looks at her, his gaze intense and searching. Yimo, do you still try to avoid me? She can't meet his eyes, her heart in turmoil. Finally, she looks up at him, her own eyes filled with a deep, sorrowful conflict. I'm afraid that we may end up like Gong Chi and me. In my previous life, she confesses, her voice barely a whisper. The painful memories flash through her mind, swearing she would never love again the tragic way things ended. But then she remembers him, how he protected her, how he cut his own flesh to heal her wounds, how he was willing to lay down his life for her without a second thought. Standing alone in the vastness of her own mind, she realizes there's no reason to avoid him. But she's so confused. She closes her eyes, lost in the overwhelming emotions. Back in the room, Gongju gently taps the tip of her nose. "Forget it," he says softly. "I shouldn't have compelled you." She stares at him, baffled by his sudden change in demeanor. He starts listing his recent accomplishments, from taking care of his enemies to opening shops across the kingdoms. "My influence has covered the 3 kingdoms," he boasts, and she can't help but be impressed. He's achieved so much at such a young age, and she knows he's destined for even greater things. He looks at her knowingly. "You were different from the previous life. You are pushing yourself so hard. In power." Her somber expression is all the confirmation he needs. "Are you happy with it, Gongju?" she asks. "All this political struggle?" He answers without hesitation. "I am." He smiles. "We are siblings, but there's much I learned from you." He gently cups her face. "I don't care about how people think of us." He confesses that all his striving for power is to be strong enough to match her. Every step forward he takes is a joy because it brings him closer to her. She reaches up to silence him, but he misunderstands. "You don't have to say anything, Yimo. You don't have to do anything for me. I'll catch up with you," he declares, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He admits the truth. If she has to fall in love with someone, it might be him. Gongju is left utterly stunned, watching her with wide, unblinking eyes. In a flash of red-faced panic, our girl bolts from the room, leaving him calling her name. He slumps back onto the bed, a wistful smile touching his lips. "You left in a hurry. I didn't have time to hug you." Outside, Yimo leans against a pillar, her heart pounding. "Fortunately, I got out of there. If she'd stayed a moment longer." She knows without a doubt that Gongju would have crossed the lines. Later, at the Divine Temple, a mysterious old man with silver hair appears before her. He knows exactly who she is. She must be Zulian's daughter. He gives her a warm, grandfatherly smile. "If you have to ask, you can call me Grandpa." But our girl is nobody's fool. "Prove that you're related to my mother," she demands coolly. He presents a smooth, black stone. "This is the Snow Clan's sacred stone." She examines it, her expression guarded. "It glows when a member of the Snow Clan first touches it," he explains. As her fingertips make contact, the stone erupts in a brilliant, ethereal blue light, proving his claim. "It's really you. I'm so glad that you're alive," he exclaims before his expression darkens. "But why do you share the Yu Emperor's last name?" "He's my father," she states simply. "Of course I'd share his name." The old man recoils in shock. "What, silly girl?" He grabs her by the shoulders, his voice filled with anguish. "He's your enemy." She remains unshaken. "The past is the past," she says calmly. "The Yu Emperor treats me very as is nice to me, and I'm grateful for that. I am an independent person. I can tell right from wrong." He looks at her, searching for any hint of bitterness. "Don't you resent him at all?" "No," she replies firmly. He sighs, finally accepting her decision. "All right." He praises her for solving Lauai's problems and asks what she desires as a reward. She looks up at the sky, her wish pure and selfless. "I wish nothing but the world's peace." Touched by her noble spirit, he offers her the sacred stone. "Take this, girl." "I can't, it's yours," she protests. "Take it, I'm dying," he insists, telling her to follow God's will and that she may need it to find other clan members. She finally accepts the heavy burden. She's relieved he didn't insist on her joining the family. After all, a lone wolf is the freest. When she returns, she peeks into Gongju's room. He's fast asleep. She watches him, her heart softening at the sight of his peaceful face. She thinks about how handsome he is and how she'd love a child with his looks and intelligence. She remembers his promise to take medicine himself, to bear any consequence, just so they could be together. "I don't allow anything to hurt you," he had said. A sad smile plays on her lips. The irony is they aren't even siblings. There's no biological risk. But in her past life, the stigma of their supposed relationship had been a weapon used against them. Gongju never cared about public opinion, but she did, she still does. The blood tie isn't the problem. She's just too afraid to love. Later, she finds herself outside under the stars with the Emperor of Lauai. "Why are you here?" he asks. "I came to check on you," he says, worried about how she's adapting. He knows she's had a difficult time since arriving in his kingdom. He blames himself and proposes a horse race to make amends. "Let's race, and the loser has to fulfill the winner's wish." She understands immediately. This is his awkward, princely way of apologizing. "Fine," she agrees. If she loses, she'll take it as a sign from the heavens to let go of her grudges. The finish line is decided, the sacred lake. They mount their steeds, ready for the moonlit challenge. "Let's go," she shouts, kicking her horse into a full gallop. They race across the plains, 2 dark figures against the silver landscape. Our girl feels a rush of freedom, a wild cry of Gidea, escaping her lips. The Emperor watches her, a look of pure admiration on his face. She rides like she was born in the saddle. "You are always impressive," he thinks to himself. But I can't lose." He spurs his horse onward, determined to win. Seeing the weight on his shoulders, Yimo makes a split-second decision. She'll let him win. He's an emperor, he needs this. She slows her horse, a secret smile playing on her lips as she gazes at the beautiful lake ahead. The moonlight on the water is breathtaking. As they reach the shore, he turns to her. "You lost." "A bet is a bet," she says with a grin. "What's your wish?" His expression turns serious. He begins by apologizing for everything she's been through in Lao. "You're the most amazing woman I've ever seen," he confesses, his voice thick with emotion. "You are kind, brave, smart, and lovely. I can't take my eyes off you." He takes her hand, his gaze intense and pleading. "You're always in my mind, so stay with me, Gongyamo. Let go of all of your concerns. Let's enjoy the freedom in Laowai. Here we go." Under the pale moonlight, the king of Laowai makes his desperate plea. "Stay with me, Gongyamo. Let go of all your concerns." But our girl is having none of it. She tries to shake off his hand, her face a mask of annoyance. "I have a lot of things to do. I won't get married." She snaps. He just smiles, completely undeterred. "It's okay. You can marry me after you're done." Or, he continues, his grip tightening, "You can marry me first and we can do the things you want to do together." Yamo is gobsmacked by his audacity. "You are so unreasonable." She glares at him, her patience worn paper thin. He leans in, his eyes searching hers. "Is that guy Gongju?" "That's right," she confirms without a second's hesitation. She looks away, a soft expression on her face. "He treats me well. More importantly, I like him very much." Then she delivers the final, crushing blow. "You have no chance." And as if summoned by her words, a figure appears in the distance. It's Gongju, looking impossibly regal in the moonlight. He steps between them, taking Yimo's arm possessively. "You cannot keep her," the king snarls. "She is like a hawk who desires freedom." Gongju just smirks, completely unfazed. "What's wrong with the Yu kingdom? It's still better than your Laowai kingdom here." His voice drops, turning icy. "Gongju, she has already done so much for you. You should stay content to be her brother." A flash of pure rage crosses Gongju's face. "Oh no," Yimo starts to panic. "That's the one thing you never say to Gongju." With a sharp asterisk whoosh asterisk, Gongju draws his sword, his eyes blazing. "She is my girl." The king draws his own blade, his expression grim. "Great, let's have a fight then." The swords clash, ringing out in the silent night. "Stop it, both of you," Yimo cries out, trying to intervene. She rushes to Gongju's side, grabbing his arm. But in a move that shocks everyone, he pulls her into his arms. And then he kisses her right there, a bold, savage kiss meant to claim her. "You don't create trouble for me," he murmurs against her lips. He deepens the kiss, a clear message to his rival. When he finally pulls back, he whispers, "Relax, I know what I am doing." He gently caresses her cheek, but in the background, the king's eyes are glowing with a terrifying red fury. "Are you ignoring me?" he roars, lunging forward with his sword. Gongju, cool as a cucumber, blocks the furious strike with one hand. He shoves the king back, sending him stumbling. The king coughs, spitting out, "How despicable. Except for using her tenderness and affection, what else can you do?" He challenges Gongju to win her heart with true strength. Gongju stomps forward, his expression absolutely lethal. A guy who even failed to look after his sister. He begins, his voice dripping with contempt. Then he lands a brutal punch right across the king's jaw. "It is not qualified to say words like that." The king crumples to the ground, coughing. "You haven't done anything proper yet. What makes you think you are qualified to be with Yimo?" Gongju sneers. The king glares up from the dirt, vowing to kill him. "Enough." Yimo finally explodes, pointing a finger at both of them. She turns to the king first. "You discipline your sister and rule your country well." The king just looks heartbroken, stubbornly insisting, "No, I must win your heart at all costs." Then she turns on Gongju, comically shoving him away. "And you, he is the king of Laowai. You shouldn't have treated him like that." Her brother takes her hand gently, trying to calm her down, but Gongju is the king of drama. "Okay, I will be with you right after I kill him." Yimo throws her hands up in the air, completely done with this chaotic mess. Whatever, do whatever you like." She storms off, gets on her horse, and gallops away. "Leave me alone." The two men are left standing in stunned silence. They immediately give chase, shouting her name. But Gongju has a wicked grin on his face. "Yimo, just stop, or I'm going to jump over to you." Our girl gets a sinking feeling in her stomach. He wouldn't, would he? 1-3, he yells, completely skipping the number 2 as his horse rears up. Yimo whips her head around just in time to see him soaring through the air. Her eyes go wide with disbelief. He's a beautiful, chaotic disaster. He lands perfectly on her horse behind her, wrapping his arms securely around her waist. "I'm here," he says with a triumphant smile. She's flustered. Where was the number 2? What kind of counting was that? He just holds her tighter. "Yes, I did," he admits shamelessly. "Because I knew that you would stop for fear of concerning me." He leans in close, his breath warm on her skin. "You said you liked me. How could you stand losing me?" She tells him not to be so flippant, but it's no use. He grabs her chin and pulls her into another breathtaking kiss. It's a deep, passionate kiss under the vast, starry sky. "Gongju, wait a second." She gasps. We're still on the horse." He pulls back slightly, a playful glint in his eye. "It's a bit awkward sitting like this." She stammers, his response, a simple, firm no. "A shining star like you will attract a crowd of wooers wherever you go," he explains softly. "If I don't do anything, I might lose you." She tries to argue they only want to use her for their own benefit, that it's all a conspiracy. He agrees. "You are right. Except for me, they all have ulterior motives for being nice to you." She pushes him gently. "You don't need to be that possessive." He pulls her right back in. "No." He kisses her again, fiercely this time. "Yimo, you have no idea how radiant you are." His mind races. This brother-sister act is getting old, and now he has to compete with rivals. He can't stay passive anymore. "I must work harder," he thinks, pulling her close as they are reflected in the water and become stronger. They share a quiet, tender moment, just the two of them against the world. The next morning, Yimo wakes up from a peaceful sleep. But she's not alone. She's snuggled safely in Gongju's arms. Her eyes fly open in shock. What, you and I together? Her face turns beet red. What's the problem? It's more than just a problem, okay? Suddenly, a voice from outside the tent announces that the new king is about to ascend the throne. Yemo's head spins. Enthronement day? Did you kill Longcheng Wuji while I was sleeping? Gongju just smirks, pulling her down. No, we even slept together last night. Why should I bother to kill him? He teases. She pushes him away, flustered. You're being too greedy. I haven't accepted your feeling yet. But he reminds her of everything she said and did last night. Last night, you crawled up my body and responded to my kisses with your arms wrapped around my neck. He whispers, making her blush furiously. Please say no more, she begs, covering his mouth just as a guard appears at the entrance. The guard formally invites them to the ceremony. Yemo is still completely lost, but Gongju calmly accepts will surely be there. As they walk, Yemo whispers frantically, why did you just accept the invitation like that? He leans in and explains the situation. The king's sister, Tingsu, poisoned her own brother and staged a mutiny. What? Yemo gasps, horrified. She asks what he plans to do. He just smiles reassuringly. Don't worry, I already got a plan. They enter the throne hall, the atmosphere thick with tension. As they take their seats, Yemo can't help but feel sorry for the deposed king. Poisoned by his beloved sister, how truly pathetic. A herald announces the arrival of Longcheng Tingsu, the new king of the Laowai kingdom. An official in the crowd lets out a heavy sigh and the new queen's eyes narrow. You seem not happy about this, she says coldly. Guards, get him out and behead him. The man is dragged away, screaming that she'll pay for this. Suddenly, the deposed king appears before them, looking weak and desperate. He turns to Gongju. I suppose you're the only one who can help me now. Gongju sips his tea. From now on, you must let Gong Yemo go and stop thinking about marrying her. He lays out the brutal choice. Gong Yemo or your kingdom, which one will you choose? The king trembles, but she is the only woman I've ever fallen for. A flashback shows his sister's betrayal, her declaration that she will be the new ruler, and his vow that she won't get away with it. Back in the present, he makes his heart-wrenching decision. Deal? He pants, his spirit broken. He stands and shouts, the king of the Laowai kingdoms will only be me. But his sister just looks at him confused. What are you talking about? In a flash, Gongju is by her side, grabbing her arm with an iron grip. Her eyes widen in fear. He leans in, his voice a deadly whisper. He said it's about time you woke up from your usurpation dream. Here's your GOAT YouTube Manhwa recap script. With her life hanging by a thread, our captured queen tries to pull rank, declaring her royal status to Gongju. But a familiar voice cuts through the tension as our girl Yemo tosses a small vial his way. It's a poison detoxing elixir, she explains. Just one will be enough to save the real king. With the antidote secured, Gongju makes his move, his voice echoing through the hall as he summons the imperial guards. He masterfully throws his own cloak to disarm a guard, and his men instantly snap to attention, ready for his command. Gongju calmly informs them that the Poison King can now speak, leaving the rest of the dirty work to them. And just like that, the true king roars, accusing the captured queen, Longcheng Tingsu, of poisoning him and trying to steal his throne. The guards immediately swear fealty, their loyalty unshaken. That night at the Eagle Altar, a grim scene unfolds. Longcheng Tingsu's crimes are laid bare for all to see, poisoning, rebellion, and slaughtering her own family. As a so-called mercy, she was briefly allowed to serve as a maid, but the people only murmured about her unthinkable cruelty. But her true punishment is about to begin. Tonight, she will be burned at the stake for her mountain of sins. In the crowd, Gongju quietly asks Yemo if she's worried, since she suggested an alternate but equally brutal punishment. Yemo's expression is pure ice. No, she says, she deserves this punishment. In her heart, she believes that everyone, royal or not, must pay for the choices they've made. And as the flames lick at her feet, the former queen is shown no exception. It's a savage end, but a heartbreaking flashback reveals the deep-seated pain behind this verdict. A younger, crying Gongju pierced by an arrow, left for dead in the water. With her execution, a twisted sort of peace finally settles over the kingdom. Some time later, our girl prepares to depart. Gongju speaks to her companions, his tone laced with warning. I hope you can keep your words. One of the men tries to ease the tension, turning to Yemo for a final word. He looks at her with a heavy heart. Perhaps this is the last chance I see you. Please take care. She simply replies, take care, her face an unreadable mask. As she turns to leave, she offers a final farewell. The word hits Gongju like a physical blow. Farewell, he thinks, a seed of pure panic sprouting in his chest. But Yemo is already moving on, her mind on the next kingdom, the next mission. 3 days pass and we find our duo standing by a moonlit lake. Yemo is lost in thought, wrestling with her conscience over the decisions she's made. Her mind is a chaotic whirlwind. He doesn't know she carries the scars of a past life. She knows he's innocent now asterisk, but he's also destined to cause her unimaginable pain. Should I tell him? She agonizes. Just then Gongju silently approaches, draping his cloak over her shoulders. He asks what's on her mind and she deflects, offering to tell him a story instead. She begins her tale about a girl who wanted to end her life, only to be stopped by a kind boatman. As he lies down beside her in the soft grass, she continues. The girl had told the boatman her tragic story. Her husband of 3 years had used her, taken everything, and discarded her for another woman. The boatman listened without a word, then simply took her for a quiet tour around the lake. The girl was utterly confused by his actions, asking him what he meant by it all. The story just ended here, Yimo says softly, admitting the tale mirrors the confusion deep in her own heart. Gongju's eyes are sharp, seeing right through her. He asks for her opinion. Would the woman take the boatman's silent advice and start a new life? Or would she end her life after he was gone? He presses, his gaze intense. He confesses his past self would have expected her to give up entirely. Yimo freezes. He's reading her like a book. How is she supposed to reply? She knows the girl in the story is her hope destroyed by betrayal, her love curdled into a hatred so deep it could never be erased. She's too tough to give up, but how can she live on after all that? Gongju, she whispers, her voice trembling. He leans closer, insistent. You still haven't answered me yet. He answers for her, his voice low and certain. If she could restart her life, she would definitely seize that chance. He spins a wild tale that the boatman was an immortal who sent her back in time. Yimo immediately snaps, you're lying. He gets closer, their faces inches apart. From what I know of you, you should have chosen the second result. The words are a cold slap. He then changes tactics. Would she get revenge or live on and avoid her husband again? He muses that if nothing has happened yet in this new life, she could just treat her past as a nightmare. The air between them is electric, thick with unspoken truths. Our girl is completely stunned into silence. He concludes that neither revenge nor avoidance is the answer. Yimo sits up, her eyes narrowed. Gongju, you just lied again. She bites her lip in frustration, and in that moment he closes the distance, capturing her lips in a sudden, breathtaking kiss. The world fades away as the kiss deepens, full of desperation and unspoken emotions. He pulls back just enough to whisper, no, I didn't. Then his voice turns deadly serious. If that story were real, I would kill all of them. His gaze bores into hers. If that girl was you, and I was that vicious husband, I sincerely wish that you can give me another chance. He pleads, his voice cracking, please don't blame me for something I haven't done yet. He clutches her hand desperately. If I hurt you or even killed you in the previous life, I still plead with you not to give up on me this life. In this life, I just want to treat you well, he vows, his heart in his eyes. Yimo is reeling. It's just a story, she thinks. Why is he getting so serious? A strange anger surges through her and she blames herself for even telling him the story. Meanwhile, Gongju's mind is racing. He knows he's figured it out. Was it a story or her past? The thought that she might leave him because of a past he can't remember. It's a cruelty he can't bear. Overwhelmed, he pulls her into a desperate, chaotic embrace. Whatever happens, please don't leave me, he begs. Even if you are going to punish me, you have to do it at my side. Our girl is baffled by his sudden intensity, but she finds it impossible to push him away when he's this vulnerable. But then something in her sleeve vibrates. A memory sparks. She realizes she's been on edge ever since she got a mysterious stone. Could that asterisk be the reason for her sudden anger? She reaches for the stone, but the moment he touches it, a strange energy pulses. He recoils, covering his face in pain. Are you okay? She asks, alarmed. He just pants, unable to speak as she cries out his name. A chaotic vision flashes through his mind. She calls his name again, her voice filled with worry. When he looks at her, something has changed. His eyes are wild, rimmed with a dangerous red. She immediately connects the dots. You became like this after touching that stone? Can this stone disturb people's minds? She wonders, realizing it must be the source of her own rage. She tries to get away to inspect it, but he stops her, his touch now strangely gentle. No need to hurry, he purrs. He leans in, his breath warm against her skin. Yimo, it's your birthday in 2 days. You'll be a total adult. What are you going to do? He gets dangerously close, his voice a husky whisper. Yimo, when are you planning to give yourself to me? Our girl is a blushing, stuttering mess. What are you talking about? He just smiles, close your eyes. No, she protests, but he warns her, if you keep looking at me like that, I may lose control of myself. That does the trick. She squeezes her eyes shut immediately. He watches her for a moment, a tender look on his face. Then he leans down and places a gentle kiss on her forehead. What's he doing? She wonders. Her mind starts to race, worried someone might see them. He pulls her closer, whispering into her ear, I guess we won't be noticed if you keep lower. And then he licks her ear. A tiny sound escapes her lips and he smirks. Yimo, this is the first time you are being so initiative. She is absolutely mortified. Crap, why did I make a sound like that? He whispers her name again, his voice full of longing. And then he's kissing her, murmuring against her lips, you started it first. Of course, let's get this recap rolling. Pinned down on the grass, our girl flinches as Gongju leans in close, his voice a low growl. You should be responsible for me. She tries to push him away, stammering, no, listen to me first, I was just. But he's not having any of it. I won't listen, he breathes, his lips crashing down on hers as she begs him to stop. He completely ignores her pleas, whispering, give up your resistance, Yimo. I know you want me. He even has the audacity to remind her how she once made fun of his kissing skills. She sputters, denying it ever happened, but he just calls her a liar and moves to her neck. Give yourself to me, Yimo, he demands, his kisses turning into feathery bites that make her shiver. Panicked, our heroine begs for more times. He pauses, his gaze intense. Wait, he scoffs, I suppose it's time to let you know just how hard I have been restraining myself. Leaning in, he doesn't kiss her but confesses in a whisper, Yimo, the luckiest and happiest thing in my life is that I met you. Her heart stutters as he buries his head in her shoulder, overwhelmed. His kisses are so aggressive, she thinks, her face flushed. If he continues, she might. Her clothes are in disarray and she wonders if they're really going to do it on the grass. But then he just stops, he's not moving, she peeks an eye open, completely bewildered. Suddenly he's sitting up adjusting something on her chest, it's a piece of armor. I specially made this for you, he says gently. It can help protect your heart and vital meridians. He smiles, relieved. You often get yourself into trouble, only if you wear it can I feel relieved. Then a devilish smirk plays on his lips. It's just that when I helped you wear it, I accidentally touched that part of your. Don't speak it out. She shrieks, grabbing his robe, her face a burning red. He was so passionate just minutes ago, and now he's so gentle, acting as if she had done something to him. It was him who kissed her and held her down. She sits up, calming down slightly. So this is a gift from you for my birthday, she asks. He confirms it, but then his shoulders droop. Don't you like it? He asks, looking like a kicked puppy. Without a word, she turns and plants a sweet kiss on his cheek. Of course I like it. He freezes, his own face turning beet red. Has it become a habit of mine unconsciously? He thinks, completely flustered. She chalks up her boldness to the stone, but when their chibi selves get curious, she quickly deflects. Nothing, I want more kisses. And just like that, they're back to wrestling playfully in the grass, their little Saint Stone companion judging their public display of affection. 3 days later, they ride towards the palace. Jin Yun's ascending ceremony is today, and Yimo will have to wait outside for Gongju. He leans over from his horse, giving her a sweet, reassuring kiss. You said I was your first choice, she reminds him, so it's okay for me if you go to meet Jin Yun alone. Inside the empty imperial hall, Jin Yun is met by the state-guarding princess. You will be the emperor of the Yuhang kingdom tomorrow, she declares. He admits it still feels like a dream. She cuts him off, reminding him that his sole responsibility now is to ensure the kingdom's prosperity. Just let bygones be bygones, she says coolly. Jin Yun's face falls. Can I even choose a woman I love to be with? He grabs her, his voice cracking. I want nothing but you. What's the meaning of me becoming an emperor? Outside, Yimo senses a disturbance, her hand flying to her chest. The princess pulls away from Jin Yun's grasp. I will not marry any monarchs, she states, her voice like ice. Otherwise, other kings will think that I would give the fierce weapon to the king who marries me, then wars will fall upon this ground. She looks him dead in the eye. As the ruler of this country, you're bearing the hope of all your people, you shouldn't indulge in personal emotions. Jin Yun is devastated, feeling like a caged eagle. He looks down, heartbroken. I've been dreaming to hold your hand and claim to the throne together with you, yet it is just a dream. He looks up, a new resolve in his eyes. As your friend, could you please gratify another wish of mine? He holds out the emperor's crown. I want you to put it on my head at the ceremony. The request makes our heroine freeze in her tracks. At the ceremony, Jin Yun stands before his subjects, thinking that though he seems to have everything, he knows he has lost it all. The princess stands before him, instructing him to lift his head. First, you shall promise to devote yourself to your people, she commands, holding the crown. He promises. Second, she continues, her expression unreadable, you shall promise to bring peace to the Yuhang kingdom. He promises again. Third, she says, her voice softening just a fraction, you shall promise to be happy. Promise me, will you? With tears in his eyes, he promises one last time. The crowd erupts in cheers for their new majesty. As the ceremony concludes, Jin Yun tells her, if you get tired one day, you can always come back to me. Yimo stands silently in the crowd. The princess's voice echoes in her mind, speaking of a man who would give up his claim to the throne for her. Yimo knows she's talking about Gongju, the man who changes his very nature and suppresses his killing will, all for her. 3 days later, Gongju meets with the new emperor. Jin Yun is busy with paperwork when he asks if Gongju is leaving. After discussing official business, Jin Yun cuts to the chase. You really like Yimo very much, right? Gongju doesn't even flinch. That's good, Jin Yun says. She has also chosen you, but if you betray her one day, I will let you pay for that. Gongju's reply is swift and certain, that day will never come. As he turns to leave, Gongju thinks to himself that Jin Yun will never imagine the compromises he's made for her. He announces his departure, telling the new emperor not to bother seeing them off. Jin Yun watches him go, a sad hope in his eyes. Gongju walks out into the sunlight, resolute. You will never understand. My love for her has been carved on my bones, it won't change. Even till the last day of this world, He meets Yimo outside and they leave together.